Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to this live stream Tata Steel Chess 2023 Day 12. This is your host Sagar Shah and a warm welcome to everyone in the chat. Today is the big day. We have the battle between the Indian youngster Praggnanandhaa versus the world champion Magnus Carlsen. There we see Magnus in the background entering. Unfortunately, the live stream is they're going to send the video soon of that game as well, and then I can show you. It might take roughly 10 to 12 minutes for that, but yeah, this was something that I wanted to follow right from the start. And let's have a look at what are the standings for the day and also what are the pairings for today, because today I would say is a very critical round, like one of the most critical rounds today, because I think today we are going to see who will become the champion. I mean, it will clarify very much. It will clarify today, so do check it out. Let me just put this here. Yes, so we have Wesley so taking on Abdusattorov. Hello, thank you everyone for sending your birthday wishes for me. Yes, Vishy Anand will be joining us today, so that will be epic. We are going to have a lot of fun related to it. And for everyone who's wishing happy birthday, thank you. We are going to have Wesley versus Nodirbek, Jordan versus Anish Giri, Richard Rapport versus Ding Liren, Caruana versus Vincent, Gukesh versus Levon, Parham versus Arjun, and Magnus Carlsen takes on Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa. It's going to be great fun. So let's first start with the game of Magnus and Pragg, but they have played a few moves or not yet? Let's just go here. Yes, they have begun. And for now, the only video feed that is coming is Ding Liren versus Rapport, but very soon we will have the Carlsen versus Pragg feed as well. I think it will come in 1 second, in 10 minutes from now. So we'll have to wait for 10 minutes. Sminil Mahajan, thank you so much. Thank you, Kushi. Thank you, Aryan. Everyone, it's a brilliant birthday, right? Tata Steel always plans my birthday very well. They are like, okay, Sagar, we will make sure that the best players in the world, best player in the world takes on the one of the best Indian player. Like last year, they had Vidit versus Magnus. This year, they have Pragg versus Magnus. So that way, my birthday becomes very special. And also, because Anand is going to join us, Vishy Anand, it will become extra special. Now, c4 has been played. Guys, what do you think will Praggnanandhaa play here? What's your guess? What is your guess? Lucky says, you're the reason why I started playing chess again after so long. Array, thank you. Thank you so much. That's so cool to know. G6 says Ritwik. Yeden Tatil says G5, C5. I think, oh, he went c5. He went c5. Knight c3, knight c6 on the board. And in the background, guys, who is walking there? Can you see? Who is that player? Just walking very cool and calm. He left now, but of course, that was Anish Giri. Yes, guys. You are now all, you can find chess players so easily. It is Anish Giri in the background. And today, very important day from the standings perspective, because look at this. These are the standings. Okay. We have Nodirbek on 7.5 and Anish on 7. So if Nodirbek manages to win today, he will most likely seal it. Carlsen must win. He's white. He's playing Pragg. He is in a must-win situation. Wesley is on 6.5. Levon is on 6. Richard 5.5. Pragg on 5. Ding on 5. Parham on 5. Gukesh 4.5 and Arjun on 4. That's how things are. Okay, let's go back. And very quickly, oh, he goes e3. I have a feeling that Pragg might go for symmetrical line with e6, or he may play the same opening that Nodirbek Abdusattorov played, e5. Oh, he went e6. He went e6. Veera Chess says, can you extend 33% sale? I missed it. You know, Veera, the thing is, I wanted everyone to sort of know that the newsletter is something worth subscribing to, the Chess Base India newsletter. So please do subscribe to it. It will be very useful. Lazy Iceberg, Janam Divasni Hardik Shubhkamna Sagar Bhai. Thank you, Lazy Iceberg. Very kind of you. We have the symmetrical Tarash on the board. All pieces same. Now let's see what Magnus does. Now Magnus can play bishop d3. That's playing with an IQP. He can take CD, ED, and he can give Pragg the IQP. So not so sure what he will go for. Meanwhile, very quickly, Gukesh versus Levon Aronian. Oh, we have a very interesting Ragozin on the board. Queen a4 check, knight c6, e3, castles, bishop d2 played. Okay. Queen e8. Wow, that's a move I didn't guess. Guys, I think there's a small logic to it. And I want to ask you, okay, if you play bishop e2, why is this a mistake? Come on, let's go for it. Black to play. Black to play. Why do you think is this a mistake? Let me see if the chat chess moves is working all right or not, because yesterday there was a small glitch, but I think today it should be fixed. Keith Mascarenhas has done a phenomenal job for chat chess moves. You know, Chess Base India is something where so many people have contributed, and it's grown with a lot of people who have contributed to its success. Thank you, not YouTuber. And by the way, guys, I went to the club before this. It was phenomenal. You know, I cut the cake. There were like 100 people around me, and they were all, you know, singing happy birthday. It was one of the most memorable birthdays of my life. We'll put up the video in a bit. Okay, so what is the move that you all have come up with? d4. That is correct. Knight takes d4, and you would ask, oh my god, how does that work? First things first, if you take on e8, then I take on f3 with a check, pawn takes and rook takes. Simple, straightforward. Your pawn up. Okay, but what if I take your bishop? Isn't that a free bishop? Guys, very quickly, tell me, what is the problem here? Black to play. What do you do? Mayur says, when is Vishy sir coming to the commentary? I am not sure. Maybe around 8 o'clock, 7:38. Yes, knight c2. Whoa, it's a check here and the queen is hanging. So that's the reason why you cannot do it. So once you can't take the bishop, you realize I can't take the queen. So you say to yourself, hey, I can take the knight. But here comes the move. Bishop takes c3, queen e8, and now do you take back with the knight or the rook? Let's see. How many of you can get this one right? Do you take with the knight or take with the rook? Yes, bite, kill, shot. This is the question. Oh no, chat ko yaar ullu banana mushkil hai. You guys are so good. You are not getting fooled at all. The right move here is absolutely correct. Bishop takes d2, intermediate move because it's a check. And the right answer by Ritvik, Yadhum, Faisal, Neil, Yeden, Deep, Subramanian, Babita, Kanan, Ravi Teja. You give a check and then you pick up the queen and you are a pawn up once again. Brilliant job. So queen e8 played by Levon, and he is actually thinking here what to do. Okay, so let's see. One second, guys. I think we have someone joining us. So right now queen e8 played. Okay. So this is Levon versus Pragg Magnus. Oh my God, Pragg went a3 here. Sorry, a3 by Magnus. Take bishop takes a6, bishop d3, and we have this amazing position, here with lot of IQP feel. And I want to also go through the other games. And we have joining us all the way from the bedroom, the one and only Amruta Mokal. Amruta, come. We also have Vishy Anand, who's going to join us very shortly. But how are you, Amruta?
Hey Sagar, many happy returns of the day.
Acha, thank you.
That is awesome. Oh my god. Should I come after a while?
No. That's fine.
Oh,
It's fine.
I-
So, guys, I'm just going to also Gukesh is this. What is Arjun doing against Parham? Whoa, so many moves have been played here as well. We're going to do a roundup with our guest very soon so that we can get his thoughts on all the game. But I'm just waiting for them to fix the cams because they fixed it at around 6:50, so it takes roughly around 15 minutes to get it all uh, working. And once that happens, it would be very cool. Amrita, can you talk to the chat for a minute?
Absolutely.
I'm just
I
fixing
mean,
a few things.
like.
No, I'm just fixing the scenes and everything.
Okay, but everybody in the chat is firstly wishing you happy birthday. So
Thank you,
thank
guys.
you
Thank you.
guys on his behalf. I think he had a great time at the club.
Amazing
I think
time.
we'll hear a lot. I have not heard it myself because he immediately started the stream. So maybe we all will hear together. And we also have a very special guest today. And what a game it's going to be, Magnus versus Pragg. I
Yes,
think the
yes.
classical game, most exciting. क्या ही मजेदार with Arey, thank you guys. Thank you. What did I gift Sagar? Yes, yesterday night I had ordered frozen yogurt and on
That pen,
stream he did.
Can you show
he
the
did
pen?
it. I have not seen it myself.
It's
So
there only in that book of Steve Jobs.
ah,
Inside it.
then I won't be able to see chat.
Oh yes, the videos have been fixed. Awesome, Arjun. And there we have Magnus. And now it's the good time to welcome our guest also because now everything smells fixed. Hello, Vishy. Hello.
Hi, Sagar. Are we
Hel-
live?
Yes, we are live.
Okay. I wanted to test, but okay, fine.
What do you want to test? It's all good.
Uh, all fine. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah, your voice is great. And Vishy, warm welcome to you. And thank you so much for joining today on this very special day. So many things.
Of course. Well, first, most important thing, of course, is the birthday boy.
Did Sagar blackmail you, by the way, saying that it's his birthday and then invites you and then you can't say no?
Funny thing is, he did blackmail me, but it was totally unnecessary. I would have agreed. I would have agreed to his first message, but then his second message was, by the way, it's also my birthday. So completely unnecessary.
But it makes it so special, Vishy, because you coming here and we being able to see games together is the best birthday gift that I could get. So thank you. It's amazing. And Vishy, how are you doing? I think you were in Vaikanze a few days ago, and now you're back home.
Yes, I mean, I've been home for a week now, but I was in Vaikansay till the 19th. So the day they played in the football stadium, and then I came back. By the way, if you're hearing an echo, it's because in the other room, it's being watched live. And of
not
course,
not
there is my hero.
Oh,
One sec, I don't
hi,
know how
Akhil.
to.
Sagarta, Amruta,
Hello,
it's
Akhil.
Sagar. Hi, did you get a chocolate cake for you?
Yes, chocolate and pineapple both.
What do you think of pineapple? Is that a good idea?
No.
No. Okay. Sorry, I had to blur my background, and that's why he is also blurred. But anyway.
Correct, yeah.
So you had a chocolate cake, Sagar.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. I went to the club and they had two cakes, chocolate and pineapple. It was very nice.
Awesome.
So, Vishy, today is a very big game. It is Pragg versus Magnus. This is not the position. This is the position that we have. Should we go through the opening?
Sure.
Okay, so knight f3 by Pragg, knight f6, c4, c5, knight to c3, knight c6, e3, e6, d4, d5, and it's the Tarash. In fact, the day on which you were there, like the last day, same opening, but Nodirbek played e5 there.
Yes.
And Magnus had lost
Went
that
bishop
game.
e2, d5, and then moved the bishop from e2 to b5.
Correct.
So,
and this is relatively lesser played than e6, I believe. So this is a interesting decision. d4 takes, a3, take on c4, bishop c4, a6, bishop d3. And Vishy, this is a very important round for Magnus, because if he has any chances of winning this event, he must play for a win today, like with white. So do you like his opening choice overall?
it's as reasonable as anything. It's very hard to understand what's the perfect opening choice, because it depends on what you hope to catch your opponent in, but your opponent's prep you're guessing, and if it works out, then you tell yourself it was right, but maybe it wasn't even right. The main thing is, I think more important even than the opening is the fact that Pragg has been half out of four now, so quite a dramatic setback for him. Magnus seems to have, like he always does, very careful about his opening. Maybe he wanted to rule out c4, e5, so he started with knight f3 first, and then switched back to the symmetrical English. So
Correct.
I assume he's thought about all this. I mean, even in openings, I find difficult to predict. I'm amazed afterwards that they said, no, we prepared everything till much later. So, of course, they're preparing a bit of everything, but these guys go very far.
Correct. So this line, and after takes g6 seems a little unusual, or it's because generally you would put your bishop here, right?
Yes, and then you play the isolated pawn. The only problem is if I go bishop e7 instead of g6, both of us castle, and rook e1. And normally the pawn will be on a7, so you'll play b6, and then bishop c2 is quite strong actually.
After b6, bishop c2.
And because queen d3 and all that stuff is coming.
Correct.
But here after bishop c2, maybe b5 adds something to black's options. Again, I'll have to check my notes, but which I'll probably do at some point. But
right.
And nowadays people try a new line everywhere. It's and they look at very unusual moves. I mean, G6 I wouldn't have considered because it seems to me that black's dark squares on the queen side, I think. But if it's possible, why not? So G6.
G6 seems more logical than knight h2. I mean, not logical, but at least it seems more.
Knight h2 was clever.
Yes.
Though the other option was to move the bishop, go knight d2, f1, e3.
Correct.
And it's well, it depends what you prefer.
Right. So Magnus went bishop g5, bishop g7, and now comes bishop e4. And maybe slightly, I mean, bishop e4, not really sure. Is his idea now to push for d5? I think.
Oh my God.
Vishy, are you there?
Hi, sorry, the connection broke for a second.
Maybe no problem. No problem.
I'll put a second one or something just to be sure. Yeah, next time it breaks, I'll. Obviously, bishop takes c6 is quite a big positional threat.
Right.
And if you remember this game, Giri against Mamedyarov, it was a few years back. Again, from a different line, but if you take on c6, you put knights on e5, c5 or something, it can be horribly unpleasant. So the question is, will black play bishop d7 here or something else? Because if bishop d7, I don't know, maybe knight e5. Knight e5, is it possible? Yes. But then I'll have queen b6 maybe. I don't know, unless no, bishop takes f6, knight takes d7 might be unpleasant, and just knight takes d7.
And then
and the king is out. Yeah. So instead of queen b6, maybe queen c7 or rook c8, some sort of waiting move. And
yeah, this looks fine for black.
But anyway, knight d7 and then d5, would it be possible?
Well, I take with the queen. Now I'm threatening to take on e4. No, that's the problem.
Right.
There's no pin. Right. So moving the queen has an added benefit of knight e4 as a big threat. So bishop d7, maybe knight e5 may not be. Can we go d5 here?
Also, actually, bishop. Hi, now it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. It's all good.
Yeah, sorry, it went twice.
I think it was my. This time it was from my end.
Okay.
We got disconnected.
No, all is well now.
And here, if you take twice on c6, I think it doesn't matter. There's the bishop is not on c8, so already my position improved.
Correct.
And so I think probably he'll try d5 after bishop d7.
Right.
Otherwise, one more thing. Instead of bishop d7, I can try my queen b6 here.
Bishop e4, queen b6.
But then take on c6, queen c6. Well, if you don't do that, then what for? No, and then knight e5, I have queen g2.
Do you think that in such a position, after take, queen takes, castles, this is something that white can try? Like I just feel like you gave up your bishop for nothing, but it seems like white has a big advantage here. What's what's happening?
Is white better? I don't know. It doesn't seem to me. In fact, I agreed with your assessment. I thought maybe knight d5 or something. I should be okay.
Ah,
But maybe knight d5, knight e5 or something.
so with knight e5 and d5 ideas, perhaps.
But right
Other
now, if
thing,
you
I can play
castle,
knight e4 here.
You mean instead of taking?
No,
Ah,
queen c6, castle, knight e4. No, sorry,
no,
castle, knight
black's
e4.
knight e4 for black. And take on e4, queen e4.
Queen takes. If you go some queen a4, check bishop d7, queen b4, I play f6 and I solve my dark square issues.
Oh, bishop d7, queen b4, f6.
Correct. Yeah, this looks good for.
But instead of queen a4, there is d5, or it doesn't make any sense there. After queen
Yes,
e4,
but if I
knight
play
e4.
queen d5,
You just have queen d5 at the.
You mean here?
Knight e4, knight e4,
Knight
queen
e4,
e4,
queen
d5,
e4,
queen
d5.
d5.
Okay.
Just a free pawn.
So yeah, this one, knight e4, queen e4, and if let's say something like rook c1, then you castle.
correct.
Rook e1.
But maybe rook c7 and then my pieces are not developing easily.
Yeah, this does seem a little worrisome here. So this, do you think bishop e4 could be preparation by Magnus or something? Because he has 1 hour 32 minutes on the clock.
It could very, very easily be preparation. Just a nice small idea that he prepared in this bishop d3 system. Also, Pragg has been playing these queens haven't accepted with knight c6 quite a lot.
Yes.
So, yes, why not?
Right. And Pragg there, he's now on his own. It seems he's out of his prep and he's trying to figure out his way. It's not going to be easy playing this for him. But I think if he finds this bishop d7 and sort of castles, it should be okay, right? For him.
I'm not sure it's that simple. So bishop d7, maybe d5. But white is also not castled, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So ed, knight d5.
Knight d5.
And now if I castle,
then you win a piece, but I will get it back. I'll play rook e8 probably and just get it back.
Take, and rook fe8. But then this is hanging, right? So if castle.
Yeah, then it's a, well, now if you take, I have rook b8 and rook, but it's still a pawn, queen a6.
Right. Wow, this can get very interesting and very forcing.
Yes.
Yeah, bishop d7 is kind of leading to some concrete lines in a way.
Do you think, Vishy, this is a possibility here, knight e7? Because you break the pin, you are attacking the bishop, you also would like to put your knight on d5.
It's quite a creative move actually, because white will probably have to take on, or I can castle, because f6 you cannot defend easily. So if you castle, I think probably I'll castle as well.
You mean take and his knight comes here. So
it's slightly awkward, but let's see, h6, knight to d4, h6.
And if knight f6, you have king f8. So bishop f6 maybe makes sense.
Yeah, and then castle. And next move, I'll take on f6 and go king g7, and maybe my dark squares, everything are fine.
Correct. Wow.
Oh.
Okay, so this is also possible.
Or I can castle and say, okay, now it's your move, what do you do?
Because if he has to move his bishop back, then he's just
but what I would be uncomfortable is bishop takes f6, some queen b3, rook b8, rook fd1. Maybe white can be slightly better. I mean, I will play b5 to play bishop b7. I should be okay now. Bishop b7 and
I think if you don't get d5, you are in trouble.
Well, if bishop now, if I liquidate everything and move my queen, I have a good dark bishop, no?
Right, right. This is a very strong piece.
But instead of d5, you could play knight e5. After b5, you could play knight e5 and go bishop b7.
Hmm.
I don't know whether maybe you take and go knight e4.
And then
I'll go bishop knight d5 maybe. And then if knight c5, I might play some rook a7. Black is very solid, but no, there's knight c6. And if rook b6, there is knight d7. So maybe I can't do this then simply.
Right, right. Otherwise, the a6 pawn is hanging. And I think this is the scenarios that Magnus would be looking for. He's lost his bishop, but all these like his knights would then get these key squares.
Correct.
Okay, so while
I mean, if I was facing this as black, I would need to sit for 10 minutes and work through everything, because you know that there might be 3 or 4 good solutions, but you can only play one of them, so you have to clean it and then play it.
right.
So it's quite tempting, but I like knight e7 actually. I think it gives me some options.
So you are saying knight e7 and bishop d7. These are the two moves that are can be considered, because castles, bishop c6, bc6 is just bad for black.
Bad is too strong, but I mean, I would not be able to judge so clearly. But I would remember Giri Mamadiyaro and I'd be a bit careful.
Right. Okay. So this one, Pragg, let's see how he goes. Can we look at the game of the leader of the tournament? We have Nodirbek Abdusattorov taking on Wesley So. And I think it's a very important game of the tournament, because this might determine who wins the tournament. So here, there we have.
By the way, Vishy, there are some people in the chat who said that, oh, Vishy sir is here. Now I'm not going to study and I'm going to watch this stream. Do you have anything to say to them?
It has always been my dream to be everyone's excuse to not study. So, chalk that up. So,
Nice, guys.
Okay, but they are always looking for reasons not to study, and there can be no better reason than this. So.
Oh, in fact, Shanvi
I think most of the time you are the main reason, but then.
No, in fact, Shanvi says that, Vishy sir, I have written an essay about you in my school. So they can actually, they're actually studying here so that they'll write an essay. Okay.
Amazing. So this one, Nodirbek playing with black against Wesley, and it was a Queen's Gambit accepted, becoming quite popular. I remember, I think, Vishy, in your early years, I think you used to play quite a lot of Queen's Gambit accepted, right?
Yes, and maybe you remember Norway last year. I was playing Queen's Gambit accepted. So
Right. Yes.
So I picked it up after a long time. It's hardly a great thing, because everyone plays both colors these days. But Wesley himself is a big Queen's Gambit accepted player. So
right. Bishop b5, knight c4, knight d7, and knight d4.
now knight d4,
Yeah.
basically collecting the 2 bishops by force, and then.
Would you like to give this bishop up or this one? Like take here would be good, or
I would probably prefer the other one,
because otherwise
bishop takes c4.
then this
Ajay,
later
no,
could
bishop
come.
C4.
Yeah, bishop d4, e d4. It's not that I think, but it's easy to go wrong somewhere. With
Right.
Bishop a3, bishop f3, and some rook moves. Black has to be very careful. So I would prefer to give the other bishop, or even let you take it, because I can play rook at c8 and say, okay, if you want to take it, you take it, and I'll capture with the pawn and push the pawn. So 2 options are there.
Right. So this one would be pretty good. Like, let's say if I think only move is knight d2 or b2. Let's say I come back.
So then I want to go bishop a3. Oh, no, sorry, bishop b4 is very strong.
Yeah,
Because I'm threatening rook takes c1 and bishop takes d2. Or at
And if
least bishop c3.
this,
Yeah, knight f3, then I go bishop c3 and rook into a2, and it's
Oh,
completely fine.
nice.
Or rook bishop c3 and b4, and then I'm winning a pawn even.
wow,
Hmm.
yeah, this looks very bad. So of course, taking here doesn't seem so tempting on b5.
But you could play bishop b2, and then next
Yeah.
question: how long am I going to wait? Also.
Hmm. Or you are saying that you can start with bishop takes c4, bishop takes c4, and play
And just
this.
play some rook c8, c7, double on the c file, and because it's very difficult for you to do anything with this light squared bishop. You're not poking my king.
Right.
Hmm.
And this is very interesting, right, Vishy? Because if let's say you take here first and then you take here, then he'll take with the pawn.
Oh yeah,
and also
this I would not like to do.
But if you take here first and he takes with the pawn, then you're never going to take here. But if he takes with the bishop, now you can seriously consider something like this, right?
Actually, yes, I takes and knight b6, and then put the king on d7 and knight on d5, and it's also, I think, rock solid.
Yes, I think this is a very like you would like this solution, yeah, giving up both the bishops for both knights.
Yeah.
So this looks pretty good. So here, Nodirbek can either take on c4 or play rook c8, either of the rooks, and looks very solid. How has been your impression of Nodirbek's play here? Also, how much would you say that him working with Kazim Janov in this tournament has helped him? What do you feel?
My reasoning is circular. Because he's doing well, then working with Kazim Zano must have been good. I, of course, I have huge respect for Rustam, and especially with me, his feedback was often the most frank. And he's very good in this kind of shock treatment. This is what you need to do. This is what you're doing badly, and he's very good in that. He's also very entertaining, which cheers you up when you have difficult moments. But definitely, I think his Nodirbek wanted to raise his openings to the level required in Vaikanse, and his thing, because you need to push up one level, and Rustam has probably helped him do this very well.
Right, right. He is looking very solid in this tournament. I mean, he had that thing against Vincent where he was losing that endgame. But apart from that, he has been looking really super solid.
Yes, and the queen ending against Magnus was just pristine. I mean, it's so good.
Queen e5, like he just understood all the intricacies very well.
Yes. No, brilliant queen ending. It's funny. So black has queen on e5.
Yeah.
Pawn on b5, king on b6.
I can pull up that game once.
Yeah.
By the way, Prasad Duri says, hello Vishiji. Vishiji getting his GM title is still my favorite childhood memory. Good to see him on this channel.
Thank you. So this position. So king b7.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. g4 takes queen g4. By the way, do you know that this position is lost for white already?
Yes, yes.
But if you put the king on f7, it's a draw.
Yes. Or h7 also.
Or f8.
Yeah.
And if you put the king on f8, king f7 is a draw. King is on f7, king f8 is a draw. It doesn't matter at all.
Correct.
Something like that. I thought this was very funny.
And Vishy, if you have queen on d5 and king on e2, that's also a draw. So it's only if you have cut this king here on the e file, it's winning somehow. I felt it was unbelievable. He was very lucky, perhaps, or he just knew it. I don't know.
You can't know this, right? Can you know this before?
He couldn't have known, but of course you have to try anyway. And then if it's a draw, you'll find out. But I often tell many people you should study endgames. You should study rook endgames, bishop endgames, knight endgames. Queen endgames, don't bother. You will never understand it anyway. Nobody does. Then you give them one or two model examples. Like I think Boris has this lecture where he just says, put your king as far away as possible. So in the far corner, leave it there, and when in doubt, move it somewhere there and hope and pray to God. That's more or less his thing. You can't. It's this ending is too difficult to understand. Just put it somewhere in that vicinity. There was some amazing queen ending I was seeing. Let me see if I remember the line. So there's a king on a8, the king on b7,
Okay.
pawn on a2 or something.
1 second. Let me just arrange it. Okay. King on a7. White king, right?
No, black king on a8, let's
Okay.
say.
Okay.
You're
Then
not
some
sure.
pawn on ba3 or something, and white has the king somewhere on h8.
Hmm.
And then the only move is king a8 because you have to be able to play queen b8 with check and queen
Ah,
this pawn. Some ideas like this and all I was seeing, and then I gave up. It's very beautiful, but we cannot put it into any pattern. At least that's my
correct.
problem with queen endings.
Correct.
So,
Like I was seeing this game, and if this is white to move here, it's a draw. This position.
really,
Yes.
with white move, it's a draw. What is
It's
the drawing move?
it's
King f1 or something?
queen g6.
This cutoff. Yeah. I think I saw this also when that I was looking at table basis, and yes,
Yeah.
that cutoff is a draw.
And then so yeah, it's somehow everything worked for him. Like he got king b6 in perfectly, and he played it so easily. Like
Yeah.
b4, king b5. It just won very easily for Nodirbek. Okay, so this one is Nodirbek is looking solid here. The other person who can catch up with Nodirbek today is Anish Giri. And if we
By
can.
the way, also one moment what Pragg played or he didn't play.
Let's quickly check that. Pragg.
He played. Oh, he played.
97 h4. Okay.
Oh, and it seems like Magnus is in his prep because he played h4 within like 30 seconds.
Also nowadays, people they play h4. I mean, your prep could easily be your second telling you play h4 and look confident, and doesn't matter. So you should not take it too literally. But okay, let's look. I can play h6. I can even play knight takes e4 and h6. As we discussed earlier, after bishop f6, I have.
Yes. But do you think
No,
like
now it's
inclusion of
different. I go bishop
h4?
f6.
Yeah.
I go bishop f6. And if you castle, then you can maybe play h5, g5, knight to g5 or something. I don't know.
Oh my God.
Maybe it doesn't work. H6, bishop f6, and the king g8. No, black is doing fine. Yeah.
Mm. But this does look scary. I mean, maybe you can build it up, right? With queen d3
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah. Exactly. Queen d3. I have no way to move my knight. That's true. I want to play queen a5 check and queen somewhere, but I'm not in time. Okay, wait 1 second. Put the queen on d1 and put my king on e8. So now let me play queen a5 check,
b4.
queen f5.
You're attacking.
No, then 96. No, it doesn't work.
Oh, yes.
So I have to go queen d5.
Yeah.
But then I solved nothing. After queen e2, it's still a fork, so it doesn't work.
Correct. Oh, so yeah. So queen a5
Or
was
the other thing is instead of queen a5 check, I could play bishop to f6, knight to f6, king f8. Then my rook is very useful because it stops the mate.
But still after h5, it's a long-term advantage for white.
Why? King g5, let's say.
Queen d3. I have no threat.
But I can play knight d5. I can play
king g7.
king g7. I can play knight f5. So some few options. Or I can play my favorite queen f5 check, queen f5 if I want. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is nice, queen f5.
This is very cool. Very cool. Yeah. So actually, this is a great thing of h6, and then first take on e4, then play h6. I think that is a very he's done that, but he's played directly.
No, he's
h6.
played h6 without knight at e4. No, I can't see the pieces very well,
Yeah,
but I think he played h6.
Yeah, true.
Without knight and e4.
Is it going to be the same thing or?
No, now he will take on f6. I think
probably has to. No.
He'll take because otherwise bishop goes back, then knight e4. Knight e4 is just, I mean, you got nothing.
Well, then I even play knight e5 or knight f5. I'm attacking d4. It's very nice for me.
Correct. So you take.
Yeah, he takes.
Yeah, he took.
And now the question is, what is Magnus's plan? Maybe just push h5, g5.
Also, queen d2, rook d1, and keep it solid.
Queen d2 long castle would be too much.
Queen,
Oh, long castle.
maybe. Okay, let's try and get something in this. Queen d2, I can play knight f5, attacking d4.
Long castle.
Maybe we take the knight
Yes, and then
Okay.
e takes.
and then what? Short
And I just
castle?
play king f8 g7, and you know these
Yes,
tarot cards where you have e f6. It's
correct.
like that, and I have the two bishops, and how you can't push your d pawn very easily. Okay, he's gone queen d2, so hopefully we'll find out.
Oh, he's played that same.
And now if I go knight f5, your other thing could be some rook d1 or maybe long castle.
Ah.
So now because g4
Now I
is
don't
going
know
to
if
be
I'm so
strong.
brave to play knight at h4.
Oh.
It seems not a very useful, but then you do have some bg5 ideas later, so
I mean, anyway, my plan is to play king f8, king g7, not a castle. So
No,
I might be able to
suppose
get away with this.
takes here, knight h4,
yeah.
bishop h4, g3,
Bishop f6.
and rook h6 is it? Ah, no, rook h6 is a blunder.
Yeah,
Super
there's
blunder.
bishop g5. Then
f4 if I play it doesn't make sense.
yeah, winning this pawn could be something.
It's still uncomfortable for black because white can play something like queen e3 and play d5,
And this
and
bishop
then
on
you feel much
c8.
better if you checked all this.
Right, exactly.
Also, instead of knight takes h4, I could play knight d6 maybe, and then play king f8 g7.
Instead of knight h4.
Long castle.
Sorry, long castle.
Knight d6.
But this, I mean, let's say if I save this bishop and then you put your
No,
king
but
on
knight-
g7, it looks risky, no? With this.
Can I not go knight queen b6 knight c4 is not at all one more threat. Okay.
So right now this is the position.
I like Amrita. It's very direct. Queen b6, knight c4. Finish.
Yeah. White has no move. By the way, but even black can think of long castle, right? In that position, bishop d7, queen b6, and long castle. If he has to worry.
Knight e5, queen f4. I don't know if I'll be in time though. Well, knight e5 here we cannot because we already. We can because take knight c4. I have bishop a4 check. But
Nice. So take knight c4, and Amrita, you're very happy here, but
Bishop a4 is cool finish.
and then if you move, I'll play queen e2 or something. I should be better, no?
Yeah.
Correct.
Oh, it's getting dangerous for Pragg in some way, right?
Some variations, if he's not careful, and if white long castles, then I think Pragg has difficulties to put his king where exactly.
Yes, I think good preparation and prediction by Magnus because already this level of problems is hard to pose these days with white. So quite a good job, I would say.
Correct. Yes, absolutely. So this is a great opening result for Magnus, and Pragg has to be careful. Do you think Vishy Pragg can go h5 and fix this? Because all the time there is these issues of queen h6 and also h5 coming in. So just fix it.
I would be reluctant because of long castle and then queen f4 or something. But
and then your idea, like
I'm not very fond of this, but it's true. I was just thinking if I can go the slow way. What about instead of long castle, I start with queen f4. What are you going to do?
You're attacking here. Maybe knight f5, your idea here. So
long castle.
King f8.
You could play knight takes h4 actually.
Yes, possible to take.
Because if knight takes h4, I go bishop g5.
Oh.
And
But
if
sorry.
takes h4, I play g5.
Sorry, yeah. So here, h5, queen f4, knight f5, long castle. If knight h4, bg5, and if rook h4,
g5.
Yeah.
Oh.
And this can get very nasty.
I don't know, but somehow I don't know why. I feel uncomfortable at h5, though I don't immediately see why.
Yeah, but king f8 and it's not so clear, right? Because then there is some knight e5, f3, g4 stuff. I can get
Or even g4, hg4, queen g4, and then play h5 also.
right.
It is extremely surprising that with such less development for black, the position the bar says it's okay.
Yeah.
Practically, it is very difficult to play this, right? With the
But he has the bishop pair, right? So that's something he's gained.
And this rook is very more active on h8 than it'll be on f8. So
Correct.
That's
Correct.
true.
Okay, so it's very interesting now to see what path Pragg takes. Does he push h5? Does he go king f8 directly? Does he play knight f5? He has some options here.
yes.
Okay, and going to the game of we were looking at the game of Anish Giri versus today Jordan. It's the all Dutch game and also very important one for Anish. And Anish is right now an exchange up. Can we just look at how this came about, this position? Okay, we had the Ragozin bishop f4. This is what Gukesh also played with Magnus. And there he had
Very
got
nice
knight
idea
b6.
of Jordan after knight c6, which is h4.
Ooh, because
Because he
everyone was
stopped
playing
he
knight
killed
e2.
g5 completely.
Ah, yes. Because e3, g5 is very strong, right?
It's the main line kind of. Even knight e2, I think they play knight c3, bishop a3, and g5 and all the stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if knight d2 here, there was
They
this
go knight
game.
takes c3,
Knight c3 takes.
bishop a3.
But I think that was with knight d7, right? Knight d7, knight b6.
No.
Ah, this also
I'm
possible.
just thinking, do they play g5 without taking on c3 or after taking on c3?
This game, Gukesh Nodirbek was direct g5 here.
Ah, okay.
You can put this on.
Yeah, and I think there it was some crazy line. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe now you are saying to take, right?
Yes, knight c3, b3, bishop a3, rook c1, rook b1, and then f5.
Ah, right. This is the game Carlsen versus Anish.
Yeah, Carlsen Giri from 3 years back.
Correct. Ah, got it. Okay, but h4 again, no, Jordan comes up with some interesting idea.
Yeah.
And Anish thinks for 4 minutes, goes bishop f5, e3, takes on
So
c3.
then obviously it loses the exchange, bc3, bishop a3. But then it's important to give it up for that one because then the pawns are still weak.
So he's attacking here.
He has 1 hour 40 minutes here.
Yeah, prep, all prep. Queen b3, bishop d6. Is it necessary to give up that pawn? Like, could you not play bishop e7? Like, what is his compensation? Because black is going long castle, short castle next, and black seems to be okay, right? He hasn't even lost a pawn for an exchange.
I mean, let's try c4.
And check maybe.
Some king d1 and
King d1. So c4 check.
Alternatively, I can just play bishop d3 instead of c4.
And you think like after castle, like this is g4 or something, you want like attack?
Maybe knight g5.
h6.
Bishop h7 check. And queen c2.
Amazing.
You never
And of course, now I'm hoping for bishop g8.
Yeah.
Oh.
Bishop g8 would be crazy. Okay, this might be what his idea is. Yeah, like launch a kingside attack.
Yes, it's quite decent compensation. The question is, if black plays h6 after bishop d3, then maybe your idea of g4 or rook h3 is quite strong.
You mean here direct instead of castle if h6?
Because aside from the exchange, black's pieces are miserable. No, there's this rook on b8 and Queen defending c7 and d5 and everything. So it's not at all nice.
Wow.
Maybe it's just quite decent composition.
But this is would you call this a modern exchange sack, or do you think like this makes sense even by conventional means? I don't know. Somehow.
I could have played this move before computers. Um, but I'm not sure if I would have believed it's correct or I just believed it was interesting.
I think you could have played it before computers and now, but when the computers were not as strong, maybe they would not give this as a good one. Yes.
Yes.
Something amazing. This is so okay. This one, Anish did go bd6, gives here, check, takes, check, knight e7, comes back and plays c4.
This is quite ambitious because after knight b4, what does he want? Queen e4 check again.
Yeah.
But king f8, and now I'm threatening queen c1. Maybe queen b1.
But if knight a2?
Yeah, and knight c3 and everything is coming. Queen e4 check, king f8. Maybe some knight e5.
Wow, knight e5.
Queen c1 now?
And just made this square here. Okay, amazing.
Oh, crazy. King e2. If you go, there is queen c2. If I exchange the queens, then
That
But
would
then
be-
97 is forking, no?
oh, that's why.
wow.
Hmm.
This 95 is an insane move.
Yeah.
So not knight
No.
d4 maybe.
But is it over like that 95 rook e8 if I just move the rook? at
Uh-huh.
that
But then
point?
97 check.
Oh, still it's a.
Okay, what about queen c3 check?
Take. Because king d2 you go knight a2 and you are able to come out.
Yeah, so maybe a3.
A3, yes.
I don't know, maybe b5 and rook
B5.
is also getting active, no?
Yeah. So Anish here, considering his tournament situation and how important this game is, he has a choice to make between queen c3 check, and he can also think of knight b4 or even queen a5 check. No, just
Yes.
spoil the castling.
Yeah, queen c3 is very straightforward, right?
Mm,
Just exchanging, then you're going b5. What can
Wait,
White do?
queen c3 check. What if I can play king d1 or
King d1,
queen e2, king d1.
improving the variation for white.
But then you can take and go knight f6 and suddenly you're threatening knight g4. And then I can go knight e5 and stop knight g4. I don't know how much the composition is, but
It's one pawn, and yeah, this is with a good king. Should be enough for equality, perhaps.
yeah, very hard to judge this.
Right.
Eventually, it feels like black. It's going to be in black's favor because the danger doesn't seem so much for that exchange.
But it's not just one pawn. It's only one pawn, but it's two central pawns against one b pawn. That's the reason I think white has more composition than it looks. So I can still play f3, e4, and then I have some pawn mass coming up.
Right.
It is complex.
But like I said, it's hard to judge. So.
Okay, this is a very interesting game here, and Jordan showing all these interesting.
Also, I don't understand why Jordan went to c4. He could play king d2, no? Or maybe he didn't like b5 or something.
Yes, b5, stopping c4.
Yeah.
So
Or
that's
even
why I
e4.
think he played c4 directly.
By the way, I think he missed a draw with queen e4 check, knight e7, queen c2. I think black would probably go back to d5.
Or maybe he just didn't want to draw.
Yeah.
Or
Yes.
also Anish perhaps may not be. I don't know who is trying for what here, But definitely for a tournament victory, Anish has to play for a win, no? Here.
Yes. But he has a lot of bad memories with Jordan because Jordan beat him in um,
2021 in that Armageddon
yeah,
tiebreak.
but the year before that, I think he beat him in some Nimzo. I don't remember where. Anyway, he beat him sometime in this Nimzo, and that hurt Anish's tournament. So
Correct.
who knows?
Yeah. Okay. And let's quickly check the game of Gukesh.
And Arjun also.
Yes. Gukesh is playing against Levon. And Levon played this interesting. I don't know if it's a new move. Maybe Vishy, you could tell us this move. Queen E8.
I vaguely remember seeing it, but I'm not sure.
Ah. Okay. So here.
Is the idea bishop c3
No, the
and
idea
knight
is
d4?
knight d4, I think. Just.
No,
Yeah,
direct.
A3, bishop takes C3, knight takes D4. So
Take here. So Queen E8.
Queen
And
C2, yeah?
he played Queen B3.
Ah, okay.
How happy have you been with Gukesh's overall comeback in this tournament? I think he was struggling at first, but I think he's gotten back.
Let me make a very profound statement that -2 is better than -4. And leave it at that. I think it must have cheered him up a little bit because he lost a very good position to Wesley, probably almost winning position. He had good games, but then he was struggling, and then he was quite lucky against Pragg and against Parham. So a lot of back and forth. Um, but credit to him, -4. He was still fighting in every game. Then he had a good draw with Magnus. I think now his tournament is kind of stabilized, and he might be happy with that.
Correct. And Vishy, we all know that you are working with them in the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy. During such an event, like when you went there, did you do you get time to work with them or talk to them, or is it like you give them their space and they can work on their own?
I give them their space. During a tournament is not the best time to talk philosophical stuff. Your problems are more practical. Also, they have their people working with them, and they have their setup. And unless I'm willing to sit there for 5-6 hours with them, I cannot just chat in 15 minutes and come up with. So,
Correct.
what I can do in these situations is try to cheer them up or give them a little bit of company. But mostly here I do alone. I think any technical review we do will be afterwards.
Right.
But more slowly, and we take it one game at a time and we look at it. I think that's possible. But
A3 was played. Bishop C3 takes here. B6 by Levon. CD ED. Bishop B5 pinning the knight. Bishop A6. He takes. Rook takes. Short castle. And Queen E6. Okay.
it looks to me that white should be better because this knight is kind of looks clumsy on c6. So I don't know what the current position is. Some rook a c1 happened, right?
Yes. Rook a c1 has happened, and this is the final position.
Yes, but it's quite hard to prove because black now is able to play c6 and disentangle a little bit.
Correct. Well, Vishy, it was amazing having you here. Do you have like 2 minutes, Vishy? Last, I wanted to just ask you like a couple of questions on.
Sure.
So this was your very quickly. Second.
Vishy, is it cold in Chennai? Because in Mumbai it's extremely cold for the first time.
No, it's not cold. Yeah.
It's extremely cold, Sagar. Everybody feels cold.
Amrita, when you're commenting a tournament on Vaikanze, you should not call +20 or whatever cold. It's not fair to your viewers.
That's true.
So Vishy, here because Vaikanze is such an unbelievable event for you. Like you've played so amazing games there, and you have had like 5 tournament victories and everyone knows the amazing games you have played there with Aronian, with Karyakin. I just wanted to quickly get your thoughts on uh, the games that I saw, like your games there. And do you remember this one?
Ponomarev.
Missing.
No, this was very nice game. Very crushing game, that's true.
Beautiful game. In fact, it got over in just like 30 moves or so. And A3
Yeah.
was such a classy move here, like just giving a pawn and opening up. So very nice.
But if you see Kasparov against me in 96, almost same idea was used. You can check it later
Okay,
in Las Palmas. So
amazing. Do you recollect this game?
Oh,
this is my game with Barev.
Perfect.
And I think this is the game where at some point his king could be on d2 and my king could be on d5, and neither king can be checked.
You mean later in the game or?
No, somewhere in my notes I was analyzing this game, and the variation is not stupid. But you get to this position where the black king somehow gets to d2 and the white king goes to d5 and white is still better. It's some rook b2 line. I'll get it for you later.
Okay.
It's very nice.
Okay,
great
amazing.
way to see this maybe.
And this one,
I'm going to say a Kopian, but
this is you played a crushing move here.
Wait, can we try?
In 2004. This is
Akopian, right?
no, this one I have that game also. I selected with Akopian.
This one was against whom?
Jan Timman.
Oh, right. Okay. I don't know. What did I do? Knight takes g6 or rook g6?
No,
Both look good.
you played rook,
Or rook at 7 even.
h7
Okay.
and then check, knight g6, knight e7. It was a beautiful game.
Oh,
Right.
oh, so cool.
And then this one, another amazing game. Actually, this is not a this was a great defense.
Yeah, this was Magnus in 2008.
Correct. Yes, you played king d6 and you are piece up and you won this. That was amazing. And then this one is very nice because I heard your interview with Fiona and you spoke about him in your
Pragg in 2000.
Yes, exactly.
can be
22
wrong,
years
yeah.
back. 23.
Queen g2, very
Yeah.
strong move, and you managed to win. This was a great game, and also that was a very nice anecdote which you said where he helped you to tie the
I know.
the tie. And last two, white to play. You played an amazing move
This
here.
is Akopian.
Yes.
Yeah.
Queen c4.
Queen c4, yeah.
And this one I had never seen, but it was an amazing game. I've never seen before.
With Boris, right? Rook d6, rook e6. No?
Rook d6, yes. Amazing. Rook d6, queen a5, rook e6.
And bishop e7, yes.
Beautiful. So these were some amazing games. I think, Vishy, I could have actually taken 50 games at least from Wijk. There were so many of them, and it is tremendous. And also, I would like the viewers to check out. I've pinned this on the comment here, Vishy. There is a very nice video of you that has come out on the Cred channel. This was an old one, like the ad was old, but I think today they have launched one which is called the long game.
Correct.
And it's a very nice one where you have spoken about your 10 memories. And it's a beautiful video. So guys, do check it out. The link is pinned there in the message, and you can go and check out that beautiful ad. Vishy, thank you so much for your time, and I'll see you soon.
Yeah, thanks. And I hope you'll be able to celebrate before midnight one more time.
Yes, hopefully that will happen. Thank you, Vishy. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Sagar. Thanks, Amrita. Bye.
Guys, that was Vishy Anand joining us, Amruta.
Oh, that was so cool. Sinking in.
That was amazing. We had a great time analyzing with him. And guys, did you enjoy? I think there was so many fantastic things that we were able to see in those games.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the openings and all, I think Magnus and Pragg, the way we analyzed with him, it was so good. Because his thoughts, I think, were very insightful. And
Yes.
with such a new preparation by Magnus, I think we are going to understand the game 100% better now. Also, I remember so many games like very quickly. It's not like he will remember. Obviously, he is at that level, but so quickly you didn't expect that, right?
No. I was thinking that he might forget his games, some of them, but he was remembering almost all of them. Although in one of the games, I did manage to
Trick him, huh?
get him.
Maybe the first time.
Okay,
Wonderful.
so just getting a little bit
Yeah, so
coming back into the zone, because it was just amazing to analyze with Anand and to get his thoughts. But I think the tournament is heating up considerably at this point, because all the games were so exciting.
absolutely. If for one moment, if you go to just Magnus and Pragg, because I was curious what Magnus chose in that position, and then we can come back again
Okay,
to other games. But
so
by the way, a lot of people were in the chat. I mean, of course, it was not possible to read the chats, all of them, but they were there. They had many of them had a photo with him, so they were
Oh,
writing.
oh.
It was nice. It was very nice. A lot of people have also wished you, Sagar.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. It's been amazing today. It's been one of the most, how can you say, relaxed at the same time happening birthday, because it was like I woke up in the morning, quite relaxed, slept in the afternoon, then went to the club, then came here, then like many interesting things have happened today.
Absolutely.
And just Anand coming here made it so much special.
Total. Sir, Suraj Mandaki asked, how come Vishy sir remembers game played 23 years ago?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it has a lot to do with, uh, as he mentioned, about working on chess all the time, recognizing the patterns. Even when you make a specific move, there are certain emotions that are within you and that come out when you see those positions. But of course, he has an amazing memory. I know players, like for example, I did one thing with Gukesh recently, and he forgot like games which were played 2 years ago also. So it's a lot about the player, how they remember the patterns and everything. And Anand has a great memory.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Amruta, if you can just analyze for a couple of minutes, I will then get
Yep.
back, and then we can continue.
Definitely, Sagar. Okay, last after queen d2, Pragg has thought for how many minutes, guys? Yeah, he thought for 16 minutes and then he made this move knight e d5. After what we were analyzing with Vishy was h5 as one option, and also knight f5. So knight d5, how is it going to change things is important, because Carlsen is thinking for the first time in this game, I mean, of course. Last he played bishop f6. You can see he had 1 hour 31 minutes. Pragg took, then Carlsen played queen d2 again with 1 hour 31 minutes, and right now finally he has gone down to 1 hour 18 minutes. So we are going to see that he may not be in his preparation directly, but of course all the ideas of your preparation now are so much in your mind. He has a few choices. The very first question is either you can take on d5, that would be the one. The other question would be to go h5. What excites you guys? Like if you're white, would you say that h5 looks more interesting? Then we'll first look at that move. Or will you think of taking on d5? But also taking on d5 with what? The bishop or the knight? Yeah, h5. Okay. So let's check h5. h5 seems more tempting to all of you. And it is a good move, very good move, definitely. So for h5, this is hanging. Right now it's a direct question. Either you go g5, and this is like a fixed structure here. By the way, creator, thank you so much for your super chat and your contribution. So g5, and Magnus will say, okay, doesn't matter. Will we consider long castle or short castle? Important question. If long castle, I'm just going to take on c3. Takes. Bishop will develop to d7. Rook is going to come to c8. So that is too dramatic of my suggestion. It's not working here. But what Carlsen can simply continue with is short castle. And this position is uh, pretty good for Carlsen because of the fixed structure here. His knight is going to jump to g5, e5. The light squares are very weak. The ideas in the future could definitely be bishop goes back, queen goes to d3 on this diagonal. So this is, oh, look at this. Carlsen has played h5, exactly what we were analyzing here. The other idea which he had was to take here on d5, and after takes he had a choice to go h5, but he decided to retain this bishop, and I think it looks really good to keep this bishop on light squares. So that's what he has played. Praggnanandhaa will have to give it a thought how to uh, keep the position intact. Let's go to the next game. I think we were looking at Gukesh's game. The last moves were queen, bishop a6, rook a6, castle, queen e6. At this point, almost we had left it. Rook c8, and Gukesh goes bishop e1. Aronian plays h6. So pretty positional play here happening. You can see the imbalance, bishop versus knight, and because this bishop is a dark square bishop, right now Gukesh has a very nice positional move. Can you tell me what is the nice move for Gukesh? It's more about strategy. I am giving you a hint. This is a dark square bishop. Accordingly, you can think of that move. White to play. Okay, people. So you are suggesting b4 is one of the suggestions, but then after takes, this file just opens up. The knight is also going to jump to c4. So doesn't look good. As we discussed, it's a dark square bishop. Right now you might get b5, then it is fine, but black's rook is definitely more active. The other suggestions which were given were knight e5, knight e5 over here, but black has an idea, and the idea is his rook is on c8. He wants to open the center with c5. So you guys also tried to stop c5 in some way with b4, which was nice. A good move for white would be a4, fixing the pawn on light square here. That would be a good idea. Yes, black is going to get c5, but this structure is going to be more solid to place your pawns on light squares. So this one idea. We'll see what Gukesh is going to play. In the meantime, can we look at Anish Giri's game, because we had left it at c4 and Anish did not give this check which we were looking at, and the conclusion was that it is quite complex. So he went knight c3, and Van Forest has 1 hour 42 minutes, and look at Anish's time, 46 minutes, almost 1 hour difference it's going to be. He played c5, and which is a nice move, definitely a nice move. Anish goes b6, takes a break, wants to open the b file. Looks beautiful. Yeah, imagine the b file is open. The rook b1, seems all so scary with the three pieces. But why is it better for white? Guys, why is this better for white? What should white play here? What is the move white should play? Only one move is going to help you to be in the game and to have some advantage. All the other moves and you are lost. Okay, let's look at the answers. Max people have suggested c6 and then bishop c4. Bishop c4, 4 people: Vishwas, Anirudh, Mukul, Petrov, and Omkar. Absolutely, guys. Bishop c4 is the important move, very key move. Not at all easy because the question is b takes c5 is happening. But at this point, what you have to say is ignorance is bliss. You just ignore and do castling. Stopping rook b1, stopping rook b1 check. You have developed your pieces. This knight suddenly could be misplaced here and black has to decide what to do. The threat is also bishop b3. The knight will be attacked. This pawn will be attacked. Black will of course try to keep his king safe and castle. Surprisingly, this position is already a very good compensation for white, and it's not so easy for black. It's an unusual compensation for sure. So that's why Jordan has better chances in terms of the understanding because he has prepared this deeply. Okay, and all of you who had suggested c6, because maximum people had suggested this, the problem with this move is the knight simply takes the pawn on a2. That is the problem. Now even if you go bishop c4 trying to attack this, it's too late because queen c3 check helps the queen exchange, and then you have these guys here, passers, and position is pretty safe. So that's what is happening in Anish's game. So we will see after b6 what Jordan is going to do. He needs to play bishop c4. Going back to Magnus's game, Pragg has made a choice. He goes g5 over here. Important, very important that he had to play this, and of course in between knight c3 would not be a good idea to call this pawn and to defend this one. So g5. This is going to get super interesting. Shall we now go to the game which we, I think, have not touched yet? Parham versus Arjun Erigaisi. This is the current position. Arjun is having 47 minutes and Parham is having 1 hour 30 minutes. Shanvi says, I am currently in Tamil Nadu to play National Chess Championship. Okay, all the best, Shanvi. Amazing. Queen c8 was last move by Arjun. If you just count the material and understand this, material is equal of course, but the imbalance, guys, what is the main imbalance in the position? What is the main imbalance? There are two imbalances, but the main one, the quick one. Sagar Shah.
Hi.
What is the main imbalance in the position, Sagar Shah?
Are you looking at Arjun's game?
Yep.
Okay, let's have Arjun on the screen then. There we have Arjun looking in the distance as always, not focusing on the board, but he's calculating like always. The main difference, Amruta, the imbalance here is that this is, oh, I'm a pawn up as black. Oops, sorry.
Oh, you're a pawn up. I never, oh god. Guys, that's my blunder.
So
I
bishop pair.
assumed the material has to be equal.
No, but bishop pair. So
Yes,
so
bishop
let's say
pair, pawn up, and then now the pawn structure.
but
Definitely.
e7 is hanging.
But you can't take it right now. Bishop e7, suppose.
Yeah, looks good.
Queen c5, bishop c5. Okay.
But
And it's
Amruta,
equal. So Arjun is like losing the pawn back.
maybe take here so that d6, d7 is very strong.
Yeah, you don't want to take on. c5. Yes, for sure. Agreed. Yes, guys. Awesome. Bishop pair.
Okay, Amruta.
Yeah.
Let's do a quick roundup, shall we? Or you are doing that?
Yeah, let's do a roundup. No, I have not done because 33 years every year I cannot remember what
Not
happened.
my life.
Acha, then?
Of this tournament, of these games.
Okay.
So we have Arjun versus Parham Maksudlu. This is very interesting, Amruta. You saw the opening, right? It was the
No, I didn't.
Grunfeld.
We have to see. But before that, your head is getting cut. Chopped.
I'm actually going to Wijk. Hello, Arjun. Arjun. Okay. So
I'm laughing, but if Vishy was here, he would not have laughed at this joke, Sagar. So,
there are things you do when Vishy is on stream, and there are things you do when he's not on stream.
okay.
So right now are the things I'm doing when he's not on stream. Okay. So Queen E1, Knight D3, takes, Bishop G5 played by Parham, Rook E8, Queen B4, B5, Rook C1. Now, if he could have taken here, but I think he was a bit afraid of A5 move. And so he said, let me first get my rook here. A5, Queen C5. Now Rook C8 is not possible. So Arjun, like always, very greedy. He takes this pawn, and rightly so. Queen F5, G4 was played. And here's a question to you guys. What would happen if I take the knight here? Isn't this a free knight? How many people can let me know white to play and win? Come on.
Who to play and win?
White to play. Just one a piece, Amruta.
Okay.
Come on.
I will think, Sagar. 1 second.
Let's see in the chat how many of you. Happy birthday, Sagar Bhai. Akshara Desai. Thank you so much. The move here is
Queen H3.
Rook E3. Amruta, white to play.
Sorry, what has happened to me?
You
I'm
have
just not
become...
in the zone. Lahiru, Aradhya, Shubhi, Narendran, Dhairya, Himnisa, Arjun, Mala, Kavirajan and Pallavi.
So very nice move, because now the queen does not have any squares here.
Ooh.
Or you can play this, but in the worst case, like this is just queen down. So that does not help. So that's the reason why he went Queen C8 back after G4. And now Parham Maksudlu is thinking, what should he do? Should he take on E7 with his bishop? Should he take with the rook, Amruta? Because look, if you take with the rook, I take your queen. I can take here. Then I take your rook. You take with the bishop. And we reach this position. My idea is D6, D7.
Oh, it looks dangerous then.
No, but I go B4 and my bishop controls this square. So even if you go D6, now my bishop is here. And now I can try and get rid of this bishop with bishop F8. And Arjun is looking okay.
Okay, that's why he's kind of calm.
He's always calm, Amruta. Even if you get like, put him in like a furnace, hot furnace, Arjun will be like...
When are you planning to learn that from him?
I don't know. I think I need to spend some time with him and really get this quality that he has. And guys, that is something which all of us have to learn from Arjun. Okay, so yes. Arjun is fine. Let's go to the next game. This is Praggnanandhaa versus Magnus Carlsen. Amazing game. Lot of complications. We saw until h4, h6, bishop f6, bishop f6 with Vishy Anand. And then queen d2, knight to d5 came. And he played h5.
Yes, it was an important moment.
G5. And he put his knight on e5.
So here, Sagar, that's what we were analyzing. We looked at castle, a simple move for white instead of knight e5 initially.
If you castle here.
No. White's castle we were looking at before Magnus. No, long castle was bad. That also we looked at.
Okay.
So if you just long castle, there is knight c3, queen c3 and bishop d7. I'm already developing well, and this should be fine. If you just short castle here instead of long castle. So at this point of time, because Magnus decides to keep the bishop on e4, doesn't take on d5, and look at the light squares, they are going to definitely give some trouble.
Right.
How do you, like, if you castle?
No, you
Bishop
can't
C2.
castle. This is
And
horrible
this
because
is very dangerous.
queen
Yeah.
comes in and it's a big problem. So
Correct.
here we see Praggnanandhaa all alone on the board trying to figure out what to do against the world champion. Pragg, Amruta, he went knight e5.
That's a good move because he kept that also in hand, whether he would in future want to do long castle.
Also knight f7 and bishop g6, some ideas can come in.
But now does black get time to castle, or is it same bishop c2?
Yeah, it looks scary, no?
Bishop
And queen
c2.
d3 coming up. By the way, Rakshank Savadati.
Yeah, happy birthday, Sagar Bhai. Thank you for all the wonderful work you do. Here is wishing you many more years of happiness in chess.
Thank you, Rakshank.
Awesome. Bayu says, first time watching your stream, sir. Big fan.
अरे फर्स्ट टाइम ही देख रहे हो, इतना जल्दी फैन हो गए?
जल्दी जज किया.
थोड़ा जल्दी, इतना जल्दी बिग फैन नहीं होने का, थोड़ा टाइम के बाद होने का.
Creative Field says, I'm your new subscriber. Arey, congratulations.
Thank you, Creative Field.
All the people in the chat do become subscribers today. So cute to Sagar.
So the thing is, by castling here, you know, sometimes you want your king to be safe. Sometimes in life, you want financial security. So what you say to yourself is that, look, in order to be financially secure, I will apply for a job that I do not like. And you're like, okay.
Why?
You
will apply to a job, right?
No, you will apply towards a lot of jobs, but then you might do something which you don't like because you want money.
You might get more.
So this black king will go here because it thinks that this is good for him because there is safe. But then boredom kicks in and all of a sudden you are in trouble.
Okay, that's a good one.
Then
squares are the boredom squares.
You try to run. Like you try to come and you say, I want to run away.
You give a notice.
Already you are in trouble. So guys, don't choose things too quickly. Okay.
Achha. This is the advice, yeah?
Yeah, just try to first assess.
But aren't you spontaneous?
I'm very spontaneous, Amruta, but I'm talking about long-term decisions like taking a job and stuff like that, marriage.
Got it.
Like you might think that you have found the right girl, but then you should definitely spend some time with her.
Jai Pandit, member for 23 months, booster of Indian chess, says happy birthday, Sagar, and thanks as always for great coverage.
Thank you. But you know now the main problem, Jai, and everyone in the chat, is that Pragg is trying to think, what is my move? If I can't castle, can I do bishop d7, but then my d5 pawn is hanging, like chop, because the queen was defending here. So if you can't do that, and if you can't do this, what do you do? Then he might think, oh, I can go king f8. I'll put here. But Amruta, this king is not going to be happy here as well. Because let's imagine that you castle here, king g7 and rook a d1. Already it feels like the bishop can go back, queen can again come in, knight takes f7, queen g6. There are problems there as well to sort.
Actually, there is one major problem in black's position.
Right. What
the
is it?
coordination. That bishop on c8, it's not coming out. So it's like, if he would have had some time, let's say the bishop is on c6 here. Would the assessment be same? Like, just try to make two moves.
No, of course,
like
black would do great if the bishop is here. This bishop is the main issue. Like, let's say if I try to solve the issue with b5, now already f4 and boom.
Because there is a pin there, so you can't think of knight f4. Okay, that is the problem. Let's say you go bishop d7.
But Amruta, you're losing a pawn.
Maybe.
Actually, we are being too critical of Pragg's position.
No, yes, you're right. We should not be.
But I feel like he's in trouble, some trouble.
Of course, without any doubt. My question is, what if black tries to not castle? I mean, some will bishop d7 already. Not even thinking about king f8.
No, but this is hanging, Amruta, pawn.
Can I not give it up?
No. Just a free pawn.
Can I go knight f4? Maybe then g3 you have.
Let's do knight e7 then, if you are too keen on just keeping it. But then the question is that after long castle now with the idea of f4 at the right moment. King b1 f4. What have you gained? How are you going to unravel? Are you going to play bishop d7?
Oh
Your
my
b7 is
God.
hanging.
What I just realized is that means Sagar, knight d5 for this reason was not the best idea because it it always stops bishop d7.
Hmm.
If white takes on d5, if Magnus would have taken on d5, it's fine.
Yeah.
Should be okay.
Then you can put
Playable
here.
at least. But if he doesn't take, then the knight doesn't help. This move doesn't help you in any way.
Correct. I agree with you, Amruta. This is actually getting very, very intense.
Oh my God. By the way, Sahitya Shakha Super Chats and says, Happy birthday, sir. What about 33% discount? And Narendran Ravindran also says, Narendran Ravindran says, Hello, Sagar. Happy birthday. Bye, Sagar.
Arey, thank you, Narendran Ravindran. And also, guys, the just go if you are first pinned message. Oh, he goes bishop g7.
G7.
Pinned message. May check out Vishy's video because I'll then put another pinned message soon about how you can subscribe to our newsletter. Bishop g7 played, and now Magnus Carlsen writing down his move. He has eaten something, and he then just sits down. He has 1 hour 10 minutes. And Amruta, I think Praggnanandha's decision of bishop g7 is more like a waiting move. Or he's trying to get his knight to f6.
I like this move. In a way, I'm going to say that. Pragg's move. Why? Because let's say I decide to short castle. I mean, Magnus decides to short castle. Or bishop c. Okay, short castle. You go knight f6. Bishop c2. Let's say I go bishop c2. I don't care about that h5 guy. Now I am taking h5. Because you didn't care about it. So is it going to help me to sustain in the game in a better way?
I'm very scared about the king here.
Knight f7. I think what you're majorly scared is knight f7, right?
Also e5, d5.
Oh, it's very tough to play with Magnus. I mean, I can't really.
Amruta,
I
it's
have to
tough
be
for
honest.
it's tough for all of us to play with Magnus, but not Pragg. Okay, that's why he's Pragg.
No. I'm talking about not that way, but this particular position to play with Magnus, where firstly Magnus was prepared like hell. Then he has such better understanding about. I mean, because he was prepared.
No. Magnus's choice, as Vishy also mentioned, was very good of the opening. Because what he did is that he got a position where he managed to put Praggnanandhaa under pressure.
Yeah.
And generally in openings, it's not so easy these days with white to put pressure. So we will come back to this game. Let's go to the next game, Amruta, shall we? We go to the game of Wesley and Abdusattorov. This guy Abdusattorov has played so well in this tournament. He's not getting any inferior positions. In fact, here he even played the move that Anand mentioned, bishop b2. He then gave up his bishop for the knight and then played rook c7, rook d1, rook c8.
Oh, this is exactly what Vishy had.
Yes. Vishy, in a second, he could say just take on c4, double on c file. That's why he's the 5-time world champion. Knight e4. And now, Amruta, he is threatening to play knight d2 check.
Knight c4. So he's winning a pawn. In a way, king e2. That means
this is the main problem you have, Amruta. That you are so don't laugh. You are so
Wesley. If you take such long pauses while talking to me, my imagination.
Guys, black to play. While I think about what Amruta is so direct, I was going to say, because king e2 does stop knight d2, but it does not stop something else. Black to play.
So blunt, you mean to say? Blunt?
No, you are very basic. You saw a problem and you tried to fix it.
Yeah, in a very absolute simplest way.
Crude, exactly. You're very crude in your problem solving.
Yeah, I have to be more creative.
You have to be more sophisticated.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. पहले तुम खाना शर्ट पे गिराना बंद कर
Okay, let's see what our chat has come up with. And the chat is not crude at all. They
Chat
are.
is premium, Sagar.
They have said B5.
Oh, Shaurya Shah. Is that your cousin? Lahiru, Munna Singh, Artian boy, chess lover, Sangeet Nabi, Aradhya Bansal, Savite Chess, Nikhil Maroti, Mahesh Kota, and Goenka. Kya baat hai, guys?
Great job, guys. And here the move is B5. And the problem now after B5 is that where do you take your bishop from C4? If you go to D3, then in comes check, rook takes, pawn, bishop takes, check here. And now where does the king go? I don't know. There's a, and you take here, and then black is better.
Awesome. By the way, Sagar, Manasi says, I started my journey of chess with Samay and Sagar is learning chess. Now, after 2 years, I'm in my college's chess team and going to play my first tournament in February. Thanks, Sagar, for your teaching.
Amazing, guys. I'm glad that all of you who have learned through this channel and so much more on YouTube are now going out in the real world and making some good performances out there. That's great to know.
By the way, Sagar, Samarth Saxena says, Sagar uncle, I am following you since 3 years. I think I'm your biggest fan. I'm 13 years old.
Thank you, Samarth. It's great to know that. Nice. But there is no scale to measure who is my biggest fan. We can start rating there. Some elo I can give that. But
tournament for Sagar is biggest fan.
Okay, by the way, Anish played b6.
Yeah, we were.
He went bishop
he
c4.
Found bishop c4 was the only way I wanted to ask you.
But Amrita, he would play, right?
Yes.
Because he defends a2. B takes c5. And now Jordan has castled.
He is too much in his element.
He's in his element.
It's not like he prepares something, he's playing something, and then he just makes one mistake, and then it kind of loses all the advantage.
No, it's his type of position.
Correct.
And Amrita, look at the time. He has 1 hour 24 minutes. Anish has 33 minutes.
Almost an hour.
And Anish right now not on the board. He's just taking a breather because he has had to spend so much time on the board trying to solve his problems. But this one seems dangerous for black. You know why? Because all these pieces are a little bit stuck on the queen side. While the queen can move in, knight can move in, and the bishop can jog back.
Very well pointed, Sagar. Because, all the while those pieces, for the king on even, they all looked very dangerous and perfectly placed. And suddenly, as you said, if queen goes to f5, knight goes to g5,
I'll tell you what castling is. Castling is like, let's say you have a job that you are very good at.
Okay.
And then suddenly Chat GPT comes and takes away your job. That's the AI, basically.
What Chat GPT?
You don't know?
No, I don't know.
Amrita.
Murli Funny, member for 25 months. Many happy returns of the day.
Arey, Murli Funny, thank you so much.
It doesn't matter what I don't know. You tell me. The analogy I cannot relate with. Any other analogy?
No, it's just very good analogy, Amrita.
Okay, the chat will understand, and Chat GPT seems like chat ka hai.
No, it's an AI. And you know what it does is it can actually give answers to many problems. So then you don't need to actually have people for it. If you type there, I'm going through relationship issues, what should I do? It'll give you answer. So here, it's like this, that the era has changed. First, it was like everyone was coming in here, attacking. Suddenly, now the important stuff is happening on that side. So h5 with the idea of h6 is what Jordan should do. And if Anish goes h6, look at this, Amrita. This is just insanely crazy. Queen f5, attacking f7 here. And now the threat is knight to e5, attacking one more time. And if you were to go queen b4, I will then go bishop d3, threatening a mate here. And it is game over.
My God. So you mean that Anish is actually in danger. He needs to keep playing perfectly. To defend perfectly.
Right. He needs to be very careful. Let's see what Jordan does. I'm sure he's thinking about h5.
Yeah, while
let's
go
to the next game.
Discussing about Chat GPT and your analogy and everything.
Chat GPT is the next big thing, Amrita.
Okay.
I'm very sorry that I didn't get the time to tell you about it.
Yeah, sometimes I may not get to know one or two things, right? Okay, chalo, let's go on. Happy birthday, Sagar Bhai. I hope you're having a great year ahead and your dream comes true about spreading chess. ऐसे बोल रहा है Vaibhav.
Thank you, Vaibhav. And now a question. I need at least 100 people in the chat to answer this. I know all of you are a little slow today. H3, what is the winning move for black here? Black to play Levon Aronian. Of course, Gukesh is not going to play that. But just so that you know, here is the board for you to think.
Magesh Sinu says, just wanted to let you know, I won third prize in chess in my organization only because of the lesson I learned from ChessBase India.
Oh, thank you. That's amazing. Great to know.
And
Congratulations.
And Shaurya Shah says, no ma'am, I'm not his cousin but his fan and regularly watches videos. And by the way, happy birthday, Sagar sir. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jugal says, I am my office champion because of Sagar Bhai. I don't think Jugal must be very happy also in his job. Seems like that. Kya baat hai?
Okay, Amruta.
Yes.
Shall I just show the answer? Can you also guess? Black to play.
No, I'm very tired. I won't be thinking today. But you can.
But that's your normal state.
No, today it was not easy, you have to keep the speed with Vishy's analysis and the
But not
systems. It was
thinking
very
is very
nice.
normal for you.
Not thinking.
Yes.
Not thinking is a state which, everyone says that if you can go in that state, you will feel nirvana.
But right now we are in Maharashtra.
What a bad joke, Sagar. Nikhil Maroti says, thank you, Sagar. I gained 250 elo points because of your analysis. Oh, that's
man,
amazing.
That's so good to know. Okay, so the move that I was looking for is knight to d4, forking. You can't take, queen is hanging. And the right answer is given by Harshit, Jumma, Vaibhav, Ajinkya, Srijan, Sangit, Nikhil, Shanti, Deven and Mahesh. But we had only 40 people answering. Guys, wake up. Wake up.
उठो जागो, आज सागर का बर्थडे है.
हाँ,
मतलब
उसके लिए नहीं.
एक्टिव रहो.
उसके लिए नहीं, but just so you know. So Amruta, today we have one more game which we need to check very quickly is Fabiano Caruana versus Vincent Keymer, and right now Vincent Keymer has played his.
Oh, I realized, Sagar, it's 8:36. 1 second. I think we have not had dinner.
Please
my
go and
brain
eat.
is not working.
Go and eat. Bring here your food.
Yes.
Eat on stream.
I'll get yours also after eating food.
No, you can eat.
You will not eat?
I will see.
बाद में.
That's the reason, Amruta. You didn't eat well. Knight b4 is such an interesting move by Vincent. So it's around even right now. Amruta going to bring her food. So we have seen this. Let's quickly check Rapport versus Ding Liren. It's around equal, this position. Okay. And firstly, which game should we go to, guys? Should we go to Magnus Carlsen versus Praggnanandhaa? Oh, Pragg has played his move. Magnus actually took on d5 with the bishop. Took on d5, ed5, and he has short castled. And he's telling Pragg, take your bishop pair. I'm okay with it. But I'm going to now use my knight and my superior structure to put you under pressure. That's how he's looking at it. Okay, guys, here let's quickly go and check what is happening. Now black can castle. Okay, and I think this is good news for Pragg, because after castles, what is Magnus's idea, you think, guys? Why did he give up his very strong bishop here for the knight? What was the reason? Goat Mario says bishop pair stronger than the knight. That is what he has to prove. Praggnanandhaa has to prove this. He's drinking his water there. He's getting in the groove. Lahiru Muna Singhe, I like this. I like this move that you're suggesting. Sanvi Agrawal, very good. I like this move. Knight on e5, very strong. Randy Ballin, you're right. So let's say I play f4. Okay, you take, and I take rook f4. You play queen to g5 because that makes sense. You're pinning here. And I bring my rook over. And then bishop to e6. And I'm not so sure like what is happening in this position. So f4 is actually a double-edged sword, because once you play f4, you are giving the g5 square to the queen. And whether black should castle or not is a big question. Whether Pragg will play bishop e6 or short castle, because after castling, what I feel is that somewhere Magnus has some ideas. Omkar Indurkar says 4 pawn islands versus 3. Right now, Omkar, both sides have 3 pawn islands. I think the main issue is that this knight is tremendously strong. You can't kick it away with f6 because the g6 square is weakened. The knight will settle down there. And f4 is something that must be considered, or rook a e1. And there are many problems here. So I feel like right now, Praggnanandhaa has to be very careful. He has 45 minutes on the clock. Magnus Carlsen has 58 minutes. Guys, what do you think will happen in this game today? Do you think that Pragg will manage to hold it? Do you think Magnus will come out on top? Do you think Pragg will able to stun Magnus? Parth Pandey says, what if the bishop takes knight? But Parth, look at this. If you take here, your pawn is hanging. Let's say you defend it and you think, oh, great, I've done everything. Suddenly my rook comes in, attacks here. And then if you push the pawn, I can take it, but I can also go knight e4, knight f6 check. Praggnanandhaa will win, says John. Draw, says Yugesh. Sarfaraz says draw. Halil says Pragg will blunder. Tree says Pragg will hold. Priyam Soni says Pragg confidence is low. Yes, Vishy did mention he's just scored half a point in 4 rounds. So definitely not going to be easy. And also this position is slightly uncomfortable. As we could see, this bishop is, it's limited by the knight, but it can't give itself up for the knight. So it's in a situation where it's like boxed in. It wants to take the knight, but it can't. And if it can't, what does it do? Uske haath bandhe hai. You cannot do much there. Okay, I was thinking, can we start with bishop f5 here? That's also interesting, because when you play f4, my point was to go g4. And I wanted to close the position. But then comes a very nice reorganizing move, knight e2, bringing the knight maybe to g3. So if you castle, I go knight g3. Queen f6. It's already uncomfortable. Queen d1, this is weak. Don't like it. Don't like it. So Praggnanandhaa is very, very focused. He's fighting Magnus. He's trying to find his move. He's trying to get things rolling. We have the live viewership, which is almost same as the year in which I was born. Let's get it to the current year, which is 2000. And guys, please like the stream. We want to get to 1000 likes. I think there are already 1000 likes. We have 938 likes. Guys, please do like the stream and let's get it up. Krishna Prabhakar says Magnus is playing mind games. It depends on how Pragg reacts. True, true. Arav Shah, can you please write to us at chessbaseindia@gmail.com? We will try to fix it. No, not 1955, dosto. It was 1991. Rishi Shivare, thank you for super chat. Wish you a happy birthday, Sagar. A small present for a big man. Arey, thank you, Rishi. It's very kind of you to send in a super chat. Jayendra Venugopal says, Sagar, what about Bishop G4? So, Jayendru, if you take here and take here, I like your idea. It's a very static idea because you are winning this pawn. But you know, the position is very dynamic because when I chop this pawn off, my knight is coming here. So, you don't even have time to win this. You're going to lose the bishop. So, let's try to keep the dynamics also in mind. It's not only about static. Even if you think about take, and d4, then I can just go knight e4. Suddenly my knight is looking here, and you are just going to get butchered on the dark squares. Don't do that. Don't do that. By the way, 22,000 people. Whoa! And now we have surpassed the current year. That is 2023. Okay. Now, let's go to the next game. We are going to the game of Gukesh. Gukesh versus Levon Aronian. I'm very interested to see what Gukesh comes up with after knight f5. He is thinking very hard. He has pressure on this pawn. This is threatened by Levon. He has pressure here. Maybe he can just bring his bishop back to e1 because then his rook looks here, other rook looks here. His rook defends the queen. There's no possibility of knight d4. But then in comes d4 and Gukesh can actually think like he can take here, queen e2, rook e2, and then knight takes d4, attacks the rook. Where do you go with the rook? Maybe you go to d2, maybe d2, but it just feels a little too boxed in for white. You know, the knight is very nicely positioned and he can start pressurizing b2 pawn from here. So I think that Gukesh is not looking at an advantage here. He's also thinking a lot. He has 35 minutes on the clock. Levon Aronian has 1 hour, 8 minutes. Levon is also drinking some kind of a green tea, it seems to me. Although the glasses of Coca-Cola. Let's go to the next game. Very quickly, we will switch to the game of Arjun Erigaisi versus Parham Maksudlu. And here, Arjun Erigaisi has 40 minutes. He's also low on time, it seems to me. And Parham has 1 hour, 3 minutes. We have to see what happened there because Arjun did play queen c8. We left it when he played his queen here. He took on e7 and now b4 was played and Parham goes back and tells Arjun, take care of your queen. Your queen is hanging. Okay, so let's say I defend my queen. Where do I defend? I'll go to b7. I'll attack d5. I'll attack here. You come to, what do you play as white? Come on, guys. White to move. What's your move? Ashish says, till now, Pragg has exhibited excellent resistance. Okay, possible. d6, Aradhya Nandan, you are right. He plays queen b7 and I believe that d6 is going to come in. And now after d6, what do you do? Let's think. Let's think if you were in Arjun's shoes. If you were Arjun Erigaisi, what would you do? I think if I were in Arjun's shoes, I would clearly think about my two beautiful pawns. I would say to myself, these are the pawns that matter the most. I need to push them. But then how do I push it? I need to, yes, Chesser Sarthak, I like your move. Sarfaraz Hubli, I'm a bit worried about your move. He goes d6. Parham pushes. You know, Parham has beaten Praggnanandhaa yesterday. Now he wants to beat another Indian youngster, Arjun. So if I go bishop d7 with the idea of a4 and b3, what did I just miss? Why is this a blunder? Come on, guys. You need to speed up your thinking. You can't think so slowly. You need to think, what is wrong with the move bishop d7? Apart from the fact that it's a backward move, it's not always bad to bring your pieces back. If he can put his bishop here, a4, b3, nothing like it. But yes, you are absolutely right. The right move here, as mentioned by so many of you in the chat, Soumyadeep, Abhimanyu, Goenka, Shaurya, Anita, Sangeet, Neeraj, Aryan, Harshit, Gaming with Dragon is rook to c7 and I attack here. Here, you're losing your bishop. If you try to defend it here, I can just play several moves now. Let me think what is the best move to attack you. Maybe queen f4. And the point is, I want to go knight g5 and I want to go rook e5. Maybe not rook e5. Maybe knight g5 attacking here. Let's say you go bishop e6. Then now, boom, boom. And then you are just mated. The rook on c7 is too strong. So that's the reason why this is not going to be any good. Arjun definitely cannot bring his bishop back. But then what does he do? Where can he go with his queen? Where can he go with his bishop? What is his next plan? He must be careful not to allow d7. It's not coming in right now. Maybe a good idea can be rook c8. Just trade the rooks. Or the other idea can be rook ac8 to trade the rooks here. Let's go to Anish Giri game because that is an important one from the standings perspective. And also, what did Jordan do? No, this is Wesley So game. This is Anish Giri game. Jordan did play h5 and he tells Anish, look, you're coming here, I'm coming here, I'm coming here, I'll play h6, I'll weaken your dark squares. Your king is in trouble. Anish says, he picks up the phone and he says to his queen, back to your pavilion, come quickly, we need to save ourselves. But guys, this is a massive mistake. Anish Giri in big trouble. Knight comes to g5. Jordan plays the best move in the position. Anish Giri has to prevent the mate with queen h7 coming in. Also, this is hanging. What do you do? What do you do? He's going to play g6. He's going to play g6 and he does it. Okay, g6 played. Now, guys, only one move. Wow, Jordan is playing just simply phenomenal chess. Phenomenal chess. There's no other word to describe this. You know why? Because the point is, if you played g6, I will take on c4. Get it? And the thing is, I have knight e2 check and I'm going to win your queen. You don't have any time to create threats here. I can just take and I'm better as black. So what Jordan says is, I'm going to play queen d3. And my idea is to take. Then you take and I will take on f7 followed by queen g6. There is just no way you can stop my attack with one piece, two pieces and three pieces. But as Garry Kasparov always said, when you are attacking, even your pawn is an attacker. How many attackers does White have? Yes, Randy Ballin, this pawn is pinned. That is very true. Exactly. Anish is lost. 4 attackers in play. 1, 2, 3, 4. And look at this queen far away. Let's say the queen says, I want to instantly go back. The problem is I'll take. And I'll take. And what is the problem here, guys? White to play and win. Very quickly, I want at least 100 answers here. I think this is not too much to ask for. You can do it. Come on. You are absolutely correct. The right move here, is queen g6. And how many answers did we get? Let me see. We have 75. Okay, improving. Sangeet, Ahan, Shubham, Alok, E4 Entertainment, Arvind, Gaming with Dragon, Arjun Iyer, White Tiger, and Rishi Agarwal. This is a big moment in this tournament, guys, because if Anish Giri going to lose this game, that means the path of Nodirbek Abdusattorov has just cleared up. And it's a big, big victory for Jordan. Because, it's like India number 1 versus India number 2. Let's say it's a game between Vishy Anand and Vidit Gujarati. And if, Jordan is beating Anish like amazing chess with some sacrificial chess. And Anish is now, you can see him. Look at this, guys. Anish knows the realization is dawning on him that the position is getting tough to hold. So maybe what he can do here is he can go queen here and try to defend this. But then he loses his knight. The knight is undefended. So he says, let me go with the rook and defend here. And now, guys, you need to find the winning move for white. White to play and win. Not so easy. Not so easy. But it's not so tough as well. It's an interesting move. Yes, all in one, you are right. Rook b6, but what do you do? Another good question asked is, instead of rook b6, can we go king g7? We'll check that. It's a very good question. But the move here and the right move is actually the move for white. Rook c1. Exactly. Shaurya, Kavirajan, Shritij, Mahesh and Mithu. You go here and you ask the question to the knight. Where are you planning to go, my dear friend? Because you can't go here. You can't go here. You can take here. But then I take with the queen. I'm still attacking the knight. And if you play knight a4 trying to escape, then again an interesting move here is queen e4, because now the bishop defense is defended by the rook. And the threat is to maybe take here and swing the queen over to attack. Also, another idea is knight f7, rook f7, queen e8. And this queen is just one move away from reaching there. But boom. Take, check, go back, boom. Game over. Khatam, Kalas, Tata, goodbye, king g7. And you know what's the move here. Boom. Take and take this. So Anish Giri in big trouble here, guys. He's thinking for his move, but there doesn't seem a way to get out of these problems. Let's go to Gukesh's game to see what is his move. Has he made his move? Not yet. Gukesh is still thinking after knight f5. He's still not come up with a solution to Levon Aronian's play. And it seems like he must make his move quickly. He's down to 24 minutes. He has to make 17 more moves. Now, going to the main game of today, which is between Praggnanandhaa and Magnus Carlsen. We see what Carlsen wanted to do. So Pragg went bishop e6. Magnus went rook e1, and Magnus is saying, look Pragg, this is a problem for you. I'm going knight g6, or I might even sack with knight f7. You take care of your king. Pragg says, okay, fine, Magnus, I'm just going to short castle. Magnus now plays rook e3, and I still don't get it. Why did he play rook e3? What was his reason? Do you guys get it? Oh my god, I know I get it. I think I get it. I think I get it. You remember, guys, we were discussing double the rook, maybe, or rook f3, but not really. Look, we were discussing that if you play f4, I take, you take, let's say with the rook, and now the queen comes to g5. Correct? Isn't this a problem? When the queen comes to g5, the queen is well placed. So what Magnus is thinking, I believe, is that after rook e3, he's saying to Pragg, this is a lever or whatever it is that I have with myself. I can play this whenever I want. So what I'm going to do is, let's say you go rook c8. I'm going to put my rook on g3. And then I'm going to play f4 when your queen cannot settle here. Let's say you go queen d6, I play f4, take, this is already game over. Boom, boom. Sagar bhai, I have a US student named Siddharth Srinivas and he's planning to play state in March. So can you wish him all the best? Ashish Gorpade, thank you for a super chat. And Siddharth Srinivas, wishing you all the best for your tournament. Hope you do your best, and very importantly, whether you win or lose, make sure you enjoy your game, because that is the key to becoming a good player. You have to enjoy it. Rookie 3. Is Pragg running out of gas playing longer tournament? Last year also, first half he played good and second half poorly. That is possible. But we do not know what is the reason for same. Maybe it's his stamina. Maybe it's just that he wasn't well prepared. But if stamina is his issue, then he must start working out. And I think from whatever little I have interacted with Pragg, we can put it this way. Not little, but whatever I know of him on this front, physical fitness hasn't been his strong point, so he has to work on it. But maybe it's the thing which is impacting his performance. It could be. Okay, rook c8 says Mahesh. But Mahesh, look, rook c8 here, we were thinking about this. Now if f4, take rook f4, queen g5. I was wondering. Now I can go queen f2. And my idea is to swing the rook over to g3. You can't even take here, because if you take here, then rook h4. Problems. Himang says Pragg is already working on his physical fitness. He played both the football matches in Wijk this time, the only Indian player in both of them. True, possible. Pragg is someone who understands things very quickly. He also understands what is lacking in him and he wants to improve it. So he's definitely not someone who will let it go lightly. Varun Oka, thank you so much for your super chat. That is very kind of you. By the way, guys, every Saturday we send in a newsletter from Chessbase India. It has some very interesting stuff that you get. So what I would recommend is, if you want to stay updated with the latest happenings in the world of chess, try to subscribe to our newsletter. I have put it in the pinned message here, pinned chat message, and you can go and check it out. So that's newsletter.chessbase.in, and you will get an email every Saturday where you will get the latest happenings in the world of chess. You will get a message from me. You will get the discounts and everything there. So it's not just a spam newsletter or something. It's very well crafted and thought out. Okay, let's go. Should we check the game of Wesley and Nodirbek? Because if today Nodirbek Abdusattorov gets it rolling, you remember we were looking at this position, he would win. He would win this tournament. Rook a c1, knight e4, and Amruta had mentioned king e2, which was a blunder because of b5. But Wesley went knight f3, b5, bishop d3, knight to c3. He took, and now king e2, knight f6, knight came to d2, and the knight jumps to d5. Man, what is Nodirbek like? He's just not letting anyone get anything in this tournament. He's playing unbelievable chess. Okay, firstly, e4 is off the table because of knight f4 check, and you lose this bishop. Maybe g3 makes sense then, because I want to play e4. Let's say you go back. Now you can't play e4 because of knight c3 check. So you try to defend it here. It does. Don't you feel like white is the one who has to make a lot of defensive moves? And definitely Wesley is not very happy with what he has got. And if Nodirbek, guys, is able to draw this game, he is able to hold it. Look at this. No, this is not the standings. These are the pairings. But if he's able to hold today, he goes to 8. Anish goes to 7 because he's losing. He remains on 7. Magnus then has to win because Wesley he draws. So then Magnus is the only one who can catch up with Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Wow, that is going to be huge. It will all boil down to the final round then if that happens. Let's quickly check if Magnus Carlsen has realistic chances today of winning, because he is pushing against Pragg. Pragg goes bishop f5, and guys, this is perhaps not the best move. But why? But why? Let's try to think. Why is queen d1 not the best move? Let's go full screen. Let's think with Magnus Carlsen. He gets his sleeves back. He sits down. He puts his hand here. You can also do it. You can think like the world champion. Okay, now, what do you play here as white to put pressure on your opponent? I believe I understand what Pragg's idea is with bishop f5. He wants to meet f4 with the g4. So let's say if white goes f4, I think Pragg either g4, but g4 maybe not. You know what Pragg wants to do here? Black to play, guys. What does Pragg want to do if you go f4? Pragg to play. G4 says Shashank Roy. Is that possible for white? Oh, that's an interesting question. I think he'll go bishop h7, Shashank. Maybe. Varun says, Dear Sagar, happy birthday. Can you share inputs from your conversation with Vidit on Chat GPT? I think what Vidit essentially meant was that Chat GPT gives so many solutions related to things that maybe certain skills might become outdated, and what might become more important is giving the right prompts. So, say for example, I have one of the things that we do on Chessbase India is that we write very nice descriptions for our YouTube videos. And so if you give the right prompts, like you can say, so and so player played against each other at World Blitz, and this is the game. Please write a good description. Then it would come up with a description, but you need to put the right inputs. You need to give it the right inputs, and that is what may become a big skill in the years to come. Like, what is it that you can push the AI? What is the information you can feed it, rather than total creativity? This was just a part of something that we discussed, and f6 is the correct move here. Good job by Shaurya, Mahesh, Harshit, Arvind, Devi Prasad, Samarth, Math, Mukul, Akshay Raj, Madhukar, Apte. So now, Samaj Saxena, thank you for being my biggest fan. I know you're 13 years old. I have shouted out your name. Please don't spam. Okay. The main point is that knight g6 now doesn't work because I can take. And then this pawn could become slightly weak here with the queen moving in. So that's the reason why bishop f5, f4 does not work. Vinod Venkatesan, thank you so much for your super chat here. Going back here to the game bishop f5, the problem now, okay, one question was asked, can he go g4? But you know, after g4, I can either put my bishop here, is what I was thinking, one move. The other one can be, you can put your bishop on e6, and now if f4, you have weakened your position a bit, and now the queen can come here. So yes, g4 does look interesting, but it's not the best. Now, the move that actually could put a lot of trouble is queen d1. And maybe it's not an easy move to spot. And the point is that if you play f6 here, then white is winning here with the move knight g6, pawn takes, a bishop takes, pawn takes, and we had seen that in a similar position, this was okay for black. But here it is not. The reason is after rook f e1, my queen may come in here, my rook may come in there, the other rook can join in, and it's already very big attack. So you can see how f6, when pushed with f4, f6 becomes very, very logical, because now, you know, your king is also slightly weak. And now in the same position, let's say f4, rook e7, queen b6. This is weak. The queen cannot come to h5. But in other position, which we just saw with queen d1, f6 is bad because then these pawns are still here. So it's very subtle, but makes a huge difference. And I think if Magnus manages to find queen d1 here, I will be so impressed. I will go crazy because there are other moves also. Like let's say rook f e1 is also possible. I mean, it's just a normal move. I think rook f e1 makes a lot of sense. But the idea of queen d1 is that if you play rook c8, then there is another idea with queen b3. You are going from this side, attacking d5. That is another move. Queen d1, another possibility of bringing your queen here. So, no, it's too tough. It's too tough. I don't think Magnus Carlsen will go for queen d1. Kshitij says, will you fly to Wijk if he finds? Not to Wijk, but I can do something else. I will, what should I do? I will sing a song if Magnus finds queen d1 today. Or maybe I'll make Amruta sing a song if he finds queen d1. I know, guys, that you all are very... He did fine! He did find! He did find it! Man, he's the world champion. What a move by Magnus Carlsen. He sat down with his hands in his head, with his head in his hand, sorry, and he managed to find the best move here. Rahul Ghosal, Sagar bhai, amazing performance in Samay. Arre, Rahul Ghosal, thank you for being the backer of Indian chess for so many months. Can we go, Amruta?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but you will have to sing a song.
What?
You will have to sing a song.
Why?
Chat said that they are very keen to hear you sing song.
No. I sing so badly.
Can you
Chat can't be
please
keen.
sing a song?
But you have to tell me why.
Just
Okay.
yeah.
I'll sing a song. Okay. You tell me which song, na?
Any birthday song.
Okay, I'll sing a song.
Hmm.
अरे सब प्रेशर डाल रहे हैं ऐसे चैट में और तुम थोड़ा सोचो तो सही. It is such a shocker that I just came here right now and the first thing he says is sing a song. And then it's your birthday and then you're blackmailing me. Like you blackmailed Vishy.
I didn't blackmail him. He was very happy, he said.
Acha.
Yeah. Can you please sing, Amruta?
हाँ, but my mind is not working with song.
Isn't it your default state that your mind doesn't work?
सब रिश्ते नाते हंस के तोड़ दूँ, बस तुमसे दिल का रिश्ता जोड़ दूँ. How does it start?
You and I. ऐसे कुछ है ना?
हाँ.
हाँ.
ना. ओके, हो गया सॉन्ग. बढ़िया, क्या ही गाया आज मैंने.
अबे 2 लाइन में नहीं यार, थोड़ा और.
He knows my weakness of lyrics. I'm not going to do this. This is not bullet chess. जहाँ पे मैं हारने के बाद I have to sing.
I'll tell you why I made you sing, Amruta. Because in this position, I said if Magnus finds queen d1, which is such a tough move, the idea is to go to b3 and put pressure here. Then I knew that it's possible for him to find. So I can't go to Wijk like I did in Anish's video, like King F1. So I said what I'll do is I'll sing. But then I thought that why don't I make you sing?
No, this is not fair, yeah.
Because delegation is important.
You're so mean. You have to sing. And I'm sure that guys cannot let you go. The chat cannot let you go. And you're such a good singer. Why are you even
So
torturing
now
them?
Queen D1 played, so I made you sing.
Oh,
So
it's
you sung
unfair.
so well.
It's unfair. But you're such a good singer, yaar. तुम गाते थे सागर.
No, I'm a good singer, but I'm also a good delegator.
देख, people are saying he has to sing. He has
कानों
to
से
sing.
खून आ रहा है ऐसे लोग बोल रहे हैं.
Worst compliment
You know,
ever.
Amruta,
हाँ.
look at this move now. What Magnus can do. Magnus can take on f7, and you would ask, oh my god, how does that even work? Because if you play king f7, I go rook f3, attacking here, and there's just
Oh,
no
well,
way
now
to
how does
do.
it work? Because now G4
Okay, so the other question
time
is,
is stopped on the screen, yeah.
yeah, other question is, Amruta,
Hmm.
if you don't take here, and if you take here, then I'll take your queen. So that doesn't work. Actually, knight f7 was really a very good move. Why didn't he play it? It was a free pawn. Did
So
Magnus
Magnus
miss?
was just winning a pawn, you are saying,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
he did not take it.
Yeah.
Like, what did he play here, by the way?
He played
First
rook
question.
f1, which is also good actually.
No, but he didn't play queen d1, right? You said.
No, he played queen d1. He did not play take here. After that, Pragg went rook f8, which was maybe not great. He played here.
So you had asked to sing because I thought Magnus didn't.
Arey Amruta,
in
it's okay.
queen
You
d1.
sung very well. Now you focus here. Rook f1. Threat is to take here.
Now he wants to take anyway. You cannot defend. Maybe that's what he has seen. Bishop e6 khela, suppose.
Bishop e6, Pragg will play.
Okay, but even if he plays, one second, queen f3 doesn't. No, it's no threat, right? After queen f3, actually there is no threat.
It's possible actually. It's a good move. But Amruta, why don't we put our knight on a4 with the idea of coming to c5?
And it's natural too.
And if you play b6, I'll go queen b3, attacking here.
Yeah.
Kute. Okay.
Yeah, this is pretty strong. Oh, the knight. This is, I think, one of those rare times we are seeing. It's not very often that two knights are stronger than two bishops.
Yeah. No, it happens often when the structure is very solid, Amruta. Like when it's a fixed structure and the knight has a good outpost, it can often be stronger than the bishops. And here Pragg is facing this in full glory. The big threat is knight takes f7, because after king f7 the rook is hanging, and if you take on e3 the queen would be hanging. So knight f7 is not at all an easy move to meet, and you can see Magnus knows that he has got Pragg he's got Pragg at this point, but can he finish him off? Okay.
Blablas, couldn't he also take on e5 right now?
Who, like bishop e5? The problem is your king will become quite weak after rook e5, rook e5, rook e5.
This knight is clearly better than the bishop.
But it was possible. Like he could have played it. In fact, it may have been a better choice than bishop e6, because now can Magnus find knight a4? It's like you make one move this side, you make one move that side. You make in the center, you make on the queen side. It's like playing on all sides of the board. You're threatening f4, you're threatening knight a4, knight c5. A lot of possibilities. You can also go queen b3 later. So can Magnus Carlsen find this? Out of Creation says, I want Carlsen to win the tournament, so I'm supporting Magnus. Interesting. Amruta, I was just showing them the standings, and I was saying if Nodirbek draws today, which is most likely what will happen, he will move to 8.
Oh.
Anish is losing. I'll show you that game. It's crazy. If Magnus manages to win, he will be half a point away from Nodirbek.
My God.
And then in the last round, it will be Nodirbek versus Jordan Van Forest, and Magnus Carlsen will take on Arjun Erigaisi. So it will be a very interesting game.
Amazing. Arey, haan, they are yet to play.
And Arjun
Awesome.
is right now fighting for sort of equality against Parham. We'll go to that game, but first, the game I have been talking about is Jordan Van Forest versus Anish Giri. And Amruta, look at what's happening. Oh, he has made a mistake. After Rook B6, here Jordan's best move was Rook
No,
C1, attacking this pawn,
Knight.
attacking this knight.
Where do I go? Knight b5 only move?
Knight b5, knight a4, somewhere. Let's say knight
Knight
b5.
b5, suppose.
Now I take. And the problem is you can't take. I'll take this. And if you play this, you lose your knight, right? Bishop b5. Or you can also, like, some trouble here. Bishop f7, rook f7, and then queen d8 check. And then I have h6, and you lose this. So, definitely, knight has to move away here. But then dc5, now I have knight c5 perhaps. So here is the next move, which is amazing, queen e4. And the idea is to take knight f7, rook f7 and queen e8 check. And you have no way to defend against it.
Did he play that?
No. So he did not go for it. And in fact, he played the move d takes c5. This gave Anish a small chance because of rook c6. And now the only difference, Amruta, is that after take, rook takes, check, king here, h6, king h6, take on f7, you have knight e2 check, and now...
wait, let's ask the chat.
No, it's not a mate.
Oh, yeah. We should have asked the chat. They would have all said queen h4. Like, I blundered.
But now queen c5, and that is the only reason why.
Now
If
queen
in the
h5.
same variation, if he had gone, instead of first dc5, rook c1, pushing the knight away and then taking and doing this, there is no knight e2 counter business.
Wow. By the way, he played dc5.
He played.
What? What happened?
Yes, he played.
That's what it
Take.
I thought it
check,
was analysis. Got it.
rook f8 back. So Anish making a small comeback here, guys. He will get counterplay. If Jordan takes here, check, king here, check, king takes, check, king h2 and queen c5 with the idea of here. I think he will get his counterplay flowing with g3.
And says, Sagar sir, how is it decided that one player comes in the top in standings if two players have the same points?
No, then it will be a tie break here. नहीं, Okay, while Amruta shows you what's happening with Carlsen.
Yeah, I can't. My mind is not.
Oh my goodness! Magnus Carlsen has played knight a4 as well.
Oh my god.
Amruta, Magnus is in the best form right now. He's finding one good move after another.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen showing while he is the boss here, he is really turning on the heat against Praggnanandhaa. Guys, look at this. While these two rooks stand here, the knight on e5 is a boss. The other knight is coming to c5 to put pressure on e6 and b7. If you try to stop it with b6, the queen suddenly jogs into b3 attacking here. If you try to defend it this way, then there is knight c6 which forks here. So the natural question to be asked is, can we not get rid of the knight? If you can get rid of the knight, then rook takes e5. And then if you try to defend this, then the queen can swing over here to g3 with the idea of f4. The black king suddenly too exposed. Amazing play by Magnus Carlsen. By the way, a big news coming in from the tournament situation perspective. Not really yet, but it seems like Nodirbek Abdusattorov should be able to hold this, Amruta. What do you think?
Should be able to means is Wesley having any better? No. So this is already equal, right?
Yeah, I mean, should be able to hold this from like a tournament perspective.
Got it.
He should be able to draw and push for his chances to win the tournament.
Yes.
So here he goes back to d6, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov has things under control. He is playing one of the most solid tournaments of his life. He knows he's got the victory in his grasp. He only needs to play calmly.
He has never won, right? Like Tata Steel before.
No, Amrita, this is first. This is his debut.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was Tata Steel India.
Ah,
That
correct.
was rapid and
Correct. There he didn't perform so well.
Hmm.
Let's go to Gukesh versus Aronian. After knight f5, Gukesh went bishop c3, a4, fixing these two pawns. He went h3, rook d7, and queen g4. Now interesting stuffs have started to happen, because with the pressure on g7 pawn, Gukesh is creatively trying to put pressure on Levon. You know, one more thing which Vidit mentioned to me yesterday in the commentary here was that in any given position, if you see a very natural move that can be made, Gukesh will not play it, because he always tries to find something creative.
Wow.
So that is one of his traits. That is how Gukesh likes to play. And here I can already see some tactics brewing. For example, Amrita, if you play rook b8, of course this pawn is hanging, but I was thinking, how about e4? Because then you take here, right? You can't take
No,
with
but
the...
why for queen takes a4 you're winning the pawn?
Yes, you can. I'm just showing a small little
d4.
variation.
I was
By the way, you can't take here because take and then rook is hanging. So here you take with the pawn, and then I take here, and there is a very cool move that can be played here, guys. Can you find white to play here?
Because I calculated till here and I'm like, no, there is nothing. So that's cool. Oh wow, nice.
You found?
Yeah.
Rishikesh Parab, very good. Ahan Chawla, very good. Anita Devendran, Naveen KS, Teja Sivain, Entertainment, very good. The move is bishop takes g7, and now you can't take here because this is hanging. And by the way, Amruta has brought the gift that she gave me
No,
today.
I didn't bring it. It
Can
was
you
here.
Yes, I'll show. Look at this, guys. It has a name written here. Sagar Shah is written. This is the pen. Very nice pen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita.
You keep needing pens again and again, so it's always something which is going to be useful.
Thank you so much. Astronaut's pen.
Why?
In that 3 Idiots, he had said, no, that the nib cannot be broken like that.
Okay. Sorry, I don't remember right now. But Asim Khan in the chat, he says, happy birthday, Sagar.
Arey, Asim bhai, missing you in India. If you were in India right now, you would be at the club today, Saturday. It would have been great. By the way, look at Anish making a comeback. Amruta, come. Anish making a comeback. You can at least make a comeback in the screen. You're a little bit outside.
No, this is fine. Good enough.
So Amruta, here we were talking about how taking here was a best move, but he took here. And now Anish finds a great move, which is very important, because if he had taken with the pawn, then after rook c1, knight a4,
Queen e4.
Queen e4. Oh, interesting move.
Finish, no?
Oh, your idea is
Too many
to take
ideas.
here and then
Queen c6 is also happening.
amazing. That's a great suggestion by Amruta, and this works out perfectly. So that's the reason why he took with the rook, Amruta, attacking the knight on g5.
Oh. Also, in some way, maybe black is starting to put pressure on g5, which is a good counterplay in a way.
Okay, so Anish making a comeback. People are saying, let's go to Pragg versus Magnus. Oh, and Pragg did go b6, but Magnus, instead of going queen b3, which I thought, he goes rook b3, which might be a slightly inaccurate move.
Wow, that gives Pragg an opportunity. So what does he play here? 1 second. First, what are the natural moves? This is under attack. So you will eliminate this very quickly. Rook b8 ko knight c6 fork.
Correct.
Next is b5.
No,
For
that's
b5,
also gone. Knight c5.
you actually give up the square, so this is also gone. So at this point, if you want to reject both, you feel, oh, I'm losing the pawn. Correct?
Yeah.
But then, if you want to lose the pawn, you will try to find compensation.
I think one idea what Pragg may not give up easily is rook b8. Because knight c6, queen d6, knight b8, rook b8 is not something like out of question. You know, you have two bishops here, you can play on.
Acha.
Yeah.
But this is interesting then. Actually, it's a good point because in endgame, this h5 pawn also can become weak in endgame. Okay, this is a good point. Apart from that, is there anything where he can try to get
So
some compensation?
here's an unbelievable variation, and if Pragg finds this, you will have to sing again, Amruta.
I think you will have to sing.
Okay, I will sing. If Pragg finds it, I'll really sing. Okay, queen c7, and now try to think about it.
What's
If you take knight b6, I have rook a b8, and suddenly
no knight a4 back?
you have to go
And
back.
look, I have knight c5. I'm very happy to go back.
Correct. But I take now here
Queen b3.
queen b3. I take this.
Rook
Now,
e5.
now you can take with the rook. Then there is check and queen c4 check,
Queen
and then
f4.
queen f4 check. So let's say rook e5
Oh.
check, king h2
Very,
check,
very
queen
precise.
g3.
Queen d4.
I take here, and I'm back. Okay. So you don't take
Oh,
with the
that's
rook,
cool.
Amruta. You take with the pawn. But once you take with the pawn, now my d pawn moves forward and attacks your queen. So you need to move your queen. Let's say you go to b4. Now I push forward with d3, and you can feel it, right? That black has counterplay. For the
Yeah,
pawn.
for sure. If you have the pawn on d3 and if you have the light square bishop, you are.
Oh, Pragg finds it.
Wow!
Wow.
Pragg, that is amazing.
No, but we
you
didn't
got
see
this
where.
one little chance and you took it.
Yes,
Right now.
but the one variation we didn't see, Amruta.
Yes, that is fine. But the first good news is Pragg had to find it.
Yes, but
And what is Magnus's expression like? Has he missed it? Yes, he's missed it.
no, he's not missed it, Amruta. Because wait,
Yeah,
one second.
Can you make the screen a little smaller for them?
Like what?
If Magnus goes piche, he won't be seen. Yeah, look at Magnus. He has.
No, Amruta, wait. Let me finish the analysis.
Sorry.
Rook b6 is possible. Now what do you do? Because
this is an important variation. You
exactly.
said,
So we had to finish that.
Bishop d7 nahi, pointless hai. Okay, got it.
So
So
now
bishop e5 again.
no,
let's say.
bishop e5 d this time. So look at this
I don't
move,
know
Amruta.
then, actually.
Bishop d7.
This, but then
And
knight
now
d7.
Now, if you take on d7, I play at least here queen d7, attacking here and here.
So rook e8 I'll have to play. But then I will have to give up that file. Oh, rook a6. 1 second. Rook a6. Another pawn.
No, but this will be too risky because
Rook e4.
now I have a rook nicely positioned.
Rook e4 already.
Yeah, rook e4 or even queen c7, Amruta. This might be a very interesting move with the queen coming in. Or
Actually,
coming in
maybe
here.
rook e4 was a blunder, Sagar. Rook e4, there is rook a8 check. So that if you go king h7 only move, kind of, I mean, then there is queen d3.
Also knight c5.
No, queen d3, f3 se rook. Yeah, that's 4 ki hai na, blunder hi hai direct.
So queen c7 is good, guys. I will sing, but it's not like Pragg is back in the game. Magnus must, if he takes with the knight, Pragg is back in the game. But if rook takes, it's not so clear.
Achha, really? So what I don't understand is rook b3 was also a good move in a way, or no?
No, it was great move. It was great. But Pragg found the only practical chance, Amruta, in the position. Because let's say if you play a move like b5, you're already out of it after knight c5. I mean, Magnus will just win in his sleep, such a position.
Correct.
But now with queen c7, Pragg is hoping that Magnus takes with the knight and he gets rook b8. But if he takes with the rook, this is where we have to think, like, what has Pragg thought of? And now everyone's like, go to Anish Giri's game, but Amruta, which song should I sing?
Yeah, you have to sing a song.
Yes.
Sing a song, sing a song. Which has been your favorite song in the childhood?
दिल को तुमसे प्यार हुआ, पहली बार हुआ, तुमसे प्यार हुआ, मैं भी आशिक यार हुआ, पहली बार हुआ, तुमसे प्यार हुआ. By the way,
Wow.
he played
Amazing.
F4 Amruta. Now, you know, such encouraging vibe tells me amazing after every song that I sing. And Anish Giri has made a massive blunder here. Rook G7. Guys, Rook G7 is a big mistake. Can you find why is this a mistake? It is insanely impossible to find.
Acha, insanely impossible.
Insanely impossible. Let's try to think why.
No, I can't believe it.
And then Amruta, we will see if you will sing, I will sing. We will book ticket to Wijk. We will book ticket to Maldives. We have booked Lonavala. Where? What? Based on the variation.
Is it you're saying the first move is tough or the whole variation is tough?
The whole variation.
So, one second.
So
Because
first you take
what
here.
first you see. Oh no, then it's not considered. Okay, get
What
it.
were you thinking?
No, I was trying to see to kick this knight and then to get this knight here as f6 check somehow. So something like that. But again, it's too slow. So show
Even-
knight f7.
Yeah. First thing is if you take Rook G7 is one move,
Yeah, and the other.
and the other is Rook takes F7, other move.
Queen
This
d8
is
lost.
this is easily
Mate in one.
mate.
Oh shit, I should have not said that.
It is mate in one. Okay, so you must take with this rook, correct?
Huh. Now is important
Yeah.
to find actually what.
I don't
Hey,
think-
one second. Rook f. Is there going to be a mate? Rook f3. Queen b1 check is the problem.
1 minute. What is the idea? What is the idea?
It's pinned, and the point is, Sagar, to get out of the pin is very difficult because there is queen d4. So the king can't get out of the pin. I mean, I don't know the move.
I think
I'm just
Amruta,
saying-
what I
Hey,
want.
Queen d4 already.
Queen d4
With that bishop f7 and you're
Isn't
again
that
winning.
knight e2?
No, bishop e2.
and then
Acha.
queen d4. That might exchange, no?
Hmm.
Maybe that's the point.
No. That's
Exactly, knight e2.
knight e2. Good
And
point.
so,
Acha, so the answer is different. So you play a move which doesn't allow knight e2. King h1.
King h2.
F2.
King h2. What a great move. And also, Amruta, the thing is, I was thinking, can we go rook f3 to
Yeah,
attack here,
that
but
I
then
felt.
check and you
Yes.
trade the queens.
Agreed.
And the attack is slowed down. So here, king h2 does both. King h1 does not do that, right? Because check might still
Yeah,
come.
right.
So king h2, that is one move.
With the idea of queen d4 basically. So if king h8
No, not
right
queen
now.
d4, rook f3, rook g3 also.
So if king h8. Because I want to get out of the pin.
King h8, okay.
You take
Take.
and queen d8 check.
Take. And now this
No?
move.
Oh.
This
Oh,
rook c1 is easy to miss, no, Amruta? Because
The problem about rook c1 is that the timing of it is very critical.
Yeah.
At which point you are kicking the knight away.
and rook d1. I don't know why
Yeah.
in all these lines you have to go. But I think it's more like this d1 square is controlled by the knight. You need to kick it so that you get
Yeah.
rook d1 at the end. Like here.
Can we this is the game. Okay, got
Yeah.
it. Sorry.
So now, guys, another actually, the possibility of knight f7 happening is very low. Because humanly, you can't sack and play king h2.
But once
You-
again, is king h2 the only move? It will depend on that.
No,
After knight
not
f7.
even only move. Like here there is other possible moves like rook c1.
Rook c1 is natural, which actually we were
But then
considering.
why not start with rook c1?
That's the question. Without even knight f7, you mean? Good question.
Yeah,
actually.
and the other point is, Amruta, can we start with a3 also?
What? Queen a3? I mean,
Because if queen a3, knight f7, rook
you have
f7,
queen d4 maybe now.
now I can go rook f3, there is no queen b1 check.
Oh, too tough. Not
No,
tough.
a3 is possible to think. a3 is definitely a possible move.
Acha.
Okay, let's just have a look at quickly Praggnanandhaa's game,
Yeah.
because Magnus has been put under some thought now. He is not so, it's not so easy to find all the moves like rook b6, bd7, knight d7 forced, queen d7, rook e8, rook e8, knight c5, queen f5. It seems, Amruta, that at the cost of losing some material, black is getting his pieces active. That is the big thing that
At least something, right? Because there was nothing.
right. And then g4, queen takes h5. It could become very, very dangerous. Bishop d4, queen d4, rook e1, king h2, queen h5. You know, all these lines have to be thought of. Piyush Bansal says, I've sent a mail regarding promotion of animated 3D game chess that I've made. Did you check it out? Okay, I'll check it out, Piyush. I think I have missed some of the mails this week. I will check it out. Thanks for sending a super chat about it. I think Magnus will go rook b6, Amruta. What are your thoughts? We're close to 3,000 people here, guys. Please do like the stream. It's a very, very special birthday today for me. And for,
And yes, please do like. At least kitne likes aaye hain?
you know, I spent it at the chess club today for some time. More than 100 people were there. It was very nice to cut the cake there, and everyone came and ate the cake. And
अरे
then
227 likes ही कैसे आ सकता है guys? Come on.
no, there are more, Amruta.
There are more?
1,400 likes.
Okay.
And by the way, a super chat by Anu. Thank you so much, Anu, for your super chat. Asim Bhai says, what's your birthday resolution, Sagar Bhai? For me, the resolution is to be happier, to live life more happy. Because clearly, Asim, you are not subscribed to ChessBase India newsletter. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked this question. I have pinned the message in the pinned chat.
Newsletter, guys,
Newsletter.chessbase.in.
do subscribe today. There was an amazing offer for 33 minutes, which only the people who opened the newsletter were able to get it. So do check it out. We had the maximum discount ever in ChessBase India.
सॉल्यूशन कोचिंग इज अपने बर्थडे में मेरा खुद का बाप विश नहीं करता और आपके बर्थडे में 3,000 पीपल ने विश किया है तो खुश हो जाओ. आई एग्री.
Sanket Agarwal
Very
says,
lucky.
happy birthday, Sagar sir. Thanks for teaching us so much about chess.
Thank you, Sanket. Meanwhile, Praggnanandhaa drinking water shows that he's slightly feeling comfortable here. I want to see what Arjun Erigaisi is up to because we haven't checked this game from some time. Whoa, look at this. Firstly, we saw till d6 and I thought he'll go rook a. Yes, he went rook a c8, which was the best move there. Knight g5 by Parham, which was also a good move. Take on c1, and now he goes queen d5. So Arjun definitely creating a lot of stress for Parham. Why, Amruta? The main problem here, do you see it? The main problem
I
here
don't see any problem.
is bishop c6. Because then you are facing some problems.
Light squares are so weak.
Let's say you come here, then I do this.
You have to give exchange sack, no? Rook c6 or no?
Oh, guys, I just missed a great move by White. Can you find it?
okay.
White to play. And we have Licht Parchuri, who's become backer of Indian chess. Thank you, Licht. That's very kind of you.
Likit Paruchari.
Gaurav Garg has sent a super chat. Says, happy birthday, Sagar. I missed you at Google India event.
Arey.
Which one? Google India, which event? The EduCon. I haven't attended many.
Atulya says, happy birthday, Sagar bhai.
Amruta.
Thanks to you, my interest in chess is reinvigorated.
Array, that's very nice to see. By the way, Amruta, Magnus did play a move. Can we just have a look at what he played? He played... What did he do? Oh, he took the pawn. Oh, Amruta, he blundered. Magnus blundered.
ब्लंडर नहीं बोल नहीं सकते ना उसको
No, he
ब्लंडर.
blundered. Knight b6. That is a bad move.
Oh
Rook a b8.
man!
Knight a4.
What a chance to Pragg.
No, I mean blundered in the sense he's lost his edge now.
That's what it is. That's the big chance, right? That's equal to half a point.
Yeah.
Oh my god! And how much time did it take for knight b6 here? So he had 40 minutes. He made
10 minutes.
10 minutes. And Pragg has 20 minutes. He has to make 15 moves.
But he found rook b8.
He played very quickly, so that was his trap. I mean, queen c7
Yeah,
khela, so
yeah.
that was the main idea.
And
Oh
you
my
can you
God.
can see
Look,
Pragg
yes, completely
feeling-
changed.
somehow he looked at Magnus once or twice and he was like, oh, this seems like an opportunity. But do you
Brilliant.
feel like an opportunity? Let me think. Firstly, you say to yourself, I will take here. Okay, Amruta. Then you take here. Barabar hai? Is this good?
Yeah.
Then I go and I
Actually,
take on e5.
yeah. Now if d5, you showed d4. Maybe this position Magnus thinks that he is fine. with
Correct.
that.
So let's say he takes here. But then you see
He,
this.
yeah, he won't take here because it's going very straightforward simplification in some way.
Right.
So he is going to allow the complexities with d5, which may also give some chance for Pragg.
How?
What do you do here? d4, right?
D4 is one move. Yeah, D4. Let's attack the queen.
Huh. Materially, you are a pawn down.
Yeah.
Queen b4. Chalega.
I was thinking, is queen b4 the only move or can we go queen
I was
b6?
also thinking of queen b6 to ask you if you
But I
can.
I think queen b6, queen c4 might be strong, right? Ah, okay, 1 second.
Oh, can you take rook b8, knight a4, bishop d7? Wait. I got it, Sagar. Knight's getting trapped.
How?
Rook b8.
Rook b8, knight,
Knight a4, rook b5.
rook b4 might come.
Oh.
No, Amrita, here's the move. D3. And my idea is d2 and then bishop b3. So if you play rook b1, here I attack this. Now your knight has no square here,
Now
here,
knight a4,
here.
rook b5.
No, bishop b3.
Okay. Okay, wow. Oh my god. So you can't go queen b6. I mean, the natural move is wrong, by the way. Okay, got it.
Mandar Bakshi, thank you so much for your super chat saying watching chess after long. Mandar, you have come at the right time. Magnus has realized that he's not played the best move because I think, Amruta, somewhere it is a little bit easy to miss bishop e5. Like after take, you might miss that bishop e5 is coming and you can't take with the rook because of check. And if you take with the pawn, then d4, d3 can get really strong.
True. It's a move which bishop e5 at every point you have to consider. So you will be missing it 1 out of 100 times.
Yes.
Which was this one.
Amruta, someone got a job today. Ashwani Kumar says, today I got a job for which I have been working for a year now.
Oh, awesome.
And your working habit has always been a motivation at many times where I felt like not doing it. Thanks a lot. Arre.
Awesome.
Ashwani
Congrats,
Kumar,
man. That's a new
congratulations.
job. Hope you enjoy it. Hope you get all the job satisfaction.
Yeah, that's very important.
Narendra Khandekar says, I ordered books. Thanks, sir. Thank you, Narendra. Because of you, we did come up with the crazy idea.
He mentioned.
No, he said कि sale नहीं है क्या?
Acha. Guys, a lot of the work that we do happens because of the feedback, because of what you mentioned. So thank you all for everything that you suggest and do. It's very useful.
Happy birthday, Tony Craig of Chess, Sagar Shah. Okay, बोल रहा है for entertainment. Oops. Delhi with Sundar Pichai, says Gaurav Garg.
Oh. Oh,
Nice.
I missed it. In fact, I missed it. Okay, Amruta, Pragg is waiting. Should we wait here? Or should we see something else?
Maybe you can have the video of Pragg and
Vinod Venkatesan says, are you aware of any chess variant tournaments that happen at an international level? Sagar Amruta, what's your favorite chess variant? You know, at the WR Chess Masters that's going to happen in Dusseldorf very soon in February, where Pragg and Gukesh are playing and Nepo is also there. They're going to have a special event on hand and brain. They're going to play hand and brain chess. No, they're going to play bug house chess. Sorry, bug house. There, it may not be a tournament thing, but it's definitely some kind of an exhibition stuff they have. And what's your favorite variant, Amruta? My favorite chess variant is
I don't know the name of that, but it was which I used to play a lot.
which one?
Knight goes to f3 becomes a bishop.
Magic chess.
Yeah.
Magic chess. My favorite variant is I like chess 960 a lot actually. I don't play it more. He takes on b3, okay? Takes queen takes now forced. And now Pragg must take on e5. Let's see.
He won't think for more than a minute.
Yeah. Let's see. It's 13 minutes if Amruta is right or not. Amruta, if you are not right, can you please...
You will sing a song. Yes. Shanky Stan Canadian dollars says, it's been a long time since I have been here. Lots of love.
Arey Shanky, thank you. Yeah, a lot of people today joining in after a long time. It's a great day, guys. And Amruta, he's about to make a move. You can see Pragg.
Oh, 30
He's
seconds.
getting his...
Pragg, come on.
Takes on e5. Good move by Praggnanandhaa. He's taken the knight. And now Magnus Carlsen looking a little surprised here. He has understood that he can't take with the rook. And you can see that little bit of a...
Yeah, the body change in the body language.
Change in body language. You know, playing a classical chess against these youngsters is a lot about keeping control. And the moment you make a small error, they are ready to pounce. And that is exactly what has happened with Magnus. He played a brilliant game until this point, where he brought about so many weaknesses. I really loved, Amruta, how from this moment onwards, he brought his rook in, then he brought his rook up, then he brought his queen to d1.
Yeah,
this was a fantastic move.
Moves. Amazing.
Other rook came in, then he played knight a4, then he played his rook to b3. He did so many nice things, but then all of a sudden, I can't believe why he took on b6 here. Okay, he takes with the pawn, and now, guys...
Because most probably he started feeling that maybe
he was in
now
control.
getting more control, and right now is the time I should do something.
Correct. And now Pragg must decide between rook b8, which looks nice, Amruta, attacking the queen. But I think d4 just feels right, because d4
for sure.
just cuts away the knight's retreat square.
I think with this position, Pragg would want to be accurate and he wouldn't miss anything.
Okay, d4.
Hmm.
If I play queen d3, oh, that is a big problem, guys. LPDO, what's the winning move for black here? Black to play. Find the winning move. Lokesh Natu, thank you so much. What happened?
What happened?
Oh, it's back. Exactly, you guys have spotted it accurately. Queen a5 attacks the knight and the rook. Both are hanging, and Amruta, our chat doing brilliantly.
Jaden Devil, Indrajit, Sai Arvind, Kundan, Amod, Ujwal, Ambili, Aryan, Aradhya. Kya baat hai?
So now he cannot play. I think Pragg must go d4. But before we see what Pragg plays, let's quickly go to the game of Anish Giri and Jordan Van Forest, because people are saying that Jordan has made a mistake here. He went rook c1. He found this, by the way. That was good. Knight a4 was played, and now Jordan had to take here. But Amruta, he played what you wanted to do.
I told you, your natural instinct is to go towards that king, and just the knight here looks beautiful.
I have a feeling that Anish Giri we cannot count him off from this tournament, because the way Jordan is playing and the way Anish has got chocolate milk on his side. Amruta,
I'm
This
sure you
does-
want to drink that one,
Oh
but
man,
you're not
it's
getting
looking
there.
so tempting. Anish, will he get his chance? Because after King H8, Amruta, the position is no longer so clear.
Yep.
Because now Knight C5 is also a threat. At the end, take, there's no Bishop F7 check to give a disco to the queen.
It's one of the most amazing game I have
Yes.
seen for material imbalance to increase the understanding, and in the most unusual way, this exchange sacrifice is still, and you're still in the game.
Right.
This is brilliant.
Brilliant, absolutely. Let's quickly go back to
Yeah.
Praggnanandha's game. He's still not played d4. He's still
By the way,
thinking.
look at its time.
Pragg is down to 10 minutes. He has to make 12
He's
moves.
about to play. He's about to play.
No, I don't think he's
Yeah,
yet to play.
he got his hand. close.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, Amruta, if he plays... Oh, you're right.
Look.
You're right.
By the way, Nikhil wishes you happy birthday to Sundar Pichai of Chess with India. Lucky wish.
No, that's... yeah, because... Come on, Pragg. Let's go. You have 9 minutes to make 12 moves. Can Praggnanandhaa hold Magnus Carlsen? But I think, Amruta, after d4, it's a lot about the game actually sort of giving black a lot of play as well. He's
Yeah,
about
but
to play.
Magnus is preferring this one where both sides are having play. But
Oh, he
no.
was Queen A5. This was the second best move. It's actually a cool move. It's not a bad move at all.
Okay.
And the thing is, you are hitting the rook. And the question is, where does the rook go? Now, one point to definitely look at is Knight C3. But it looks like a big blunder because you can
D4.
attack it the knight, and if the knight moves,
Hey,
this
but
is
why
hanging.
is the bar? 1 second. What is the
I want to
difference?
ask the chat, guys, what's the move for white here?
If you want to, you ask. Now, who is stopping you?
Thank you, Shubham. That's very nice of you. Yes, beautiful, guys. In the chat, everyone's alert. They've found the move Queen A4. Brilliant job done by Deven, Hardik, Siddhant, Harshit, Mohit, Sahil, Kunal, Kanna, Sumit and Mayank. Amruta, did you see this move? Because now this is hanging.
Yeah, I was not thinking, so I'm saying this one.
Okay.
Like I'm always in Nirvana, you know.
Nice. But Amruta, what about Rook D1 now? Oh, Rook D1. D1.
D4.
D4.
E5 is hanging now.
E5. And knight under pressure. Queen. This could get better for Pragg. Look at Magnus.
That's what I'm
All of a
saying.
sudden, do you see the change in body language? This is the best part of chess. You can instantly realize that something is going wrong.
Yes, absolutely.
And Pragg is now like sort of shaking. His eyes have that sort of power,
Light,
that
the spark,
radiance.
The spark. No, exactly. Here, anything can happen because Magnus, if he would have played Rook E5 here, one thing is sure. His chances of, getting into complexities were in comparison less.
But
But
then-
it's okay to get into those risky things.
Because he must win this.
Yeah.
And for Magnus, anything that's not winning this tournament is
Correct.
a failure. So, but what should he play now?
What should he play? 1 second.
I
What
think
if Rook E3 or, no, Rook E3 to blunder, Rook E2.
D4.
Yeah, Rook E2.
BG4 maybe, Amruta.
That's another problem. Then suddenly the H5,
Yeah.
which all the while was like man of the match.
I think one more idea that could be thought of here is definitely Knight C3, D4, Queen A4. That's one
Yeah,
thing.
that is
The
one.
other idea is to exchange queens with
And-
Queen B4.
And can you go a passive move like Queen D1, Sagar? Because it supports
Yeah.
yahan pe.
I like this move, Queen. But then, Amruta, again, I was thinking of D4. But then I have B4 and Knight C5. So yeah, this one definitely.
this
Oh, I
Queen
like
D1.
your move. You know why?
Yeah.
Because of B4 and Knight C5 threats. Positional.
So what do you think Black is going to do here?
Now that's what chat has to find.
Acha.
Guys, what is the move here that you would play as black?
I mean, is there a good move there?
Yes,
to
there is a
learn?
great move. There is a great move. And the theme is deflection.
Okay. Ankit Dubey says Amrita ma'am is really good at guessing what the GMs are gonna play next.
Amrita, Queen D1 played. Queen D1
Oh.
played. Ankit Dubey, you couldn't have been more right. Amrita Mokal on fire. She's guessing all the moves today. She's in brilliant form. She's singing well. She is actually doing everything right.
Oh, thank you, Sagar.
But now, Amrita, this is the move that I wanted everyone to guess. Will Praggnanandhaa find it? Because our chat has found it. Chat, brilliant job
Chat is
done.
saying Bishop G4.
Yes, put the
And
bishop
what
on
happens
G4.
for queen G4?
You know, rook is hanging. So Bishop
Hmm.
G4, the right move by blah blah, Vijay, Yeden, Devil, Rishikesh, Nishkit, Shazmanu, Tejas, Tanya and Abhishek Sharma. Amrita, now F3 seems forced.
Bishop
And now,
H5
and
already,
if you
then.
play Bishop H5, then B4 and Knight C5, you don't want it, right? So you
Oh.
go back and you hit here. Okay, and then if he
Wow.
goes
So
Knight
you stop
C3,
B4. Now Knight C3 ko D4 you don't have.
check.
King H1.
H1, H2, whatever you do. And now, boom.
Wow. But array, this can get better for Pragg.
And now this is hanging.
How do you save it? You
It's
can't
actually-
save it actually.
It's actually very dangerous.
No,
because
knight E4.
Knight
Because
E4,
if you play queen
take.
E5, it's a...
you can't give a check. Queen F6, rook is defended. Wow.
Oh my
the
god.
game
I
suddenly.
think Pragg is going to get real chances of winning.
But do you think-
real chances.
Oh, he finds Bishop G4 on the board, hitting the queen and the pawn.
What a comeback! What a comeback! Magnus is somehow missed the subtleties, I would say.
F3 played and now Bishop D7 forced. Let's see if Pragg does that. I'm sure he will. I know that Pragg is not going to be tempted by that side pawn. I mean, it's not at all on his radar. Yes, he plays Bishop D7, hitting the knight. Good move. Good move by Praggnanandhaa. And there he looks at Magnus and he's like, Magnus, I'm back. I'm back in the game.
But you know, whatever Magnus played and whatever he missed, still that queen c7 remained a tough move.
For sure.
That is why if Magnus misses, it's because it is so tough.
For sure, Amrita.
Which is amazing to be alert. It's a big lesson. कोई भी champion हो, district हो या world champion, they can miss the things. Guys, keep fighting till the end.
And there you have Praggnanandhaa literally making Magnus's chances of winning this tournament going down. By the way, now important to give a check and D4. I think this is clear. This is clear that Pragg is going to find it, but he has only 8 minutes 36 seconds. He has to finish 10 more moves to reach time control.
Magnus will try to use that, right?
He will try to complicate stuff if he wants to win at all costs.
Devashi says, I absolutely love when a player pushes Magnus to the wall and makes him activate his Super Saiyan mode.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, Magnus is just bringing the best out of Pragg. As of now, check. Good move by Pragg. Finding it. Again, the best move. Okay, King H1 or King H2, Amrita. What do you think? Because you know Magnus very well now. You're guessing all his moves.
I guess King H1.
King H1.
Why not Queen B6 check was asked by Shazmanu.
Shazmanu, the main point is that after D4, I want to attack E5 with my queen. So that's why.
Yeah.
Aditya B, thank you for your super chat. Says, happy birthday, Sagar Bhai. Thank you for introducing an amazing world of chess. In last 3 years, it has become stress reliever and source of enjoyment. That's amazing to know,
Wow.
Aditya. But now, Amrita, 4,000 people witnessing. If Praggnanandhaa can actually get the better of Magnus Carlsen, will Magnus... I think winning might be a bit too much to ask for here, but definitely a draw can be possible.
No, winning might be possible, but draw to ho hi.
नहीं हो ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है ना. Like let's say look, you play King H1, okay? Now I go D4, and now Magnus as a player can find a move like Rook E4, which is actually very tough for someone else to find.
No, it's not really, because there is a pin there.
And then
so
you
if I
take, I attack your Rook,
Rook
and now
C8.
Rook C8, then yeah, Rook
E6.
C8 possible.
Oh, 1 second, it's
Or
complicated.
Amrita, look at this move. Boom. Check. King G7. You can't stop Queen C1 and if you play Rook E1, Queen C1. You can't stop this.
But
So
why is
it's,
it a draw?
I mean,
He
it's,
gets queen d8
yeah,
queen
I mean,
f6
even if you
perpetual.
take here, it's a draw.
Right.
Check and check and check. Okay, but it's coming closer to a draw. Now the only thing is while Pragg can actually have chances is because Magnus wants to win. You know, he's very
Right.
ambitious.
Absolutely true.
Rahul Mukherjee, member for 21 months, pillar of Indian chess, says, Sagar bhai, wish you a very happy birthday. Aap Jio Hazaro Sal. God bless. Thank you. Thank you so much, King. Magnus has not yet decided where to put his king. Meanwhile, Praggnanandhaa zooming in. And guys, we can quickly check what is up with Gukesh. Gukesh right now playing against Levon Aronian. And after Queen G4, Amruta, look at the amount of time Levon has thought for this move. He's played D4, but can you believe it? He thought for 47 minutes. He thought for 47 minutes before, and look at my timing. The moment I came, he made a move.
Why is a chair on the board?
Okay, that's fine. Amruta, let's quickly go and check what Arjun Erigaisi is up to, because that is another board. He's playing against Parham Maksudlu, and he is in big trouble. Because if Parham Maksudlu can find, Arjun played Queen D5, it was equal till now. After Queen F4, he had to play H6, but he got greedy and he snatched the pawn. Parham blocked the view of the queen here. F6 was important, but he went F5. And now all of a sudden, after GF5, 1, 2, 3 attackers, it seems like the black king is in big trouble.
Parham is playing actually
Brilliant
very
chess.
good, right?
Brilliant chess in this tournament. He takes on F5 and Arjun Erigaisi in trouble. Let's see what he does here. But going back to the game of Magnus Carlsen and Praggnanandhaa after... Oh, he's still not made his move. Magnus, 24 minutes. I think he has the time here to figure out the details. Where should he move the king?
He's about to play or not? Look, he's so not happy with his... if you look at him...
Yeah.
He's not very happy.
He's not pleased for sure. But Amruta, he needs to play a move. He cannot go to F1. F1 doesn't look right somehow. It comes under some checks all the time. And this might be a very key moment for Magnus to calculate his stuff, because if he doesn't find something here, then he may not be able to win the game. Meanwhile, I think Wesley So versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the game of the leader, is going on very well for the Uzbek player. He's playing brilliant chess. He's not let Wesley get out of, get a great position or anything. It's equal. Good chess there. And
Anish.
Can we go and check Anish Giri?
Oh, a few moves have happened over there.
So after knight e4, knight b2 was played, queen b3, queens got traded, and king h8. So Anish, the position is equal, but I think Anish is out of the woods. Yes, he's out of the woods. Going back to...
Magnus is still thinking?
Yes, Magnus is still thinking. So maybe we can quickly glimpse the game of Arjun Erigaisi. No, he's played king h2. He's played king h2.
I was wrong. I thought he will go king h1, but it was such a tough decision.
King
for
h2
him also.
felt right, Amruta, because on the last rank there wouldn't be any checks, but on the other hand there will be checks from here. So do you think now he'll go d4?
Yes.
Yes?
I mean, that was a good move, right? When you showed.
Yeah.
When he trying to win the e5 pawn. And also it's natural. So if it is a good move and it's, a best move, then Pragg, why would he hesitate to go for that? Unless there is something better.
Yeah, exactly. If the main thing here that can be noted, Amruta, is that d4, rook e4 forces a draw instantly. Because d4 is hanging, you must take, and then this takes, and then suddenly everything is traded. So if Pragg starts to get ambitious, he might think, why don't I go bishop c6? And his point is, you cannot blockade the d4 pawn immediately. So my idea is to go d4 next move. And if you try to blockade it this way, then I already have your e5 pawn hanging.
Got it. So bishop c6 looks like a very cool move actually, with the idea of d4, which looks forcing.
No, he plays d4 directly. So now the question is, will Magnus... Actually, Amruta, it's not a threat to take because this is hanging. So actually Magnus may also ignore
Ignore to play rook e4 completely.
Manit Mohapatra, happy birthday, Sagar Bhai. I was 600 before lockdown, and by watching your streams only, I'm 1800 now. A big thanks, and it's amazing what you're doing. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Rookie 4 played Amruta by Magnus Carlsen.
In a way, maybe draw is too much to say. It's still a little complicated. With perfect play, it will be a draw. Can we say that? Or is it a simple draw? For me, natural was when you take the knight. Okay? Queen takes d7. And rook c8, is it a possibility or a blunder? Okay, let's know why. It's a blunder.
It's not easy, yeah, Amruta. That's a very good thing to see why this is a mistake. And which also shows, yes, exactly, you are right. E6 booms and just opens up the king because the rook comes from here. Otherwise, I'm queening the pawn. I'm attacking here. And if you take here, rook e6 or queen e6.
I have no time. Oh, that's why the king on h2 was important, Sagar.
Right.
Over here, the king was on h1 in the whole thing.
Right.
And you see the same variation, just to understand better. Rook c8 and e6. Still
yes, no, this is correct. C2. And now C1 queen comes with a check. So very important point there mentioned by Amruta. But now Pragg will take on C3 because his pawn is hanging. There's no way to protect it. He must take it. He takes, yes, D takes C3. Magnus. Queen takes D7 played by Magnus. And now Amruta, there are a couple of moves which are good. One is you can go rook takes E5, which is actually a very playable idea. The other one is that, which we were discussing, CB2 does not work now because the king is on H2. Right?
Right.
So king on H1 first. Correct. We had CB2, queen C1, check ideas. So either you can't even play rook e6 now because B takes C3 and it's slightly better for white. So I think it's very clear that he must take on E5. Or Amruta, how about, look at this, Pragg can sacrifice his rook. Now, you have to calculate it. C2. Okay. You will take here, I'll go king G7. Now, what do? You want to play rook E1 because if you queen, then in the queen endgame, it's completely winning for white because of E6. And now after check, I have this very important move G3, queen D2, king H3. And no checks. So that's the reason why you cannot play here C1 queen. But what you do is you keep your calm. You say to yourself, I can go queen F2, hit your rook. So let's say the rook goes here. Then I go a check. King comes in back. Then I give a check here. Then you can't go here because of queen D1 check or queen D3 check. So you go here and it is already, that seems queen F4 and queen C1. Let's not do that.
But then what do you do? King H1, queen D1 anyway. No?
Queen D1, king, rook takes and draw. But we can also draw this way. Check, king here, check. And with a rook down, it's a draw. So for Pragg, Amruta, the question is, should he play C2 now? Or giving up the rook? Or he should take on E5? I think humanly, it's just natural to take here. Let's just analyze this variation quickly. I give you a check, you go back. And now, rook E5, queen E5 is just winning for black because now I have a check. So actually, rook E5 just looks natural.
Yes.
I don't think we need to go into all that business. But then after take, rook e4, fe4, queen e5 check, king, I don't know where, but then queen takes c3. I think it's a draw,
but it's not like a plain simple draw. It's a draw with a few, moments of tension in some way or other. Vivaswan Tavli says, happy birthday, Sagar Bhai. Keep being the amazing person you are and inspiring everyone. Love you, Sagar Bhai. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Vivaswan. Thank you so much. But now I'm very keen to see with 4 minutes left what is going to be Pragg's decision. I think he'll take on e5. Amruta, what do you think? Oh, he's going to go for c2. I think he's going c2. No, look at his vision. His vision. Because if you want to play rook, if only we had eye tracking right now,
then
this would have been...
Bet. C2? You are betting on C2?
I'm saying C2.
I'm also
because
betting on
I
C2.
thought rook e5 he would play.
Same here.
But
I'm convinced by
the
you
way
now.
in which he put his hand on the side, I thought he wants to play C2.
Oh,
He
man,
plays
what a guess!
C2.
Awesome.
He plays C2.
If we were in casino right now, we would have got a lot of money.
Not really, Amruta. Not really.
Yeah.
C2 on the board. Great decision by Praggnanandhaa, sacrificing his rook in order to get a draw. It's not winning, guys. Move number
But it
is
does
34.
make Magnus slightly stretch. I mean, Magnus is fighting for a draw in a way. No.
Not really, Amruta. It's
Sagar, that queen endgame, which we were reaching,
yeah.
do you think that is playable for Magnus? Like, materially, Magnus will be a pawn up.
But now there's no queen endgame coming because Pragg is going to. If Pragg goes now rook e1,
Coming, no.
Pragg has to find queen f2 or queen d4 something.
Yeah, and then queen d1, you said rook d1, cd1.
Ah.
But Magnus will be a pawn up, if you see. He will stretch.
But there's no need for that. Look, how does it come? Because if I go queen d4, let's say you go rook c. No, where do you go?
You went queen f2.
Yeah, I had gone queen f2, but now I'm doing this. Let's say.
You changed.
Let me go this. No problem. Here, check. King here. Check.
King h1.
King h1. I
Queen
can even
d1.
go check. I don't need to go queen d1.
Achha.
So I'll keep on checking you. You won't get into that queen endgame.
Ah, right. Then the queen endgame would be bad, Sagar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, Pragg has to make 5 more moves before he gets 50 minutes on the clock. And 5 more moves will decide the game. For sure.
Yeah.
Already the game is decided to some extent. But
Still not sure because there have been ups and downs in the game.
yeah. While Magnus thinks very carefully, Amruta, what do you think he will do? I have a feeling that Magnus might even think of b4 as a move. Because look, he doesn't know that it's a draw. And a move like b4 can put Pragg under big pressure. Because if you queen, then after b takes c5, you're just a rook down.
Right.
So b4, now Pragg has to find the only move.
What can it be? Can we ask the chat?
Yes, chat, guys, what is the only move for black? But b4 comes with its own set of problems.
Actually, not easy to find.
No, this game can get crazy, Amruta. You know how?
That's why.
You know how?
Huh.
You can, guys, not queen f2. If you go queen f2, that's a blunder because of queen c6. And now there's no check here. The pawn is being defended. So the move is queen c3. And now the funny thing is that your rook cannot go back because I can take it. And so no one can stop the queen.
But then how is it a draw? Perpetual?
e6. Opening up.
Okay.
And now the problem is if you take fe6, there is queen d7 check, rook e6, and it's a mate on the king.
Shit. Can you show that variation? That's brilliant.
Check. King here, queen e6. Okay, here queen e6 is hanging. So let's say king h8. Now rook e6, and there's no
Again,
check.
king is not
And
on
this is
H1,
mate.
So, yeah.
So this is the reason why e6, you must find the only move for black, which is to give a check first. And now I'm forcing
G3.
you to play g3.
Yeah.
I've defended this, so I'll play c1 queen. Now you take here, Amruta.
Queen f7.
Queen takes f7. Rook e7, trying to win the queen, but now I have queen check. Check king
Oh,
h3
you
is
can't do
lost.
that.
Queen c2.
Now if king h3, you have queen f5.
Right, and a draw.
Oh, brilliant draw. Even if it ends draw in this manner, maza aa jayega.
It all depends on Magnus's ambitions, because now if he plays rook e1, it will be a simple draw. But if he tries for b4, we'll get crazy stuff.
He will try.
You think so?
Yeah, because he's making Pragg find the only moves.
Meanwhile, by the way, Anand Narayan says chess players go tired due to vitamin D deficiency. That is true. That is true. I think every chess player does suffer from, not every, but many, vitamin D. And I also think B12.
Yeah,
These are the two
B12,
deficiencies
especially for chess players.
because they play usually in closed quarters, so there's not much sunlight there. Meanwhile, Gukesh's game, very quickly, if we have to check, Amruta, what is happening there? Gukesh versus Aronian, too many exchanges, and it seems
Yeah,
like
it's a
Gukesh.
long game, so we
No,
can
he's
come back
pawn
to it.
up. He's pawn up suddenly.
Wow.
So
No,
d4.
but it's going to be a 40 move and
Okay,
above
we'll
game.
come
We can
back.
come back
We'll
to
come
that
back.
later.
And we can see
Let's-
Arjun Maksudlu. It seems
also
like
playing-
Maksudlu
it's
missed
looking
a
ugly.
win, but he's going to make a queen. Oh my god, he's going to make a queen.
It's
He's
the
going to lose the
craziest
queen.
position.
What a
Man.
game. What a
And
game.
what about Anish?
Anish Giri is right now, I think he was equal. He's still equal.
So
He's
they're
still
also
equal.
going to play 40 moves. Let's go and see Pragg's game. I think that is the only game where the chances of finishing before 40 moves is huge. Ashok Varan says, Sagar, you're doing an amazing job for Indian chess. Happy birthday and all the best.
Thank you.
Gaurav Garg, doesn't E6 win for white? Super chats and ask.
When? Right now? If e6 Gaurav, the main problem is check. That is the move that you must see. If you don't see this check, then you might be in trouble. But check king, I don't know, h3 is losing to c1 queen. So g3, c1 queen, ef7, threatening f8 queen. You must take here. And then rook e7, and this is what we just saw. This is a draw somehow. You come here, I give a check. Oh, he played b4. Amruta, b4 on the board.
He was
Oh,
going to play
crazy
that.
chess.
Awesome.
Crazy chess.
Oh my god, which means right now Pragg shouldn't blunder.
No, he'll play queen c3.
Very important.
No, Amruta, queen c3 he'll find. Oh, does he play queen c7? Because that's also a nice little move.
He's calm, but so which means
He's going to play queen c3
Oh,
played.
well done.
Okay, good move. Good
That's
move.
great.
And look at Pragg. He looks at Magnus. What? Pragg
Why
never
is
stares.
like, exactly.
Yeah.
This is very new.
Pragg
Why?
doesn't stare
What-
often.
What's happening?
I don't know. Pragg is like looking at Magnus and like, Magnus, what's your plan now? Man, this game is so exciting. This is so exciting. Nodirbek influence on Pragg. No, Amruta, the one more idea is look, f4. I make a queen. You play f5. and even though here you are a queen for a rook, these two pawns, rook and queen, can launch a deadly attack.
So you are saying this is no draw, like it's a clear draw.
Queen
It's more
c7,
like,
f6.
Playable
You're
game.
playing because now.
oh, if
after-
Magnus chooses this might become the best game.
Yes, and Amruta,
the
what's the
history.
only move? Not history. What's the only drawing
Geography.
move here for black, guys? Can you find it? Black to play. Here, because he's threatening a mate. I believe Magnus has this ability to find moves that keeps the game going and makes his opponent go wrong. That is his superpower.
Joker says looked into the soul.
Amruta, did you see the move? Did you find this move?
I'm not thinking, no, Arjun Nirvana. How many times it's your birthday? I'm telling you that's the state you should be in.
But our chat is not at all in a lazy situation. Queen e5 found by so many of you. Well done, guys. Shazmanu, Sai Charan, Devil Gaming, Arvind Chess, Karthik S, Nishkit, Subhash, Ajay, Kunal and Harshit. You take on e5, rook e5 and then queen f4 check, and then you have a perpetual with check here and then check here and check. All the checks coming in. So that's the reason why this cannot be winning. But I mean, Magnus has a decision to make, Amruta. Two moves are only fine for him. Only two moves, guys. One is f4. The other one is e6. These are the two moves. Let's say f4 we just saw right now. You make a queen. It's simple for Pragg. f5 is then the only move for Magnus here. f5. And then you must find this move queen c7 to pin this here. And because you want to be able to sack here. This is, and also defending f7. The other move, which is instead of f4, is e6. Because here, what you want to do is you want to open up the position, and taking is wrong. Because after taking queen d7, rook e6, we saw that white is winning. So you must find the win, play queen c7, defend this. Then Magnus has f4 and g3, cannot play king h3 because after king h3, queen, ef7, there is queen h1 and it's black who reaches first to the white king.
Oh.
So you need to play g3 here to this check, and then I make a queen. Now your only move is e takes f7 because you want to checkmate me here, or f8, queen checkmate. I must take, you must play rook e7, pinning the queen, and now check. King here, check. King back, check, and we draw the game.
And that draw would be on move number 42nd. Like if they get into that perpetual, they would know on 39th move.
Let's see.
But Magnus is definitely enjoying these calculations because they are pretty happening.
I mean,
right
for
now.
my birthday, Amruta, this is the
Happy
best
Malaga.
game that
Yeah.
I could witness, right?
Absolutely. I mean, imagine it would be Magnus versus Pragg, and it would be a boring, dull draw.
Yeah.
Suppose. What would you do? Or imagine one of them would have been blundered, Pragg would have blundered, and there would be early loss.
Right.
Then, so you're very grateful to both these players
For sure,
giving
for
you
sure.
such a nice gift.
Absolutely great chess by them, and also a lot of people are here, guys. Please do like the stream. Please make sure that you subscribe to ChessBase India, and also please make sure from the pinned message you go and subscribe to our newsletter, because we send it on every Saturday, and there are some very interesting things that you get to know through it. So please do that. Magnus now, Amruta, he goes back in his chair.
इसलिए मैं बता रही हूँ अभी उसको छोटा कर लो थोड़ा सा because end में they might go back, we might miss out on the moment. Slightly.
Swahil, pillar of Indian chess for 18 months.
Wow, Swahil.
Thank you, Swahil. Says happy birthday. I like how Magnus, Amruta, understands what the critical moment is to take time. Because, you know, he realizes if he doesn't take time now, there won't be any. Oh, he goes.
Oh my goodness, F4.
He was for the
That
F4 F5
fight
line.
where we were discussing about it
Hey,
going
look
in
at Pragg taking
history.
the queen.
At least geography of Tata Steel.
Taking the...
Pragg has also calculated. What a position. What risk takers we have here.
Yeah, no, Amruta, it's Magnus who is pushing it, because, you know, he wants to win at all cost. If he doesn't win it, then he's out of the tournament race. Pragg makes a queen. By the way, he pushes, makes a queen. Magnus goes f5, and now Pragg has only 2 moves to save this. Sai, thank you so much for backer of Indian chess for 23 months. Says happy birthday, Sagar bhai. What a game of chess. Now, Amruta,
Wow.
there's no check here because rook takes. That's not good. You
I
must.
can see that, Sagar.
You know, you are in Nirvana state. So I just. This only move, by the way. Okay, let me think. Why can't you do this? Because here, takes. I thought you can give a check and then it's a perpetual, but he gives a check first.
But why is black trying for a perpetual? You have a queen, no? You try to use it.
Yeah, of course. But now his threat is f6. So there are 2 moves. You have to defend f7.
Mate in 3. f6, king h7, queen f7, king h8, queen g7.
It's a mate.
Mate in 3.
So you have to either play queen c7 or queen c4. Both are draws, but queen c4 you are giving up your queen. I think Pragg will go queen c7
Basically, you are
defending.
defending the f7, right? Via queen c4. So you'll go queen c7 because you don't want to go queen c4 and say ki arey, right now I'm ready to give up the queen.
Finds
Yeah,
it.
queen c7.
Finds it.
Most natural. Again, he's looking at Magnus. I think maybe it's like Magnus might say ki now draw.
f6 check. King goes to h7.
Queen f8, right? That's what you had said.
Thank you, Graham. Queen f8.
Yeah.
And now
made in 1,
Pragg,
guys. Made in
Pragg
1.
find queen e5. Yes, he does. He takes it. And the move, this entire continuation which we thought, Amruta, will happen. By the way, 40 moves are done. They get 50 minutes extra. But what is there to now think? Rook e5, queen f4 check. Amazing. Pragg has managed to find a draw from a very difficult position. 41st move, but there's nothing much to play for. If you go king h3, queen h4 is a mate. You mustn't go there. If you go g3 now, you can see Magnus, he already knows that its game is done. It's a draw. You can give a check on f2. Praggnanandhaa, after having very tough last 4 rounds, has managed to hold it against the world champion. And we have 6,300 people, guys. That's just you're witnessing an amazing game of chess today. I really loved it.
Yeah, I mean, if it this kind of an end in a draw, it's the most elegant draw we are seeing.
Yeah.
It's like a draw which can make you feel happy about a draw.
Correct. Absolutely. You fought really hard, Amruta, just to be sure. After check, queen f2 check, king h1 is a perpetual. You go king h3. And now it's very important to find queen f1 check. And
That
here,
will be
if king
fine.
h2, there is queen h2, queen f2. So you must go to g4. Now again, important to find queen d1 check.
Oh.
You can't come here.
King f5.
So you must either, if you go here,
Oh,
it's
one second. Chat. What clear the move?
no, it's fine. It's a mate. So there is a mate. So he goes king g1. You can't be very ambitious. So Magnus comes back. And now Praggnanandhaa needs to give a check, Amruta. He can either do it from d4 or c1.
Both are good, right?
But let's just be very careful here, because check, king h2, you have queen f4 back. Okay, that's sorted. If you go here, I go here. Now if you go to e file, then the problem is I'll take your rook with a check, then take your pawn, and then that's
Draw.
Do you think Magnus is actually going to play this endgame, Amruta, with this extra pawn? My God.
No, it won't last.
Why?
Because after queen f6, first, for a moment, what is your move? Equal pawns, okay?
Yeah, let's say I do
What's your
this.
move? Yeah, and which means even Pragg can fight this for a win.
No, not for a win. No, for sure not.
Why not? Equal pawns. I mean, Magnus is being, if in that situation, is Magnus not being unrealistic?
Magnus is not being unrealistic, but he needs to win, no? And so he can push because he has something to push for. He has an outside passer here. And in queen
But
endgames,
h5 is weak.
but Amruta, in queen endgames, it's the one who creates a passed pawn faster is the one who wins. So let's just imagine king f2, okay? Because king h2, queen f4 is a draw. Pragg has given a check. By the way, Aditya Gaitonde, thank you. Happy birthday, Sagar Bhai. It's a treat watching you and Amruta analyzing a Magnus Pragg game.
Today's birthday treat. Sagar's birthday treat.
Check. Now check. Okay. So if you go back, it's a draw. So you need to come up like Magnus. You need to go to e2. Then I take this. Only move. Check.
Yes.
Then you come up. And now the question is, do I have to take on f6 or can I continue checking you?
Suppose I continue. Suppose.
Yeah, maybe it does work. King b3.
Queen d5, king a4.
Queen d5.
King a4. Queen c6.
Hey, look, I go here, you go here, I go here. Now where's the check?
No, I'm going through that side. Okay, that is also fine. Queen e4.
No, Amruta, this is...
Queen f4. What?
This is coming down here. Don't play...
So you can do it king b3, king a4, say.
No, but then queen, when it comes here, you have this check. So I'm coming from here.
Oh, okay. Wow.
So here you could
gives
go
him a
this
chance to
check.
try.
And then I can do this. And now I'm not so sure, Amruta. I don't know if the checks are going to run out. Like here, maybe not. There's still this check. I don't know.
King e4.
Check.
King e5 now.
He goes king f2. If Magnus is going to fight here, that will be something. Because that just shows the world champion really wants to win. And they don't care about 50 move rule, Amruta, because 40 move thing, because although they get 50 minutes extra, the position is straightforward enough that you don't need to think too much.
Wow. बस मजा ही आ रहा है. ड्रॉ करे तो ऐसे.
Check on f4. Again, a small stare there. Oh, Magnus goes on. Amrita, I told you.
क्या बात है,
Magnus
Sagar.
Carlsen. Magnus
Amazing.
Carlsen does not, guys. If ever you want an example of a fighter, it is Magnus for you.
Brilliant.
Yeah, he's just such a big fighter. He never gives up. He wants to continue playing for a win all the time.
Vivek says, hello Sagar sir and Amrita ma'am. I like to keep your streams on the side during my medical exam studies. Helps my chess and focus. Just wanted to say thank you for amazing streams.
Thank you, Vivek. Thank you. You know, we thought that it was somehow Pragg had kind of won the battle, like sort of drawn the game, and we would see a draw. But Magnus is like, Ruko zara, sabra karo. I'm still going to fight.
I know. I really didn't expect this, that it's going to go along. That's why I think even around 40th move, Pragg was also expecting a draw. So he was not getting up.
Yeah.
Then he realized, okay, I need to get up now.
But now this is a key moment, Amrita. At this point, as Pragg, do you go and take this pawn, or do you keep checking, which he must find that there is no way that Magnus escapes the perpetual.
Which is important.
Perpetual check is, by the way, guys, a check which keeps on coming back to back. Check, 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 check. So if Pragg can find a check for all the places that the white king can go to, it will end in a draw. But if he cannot, then let's say after something like here, he will land up into some trouble because he has this extra. And Amrita, here, just to show our chat, if you take here,
this way, let's try to understand. If you take on f6, this queen endgame, anyway,
you
are
queen c5
saying perpetual only, right? वैसे भी, or no?
No, I was thinking that after this, it gives white a chance somehow. I don't think Pragg will go for it. Pragg will find a, because
let's see 2-3 moves. Queen f6 you took, then you went queen c5, right?
No, I was thinking why not first check the more forcing line. If it's check, 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 you can give checks and force him, like king c3. Check.
Are you able to? King c4 you said here.
Yeah, king c4.
Queen b5.
Queen b5.
King
d4. Queen b6.
King e5, I think I had mentioned.
King e5, queen e6 check, and then I take f6
what
with
will
a check.
What can I do now? Queen c5. Oh, and then queen f6 is a check.
Oh man, yeah, but this is risky, Amrita. This is what Magnus will want.
This is risky.
This is why he gets
because
up.
If you say, for example, one simple variation for the sake of understanding, if queen e5, king e5, this endgame will be winning for white.
Oh, completely winning, because this is a passer and
this... look at the king is completely at the
although pawns are equal, you can see which pawns are more active.
By the way, news coming in Arjun... but no, it's I'm not sure.
No, Amrita, huge news coming in is Wesley drawing against Abdusattorov. That is a big news. So that means Abdusattorov has managed to keep his half-point lead at least intact. It can also convert into a full point lead, because we have to check what is happening with Anish Giri and Jordan Van Forest. And here we can see, I think this is white has things under control here. Even though he's an exchange down, he has a very nicely placed pieces. So that looks like Jordan is under control and it can be a draw.
Yeah, but it is very complex, because for black, for Anish, it can be the A pawn which can just keep rolling, and for Jordan, it is this FG pawns which could become dangerous.
Correct.
What about
Gukesh? Let's go to Gukesh's game. Gukesh is thinking, and Gukesh, can he outplay Aronian from this endgame where he has an extra pawn? We will come back to this game, because Gukesh has played really well to get into a pawn up endgame, but it seems like a draw for now. Going to the game of Arjun Erigaisi and Parham Maksudlu, Parham has managed to get this back in his favor, but look at this. He has to play king g2. He finds it, and now it's 39th move. We can stick with this game because Arjun has only 3 minutes left. Mayur Gondarekar, happy birthday Sagar. Hi to Amrita, keep bringing us. Thank you, Mayur. Broadcast. Now, Amrita, he played bishop h3 check. You have to find king h2 in order to win this. This is
Only
the
move?
40th
Is that
move.
only move? What happens for king g3?
If you go king g3, queen h, queen g1 check, and it's a draw.
But then how? King h3 then?
Queen
then
h1.
So now king h3 also should work.
No, that's now king h2.
No, but what's the problem for... king h3 is a draw.
King h3, queen h1.
Correct.
I'll keep
Okay,
on
got
checking
it.
you. But
And-
if I go king here and you try to threaten me a checkmate here, I have rook h4 checkmate on you. So
king
it's a big...
Okay, king h2, bishop e5 check.
No, pin.
Oh, sorry. From another game you come to this game, you just forget.
Oh, for sure. But Amruta, now if you go queen e5 check, now you can take because there is no check from behind. So Arjun has got his final trap on 40th move. He's hoping that Parham Maktudlu falls into taking here or coming up. But I think Parham is not a player who's going to fall for this trick. He will find king h2 and he finds it. Good move by Parham, which means Arjun is in big trouble here. He cannot survive this position. Let's go back to Magnus Carlsen versus Praggnanandhaa. Oh, Pragg took on f6. Very smart decision by Pragg. Pragg is like, I don't need to play for checks because you are coming back with your queen in some variations. So I will take this and now you figure out how you want to create, because now when I'll give you checks, I have already taken your important pawn.
It's amazing. So he believes in the position, otherwise he would have kept giving checks.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's sure to hold. But
Magnus
in a way, at least happy that
it's
the
not
game
a dead
goes
draw.
on.
Yeah, it's not a dead draw. He goes queen e8. Amruta, this is the best move in the position to keep on fighting, because
queen e4 check is now gonna happen.
Like if you play, let's say, check.
Okay, king c4.
Check.
King d5, yeah. King c6. Oh, if you allow my king... no, queen g2 check is...
Yeah, queen g2.
King c5. Queen c3 check. King b6. Queen takes a3.
No, queen takes a3, queen f7.
Pragg has come to the board.
Yeah. You must find now king g7. You know, Amruta, this endgame is not a trivial one by any means. By any means. Like even if you play a4, queen b4, king a6 here, you have this pawn, you have this outside passer, and Pragg will struggle. I feel that Magnus has chosen a very good, and Pragg should be very, very careful about how he approaches this.
So you mean where he played c2 actually, at that point of time, maybe the other option was easier?
Yeah. Here, right? Instead of c2, if he had played rook e5, I don't know if Pragg did not like something in this variation.
b4, same, no? Maybe something like this.
Maybe b4, yeah. Maybe b4. Oh, maybe b4. Maybe b4, Amruta.
I mean, for c2, b4 happened, so you're...
Yeah, you're right. Maybe b4 is what he didn't like. Queen d5 check, queen c8 check, king h7, queen takes c3, rook e4. Again, it seems like even in this line, Amruta, he had to
slightly... He was always on the side of defense at the end of it. Wow, but Magnus, after messing it up, the way he still is able to put pressure in whichever form.
Little, he's trying. He's trying for little things, and it can only happen when you can focus so hard on the board. Guys, learn from Magnus and Pragg on how they are able to exploit those little resources to keep the game going.
Yeah. Manasvi Mishra, member for 18 months, pillar of Indian chess. Dropping my wishes in the ocean of well-wishers for Sagar. Happy birthday. You are a trailblazer. Also, Pragg is going to hold this. Let's go.
Thank you, Manasvi, and thank you for being such a positive person on this channel. I've always seen great comments from you. And there are so many others who have been such amazing people on the channel. So thank you all. Guys, Praggnanandhaa now has to figure out where to move his queen. Should he give checks? Or Amruta, if Pragg is very confident about his position, he may even go king g7. And he will say that there are no more checks here.
The funniest thing which can happen is if Magnus tries too hard and somehow Pragg gets advantage and Pragg beats Magnus. I mean, you
That
cannot
has happened
expect.
in the past in the rapid or blitz events, but I think to expect that to happen in classical chess is a bit too much.
Yeah, that is completely agreeable. Man Sareen, member for 22 months, booster of Indian chess, says, Happy birthday, Sagar Bhai.
Thank you, man. I
By the way,
like.
Himang says Donchenko wins the Tata Steel Challenges with a round to spare.
Wow, that's a huge result for the young German player. He has been, you know, playing really well, but this is a big breakthrough for him, just like what happened to Arjun last year.
By the way, if you see Magnus here, he's just
उतना ही है क्या मेरा
Acha.
अमृता?
He's so relaxed. I thought after 40 moves, Praggnanandhaa has 46 minutes, so Magnus will just keep roaming. Like he's not going to be sitting on the board because you don't see Magnus sitting for such a long time, right? In classical, like he will walk around.
Yes, but Amruta, for him, this is like, all his time in Vaikanze that he's spending. If he can win this, it'll become so much better for him, like he can win the event, which is
Yeah,
so
that is true.
and he's won this event a record 8 times already, I think. Eight, yeah, maybe this is the 9th time that he's trying to win.
Is it cold over there right now? Very much. It will be, na? That's why he's putting his shirt on his hands again and again.
You mean inside the playing hall, perhaps, maybe not so much.
No?
Yeah, but outside it's very cold. Arpit Sarkar, happy birthday Sagar. Thanks for all the hard work you and Amruta put in for India's chess scene. Thank you, Arpit. Thank you so much.
By the way, if we now go, I think he'll take some time here,
Yeah.
for sure. So if we go to Gukesh's game, because that endgame does, oh, look at this. Because this is another curiosity, whether it is a good enough chance for Gukesh to convert or Aronian will hold his. Giving the experience of Aronian, I think Aronian will find a way to defend this. Oh, by the way, that's a nice shirt.
Of Levon.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's won this before. Amruta, maybe the World Cup where we covered, wasn't this what he wore in 2017?
I don't remember, but I doubt he will be wearing a.
Because we
Mostly, but this is true that chess players will be wearing the same shirt even after 10 years because I doubt they go for a lot of shopping. And then many of them, not everybody, but many of them also have these favorite shirts which are very comfortable while playing. So that kind of a thing. Then there are superstitions. Then there are a lot of things.
Right. By the way, Amruta, here, if you see, Gukesh had 14 minutes, Aronian had 1 hour.
Oh my!
And he played this and he took 47 minutes as we discussed. Then Gukesh took the pawn. I think this was just. Don't you think that he just blundered after all this while?
After 47 minutes, you mean?
Yeah. Or maybe,
So it is
or
the
maybe,
second time
or maybe he didn't find any defense to some problems here.
But it is the second time we are seeing that last time Pragg had thought for 42 minutes and made a bad move.
Yeah.
Now Levon thought for 47 minutes. So we really, in classical chess, it's an important advice. Try to not think for more than 20 minutes. And an absolute complex position, 25 at the most.
It's very difficult to generalize, Amruta, but
No,
yeah.
it's pretty general. It works very well.
I have a question for the chat. If you had taken the pawn here, why was this a massive blunder? White to play.
Saurabh Patil says, wish you the happiest birthday, Sagar Bhai. My wife and I are your biggest fans. Arey, jhagda nahi hoega. That means amazing. Your energy and love for chess is commendable. My wife doesn't play chess, but has started following it recently. Oh,
Thank
हराने
you.
वाली है मतलब सौरभ तुमको.
Thank you. Generally, when both the people in the family start following chess, it's good news. If only one person starts following chess, it's sometimes very difficult.
SFG says, I am watching this stream for the first time. I'm wondering that the whole another different world is here. I'm so shocked there are many people who are supporting chess streams through super chats. It's just nice.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very cool, and I think this community which we have built is amazing, where people have becoming members on this channel to support chess talents every single month. and we've been supporting that for over now almost 2 years. We have been doing this, so it's a big thing, and plus the super chats really help us, so it's phenomenal. It's like a community more than just a
Yeah,
chess
it's
stream.
more like a family for sure in some way.
Amruta,
Extended one.
rook b4 is what they have found. Govinda, Indrajit, Jayvant.
Ashman, Ishpreet, Mala, Aditya, Rishikesh, Aditya, and Juma.
Yes,
Amazing,
because
guys.
rook b4, and the point is, if you take, here's an important thing to notice. If you do this, the main point is you want to ask yourself if the king can come and stop the pawn or not. So you can calculate king g8, b5, king f8, b6, king e8, b7, king d8, and it's queening. But you could also do something very interesting, which is to build a square here, which is to make an arrow like this till the end of the board, and then create this square like this.
Yeah, either you call it geometry or you call it drawing, but
Yes.
it works.
And if the black king cannot enter on this move inside the square, if it could come to f8, it would stop the pawn. But the problem is it cannot reach, and it goes to g6, and then pawn pushes, the square gets shorter. Every time the pawn moves forward, you can build a square, the black king is outside it, the square keeps getting shorter, and this is called the rule of square in pawn endgame. And this is why rook b4 would win. And if anyone is asking what about f5, because then after take, it's like you cannot win because b4 is met with en passant. The main problem is that here white will force your hand, and that is with f3. And Amruta, this is now you have to
Hey,
give
rook
up the
g6.
a pawn.
A pawn. Yeah. Nice.
Meanwhile, people are saying Arjun Erigaisi has lost his game, which is big news here because Parham Maksudlu has managed to create two back-to-back upsets. Well, not difficult to say upset because he's a world-class player himself, but he's beaten two young Indian talents. And what is interesting to note is that after this, Queen f7, the position was equal. It was like at this point, Arjun had the draw in his grasp. If he had found Queen a1 check, King h2 or g2, let's say if he goes King h2, then he had to find this very nice move, Bishop b3.
Oh.
Pinning here. It was a very complicated game, Amruta. It's
Yeah,
not at all
it's
easy. And
extremely
now you
difficult
have
one.
to find this another crazy move, King f1, Queen f1, attacking here and here. And then after he takes here on f4, you have to find another crazy move. Let's see if our chat is able to find it, guys. Black to play. It's a brilliant move. And I think it was difficult for Arjun to find all of this with less time.
It's easy, pretty easy.
What?
The move?
Move is easy.
Yeah?
Queen is happening here. D8 queen.
Yeah.
Saw it.
Yeah.
You're tired. Yes, very good.
Coincidentally. Ramit says, last day in Bombay for me. Happy birthday, Sagar. I'll be sure to consume a few birthday beverages on your behalf.
Well, thank you, Ramit. I was very keen that we could meet this time, but unfortunately we could not. Maybe next time when you are in Mumbai, and would love to, yeah, we'll stay in touch.
Nodirbek still on course to win. Yes.
Yes, very much so. By the way, the move here, let's see if our chat found it. Whoa, brilliant job, guys. In the chat, so many of you, 92 people. Aditya, Jumma, Agnivo, Jayvant, Inevitability, SM, Aditya, Chess Champion, Sangeet, and Saksham. Amruta, that was unbelievable.
That was an amazing move. Yeah. Such a forcing move, and it's
And the point is, after Queen e5, Queen f2 check, King h1, Queen f1, it's a draw.
Yeah, kebab mein no haddi.
Yes. And so Arjun blundered here with Bishop e8. He didn't give a check. He went back, and his point was that he wanted, if he took here, I don't know what his point was. Maybe he wanted to take here. But Parham just took on f4. b3, d7, bishop d7, and he came in with the queen, threatening rook h4 check. In came check, king g2, takes here, king into h2, which was a good move. king went to h3. They traded queens, but Parham Maksudlu again found a great move. And his point is that if you were to play b2, I can go here. So he went king g6, bishop a3. The pawn is stopped right in its tracks, and Arjun resigned here. Meanwhile, Amruta, very quickly
Yes,
going to
let's go to
Praggnanandhaa's game against Magnus Carlsen. After queen f6, queen e8, he went queen f1, king d4. I feel, Amruta, I feel this is not going to be an easy defense for Pragg. What do you feel?
I mean, Pragg is confident because he took it on f6. Yeah, I'm not. I think I agree with you more so, but I'm very confident about Pragg that he is going to defend it.
Yeah.
What did Vishy say today about queen endgames?
Vishy mentioned that, queen endgames is something that he tells his students or friends that study rook endgames, study all other endgames, but queen endgames, just figure it out on the board because they are just too complex.
Yeah, even if you study, you're not gonna remember it.
Yes, exactly. And the thing here to note is that Magnus has gotten queen endgames against two of the most talented youngsters in the world of chess, Nodirbek and now Praggnanandhaa. And I think for Magnus, the thing which keeps him going in this position is very clear. What keeps him going is that this two pawns versus one and more active king. So, by all senses, one does get the impression, what did he do? King g7. And this is Praggnanandhaa's way of saying that, look, Magnus, I'm not in a hurry to draw the game through perpetual. I just believe in my position and I want to take the pawn on g2 when you might think that your pawns are strong, but I have a g pawn that can also run down the board.
That's a great point. Also, what he has is this is a weak, this is weak, this is right now defended, it is his weakness, and this is. So, Magnus has to take care of 2-3 things, yeah, at the same time.
Yeah, Magnus's responsibility in this position has increased. And you were right in saying that maybe Pragg also thinks he can fight on. Queen e5 check. Okay, you have
Magnus,
to go. No, I don't think he won't draw. Just forget that Magnus is going to give a perpetual. That is not going to happen.
Because now suddenly if he may realize, okay, there's nothing. What if that happens?
By the way, our chat said that if I was playing black, I would have given this check and I would have chopped this pawn. But guys, here's the problem. After check, king h8 comes another important check. And you will notice that now you go either here or here. I will give you a check and take on h6 with a check and then chop this off.
बहुत कुछ ही मर रहा है.
So let's say here.
It's like you're getting robbed.
And now I need not even take this. I can give a check and play h6. And this is completely winning. So that's the reason why you will see that Praggnanandhaa decided that before I go on a mission to capture these pawns, let me first take care of my f7 pawn. And that's how he played king here. And now after check, he's thinking maybe king g8 makes a lot of sense. By the way, let's ask our chat what they think is going to be the result of this game. I'm going to put a poll in here. And
that's a good one, actually.
Kevin Winter here says, I am supporting Magnus and so is my wife. Very interesting. That's why I want to know who... I think who do you support say better is what do you think is the result of the game? Think is going to be the result of this game.
Rachana Raj says, Sagar, your commentary and analysis is without so-called hype, simple and understandable. Also, your accent is very much familiar, unlike some foreign YouTubers. Thank you, Rachana.
Thank you, Rachana.
Suraj says, Sagar and Amrut are like queen and knight. Great combination. Queen and knight.
Yes, I am like the knight who's come to
I thought you were the
rescue.
queen.
Okay, king g8 played by Pragg.
Draw. 53% people are saying it will be a draw.
But I like how the chat is very objective. Yeah, no, Magnus win is higher than Pragg win, but the highest is a draw, which is very logical. Very good, guys. Love how the chat is also getting objective and not just like, oh, 90% Pragg win, even if the position is like this.
Krishan Gupta Superchats, what about queen d1 check and then takes on h3?
H5, I think, Krishank, what do you want to write? Because
Yeah, got it.
that was a good suggestion actually. Because here, queen d1 check, king c5, and now if you go here, it's like, you got a pawn, but you have wasted time. It's like you want to prepare for some very important exam, but you are wasting time doing some odd job and earning little money. That's how it is. So for example, I go check here, and then when you move your king away, and then my pawn moves forward, and along with these pawns, it really matters if you can create a passer on the queen side. And here, Amruta, it was not worthwhile going and winning this pawn, but a great question by our chat.
Kya baat hai?
What was his name? Very good question by him.
I will tell you.
Krishan Gupta, great question. Okay, he goes queen b8 check.
King g7. Oh, easy. By the way, Gaurav, member for 5 months, Pillar of Indian Chess says, why is Fabiano Caruana so immune from criticism? His career has nosedived into obscurity since second last WCC.
So immune from criticism means, what do you mean by that? That he's not getting impacted by criticism,
But
or
he's not getting enough criticism.
yeah, exactly. I think he is definitely seeing that he's not getting his best results right now, but also he's hanging in there. Like for example, even at World Rapid Championships, he was World Blitz, he finished third, I think, or World Rapid it was. Yeah, maybe World Rapid he finished third. So he's there, he's right up there at the top.
Kevin Winter says, tough endgame. Can I phone a friend?
I would love to see how Magnus presses. Look at this move, Amruta, by Magnus. Queen g3. Now,
Oh, sab kuch.
just like how
Ah.
Pragg, when he went to f1, he protected f7 and a6 and also kept his queen active. Same way, queen g3 protects g2 and a3.
But not h5. So now queen d1. Yeah?
Queen d1 check.
Now his
King
question.
c5, queen h5 now makes a little more sense because his queen is a little passive. But I'm still a bit afraid. Let's say king b6, you give a check, save the pawn, but I go king a5. And now the problem with this entire setup is that while you can't give a check because I'll take your a6 pawn, let's say you go queen f6, I'll start pushing a4. And Amruta, while an engine still feels that this position is equal, I think for a human it's clear that white is the one who's pressing. No?
I must be an alien.
Sorry?
I must be an alien.
What are you feeling?
You said for a human it feels like white is. No, I'm very confident about Pragg.
No, that is different. But don't you think that this is like trouble for white, for black, because white's pawn is just 3 steps away from queening?
So perpetual, yes, I agree with you. If I try to give some perpetual, just very basic calculation, okay? Queen g3, no, ab5, queen a1 check. Very basic. Queen d8 better. Then you have b6, okay? Queen a1.
Okay, go here.
Queen f6. Yeah, queen f6. Queen d4 would be better, no?
Yeah, queen d4 maybe.
Queen A4. If the basic calculation doesn't give you anything, then there is nothing. Queen D7. Nah, Queen D7, Queen C7 you will go.
Yeah, maybe.
Queen
No, Queen
D5
D7
maybe.
I can't go Queen C7 because B5 is hanging.
Acha, right. Then why not Queen D7? It's a plain simple draw.
No, if you go here, I come here.
Queen C8.
Here.
Queen D7. Queen C8.
Yeah, maybe, but here.
Queen E6.
Okay. Yeah, maybe you got it right, Amrita. But I think humanly it's dangerous to go into that variation. But Pragg has gone.
Yeah, possible.
Wow.
And happy super chats. Thank you, happy. Dhwani says, hey Sagar, happiest birthday man. Started falling in love after seeing your commentaries. Fan since 6 months.
Thank you, Dhwanit. By the way, Magnus has gone in with his king to c5. You can see there, Magnus Carlsen very much on the track as what we discussed. Amruta, I didn't press so well, I feel, that position. But I definitely think that Praggnanandhaa should not take this pawn.
You still think
I
that?
still feel it.
Let's bet. Do you think he's going to take or no?
I think he will, yeah. Because on the other hand,
Vijay Kumar Emmanuel, why is chess stream blurry for me while all other live streams are fine?
blurry?
No, it's fine actually. It's very fine.
It should not be blurry. I think what you need to do is
Add
go
on
to your
settings.
settings and go into advanced and choose the right resolution.
Yeah, looks good for everybody else also. Good quality.
Like, I don't know, like maybe you can start with this check, Amruta. I went king b6, you gave queen g6 check, but I can start with queen e5.
Queen on e5 definitely better.
Yeah, somehow I should press better, and so I do feel like Pragg will get into some pressure. How about going here and just saying that I'll keep pressure here, keep defense here?
Bar doesn't like for what reason? Because
Oh, he chopped the pawn. He took the pawn.
okay, we are going to see some kind of a race or an easy perpetual at the center of the board.
No, I'm not sure. I have a feeling, guys, this game is far from over. It's far from over.
Fool for queen a5 or not? Queen h5. Yeah, he took. Wow, this is going to be super interesting.
What Ceci says, Pragg has better position. I can't believe it. Come on. Come
But
on.
I'm telling you, Magnus can stretch and you never know what can happen. But at any point of time, Magnus will have an option to give perpetual? No, actually no. It's only until a point. Pragg will be like, okay Magnus, this is the time. You please decide. It's a commitment.
Amruta is such a big supporter of Pragg right now that she is not at all looking at the basics of queen endgame. Amruta,
Yeah.
Basics of queen endgame shows that white's king is more active. White has the outside majority here. Don't you think that that's going to mean something?
I do understand that, but I also understand that Magnus is trying really hard. He has not. Would you say he has been objectively playing or he has not been objectively playing actually? What would you say? Which
No, he
category?
took so much risk to reach here, and I'm just amazed that he's kept that flame going. It's like, he's out there with a small lamp which has this thing burning, and he's just moving. There's wind coming from here. Someone's trying to, and he's just keeping that very small flame
Perfect.
going on and on. But
This I agree. This is something very inspiring. There is zero doubt about it. ठीक है.
Amruta, you definitely are a big Magnus fan, right?
Yeah.
But when Pragg plays against Magnus, do you still remain a Magnus fan or a Pragg fan?
No, you remain a Magnus fan, of course. You also remain a Pragg fan, no? Because you are a Pragg fan also.
But then you can't have both fans, right? You have
yeah,
to choose
so
one.
then you have to.
So
if
which one is slightly higher?
Pragg.
Pragg, slightly higher than Magnus.
Yeah, for sure.
Why?
Because we've seen him since he was little, right? It
Hmm.
does make a difference.
I thought you will say Pragg has visited your home, not Magnus.
Oh, that would have been a good one.
Check by Magnus first. That is right, because in all variations, if you saw, it was important to keep the queen centralized.
This check was important. Actually, this is the check which you did not play, Sagar.
Yes.
And now you're learning from Magnus. That
No,
Sagar,
but,
he says, Sagar, how can you miss such a simple check there?
I know. I think playing like Magnus in Endgame is all about looking at those little subtleties. If you are able to find those little subtle moves, it makes all the difference. Like here, queen on e5 is going to be so much so much better than just queen on g3.
Agreed completely.
Okay, Amruta, let's say
मजा आएगा. But basically, ये game is something like मजा आएगा without any doubt.
I mean, for whom? The viewers, yes, but for Pragg, it doesn't seem like maza aega situation.
No, for both of them, it's pretty tiring. Imagine another thing is it's a second last round, penultimate round.
Yeah.
They are not having a lot of energy. In that state, you're playing a long game. That is something not to miss.
Yeah.
Many times towards the end, you will make a mistake.
I mean, guys, let me just put it out there here, this thing, that if Pragg manages to hold this, it will be a huge achievement. I've started to feel that. Because firstly, he's facing one of the finest endgame experts in the game of chess. Secondly, he has a tough position with the white king being active and white having an outside passer. And remember, in queen endgames, it's not the number of pawns that count, it's the quality of pawns. And here it feels like the black pawns are a little too behind, they are not advanced.
Absolutely. Well said. Rahul asks, hello Sagar and Amrita, could you please tell me about Peter and Nielsen only work as a second for world champions? What is his speciality?
I think we discussed this in one of our streams, that the biggest speciality of players, of the trainers who become like world class trainers, is that they are able to understand their players' needs very well. So I feel like being a top trainer is a lot about chess skills, yes, but it's even more about human skills. How you are able to understand what is the mood of the player. You basically understand your player so well that you are able to make suggestions to him which just fits in perfectly. Like, let's say if Magnus finishes the game today and wins it, and he's on 7.5 and Nodirbek is on 8, and tomorrow Magnus is going to play Arjun, then Peter Heine Nielsen will come up with certain suggestions for Magnus which will just be the perfect ones to play for a must-win situation in the last round with black pieces against Arjun. And this is not an easy task. You need first of all to understand his mood, his energy levels. You have to understand what are his opening likes, dislikes. So chess and human skills both have to combine there. And I think that is what Kazimdzhanov does very well. As Vishy today also mentioned, Amruta, Kazimdzhanov is one of those guys who doesn't mince with his words. He's very direct and he says like what he feels. I think in this book, Anand Files, he has mentioned that at some point Vishy's team was working late in the night, and Kazimdzhanov was the one who said like, let's not do that. Let's keep a schedule. Let's keep our energies for the day. Let's not work too late in the night and all of that. It's a very interesting book to know more about Vishy's seconds, which is Peter Heine Nielsen, Kazimdzhanov, also Surya Ganguly, Wojtaszek, and all of them. Okay, by the way, Queen E5 check.
So Pragg is thinking for a moment Oh, is he about to play?
No, I don't think he'll play his move here, Amruta.
Yeah.
I sent, but his move is very clear. You don't want to play a king on h7, keeping the f7 pawn undefended. So while you may not be able to calculate all the consequences, you will definitely play king g8 and say this looks the best.
Still, oh, he plays
Yeah.
King G8. Okay, it was important that he plays this move. And Magnus has a few choices here. Going King B6 seems most natural. Or no, A4 also, right? King B6, A4, starting the. Do you think Magnus will immediately play after coming back?
Maybe.
Can we stick there for a minute?
Yeah, I'm
a
just
minute?
seeing which angles I have. So, we have
you
one more
Huh,
angle.
that one is good, where Magnus is not there.
Let's see Magnus coming back. This is a great angle. Maybe I can change everything here, because if this is the angle, then Magnus would be here. We will be here. Pragg board will be here behind Pragg. And there we have Magnus coming in. Ooh.
Waiting.
Guys, this is a great angle, no?
Board niche, huh?
I don't know if people in the chat like it. What do they think?
Sarfaraj Hubli says Sagar is saying basically coach has to know about the player much more than parents and spouse. Jesse Insan says chess loves me but no girl does.
I mean, we'll switch between this angle, but for sure this is a great one to see Magnus's view of things.
Yes, says Sagar sir, happy birthday and I support Pragg, but I feel MG has more good moves and due to that I think somehow change the game and win, but Pragg is also very clever.
Pragg is of course clever. Pragg is clever. That's why he's there in Wijk. And he's already stretched Magnus quite a bit. But the main thing which I feel is that queen endgames are very tough to assess even for a player like Pragg. You know, guys, just to add a small little note here, a guy like Magnus very carefully eats during the games and very careful about what he eats during the games, because he has to have that energy level sustained till the 7 hour mark. So if you, let's say, eat a bar of chocolate right now, it will boost your energy for 30 minutes. But if the game is not going to end in 30 minutes and goes for an hour, it will drop your energy after 30 minutes. So all of this knowledge he has gained by playing in a lot of world championship matches.
Yeah, like we can never eat a chocolate just like in an hour or something. That is the most dangerous. So you will see chess players majorly eating dry fruits, bananas, and all those. And chocolate is generally, if at all eaten, that's towards the end.
Yeah.
Like this is the last half an hour, and you really need that boost. So क्या हुआ? Why are you laughing?
Someone said, I bet Magnus just went and ate Chivda.
I thought frozen yogurt he would have eaten. Wesley would be there telling him about frozen yogurt.
A4 played, Amruta. That was the best move. You can bank on Magnus finding the best moves here.
Oh, look at how Pragg is thinking. ट्रैवल विद निखिल रोशन सुपर चैट्स कहते हैं बूंद बूंद से सागर बनता है, पर हर नदी को वह अपने में भरता है। जिनको नहीं थी खबर 64 खानों के खेल की सिखाने की, उन्हें एक सागर की उभरता है। वाह, हैप्पी बर्थडे सागर भाई।
बहुत अच्छा पोयम था, बट अमृता ने बहुत खराब पढ़ा।
Sorry.
But it's fine, Amruta.
मस्त है पर.
Thank you. Travel with Nikhil Roshan, one of the most dedicated mods on this channel, always asking everyone to like and subscribe to the channel, and has been another very positive personality on ChessBase India. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen gets up. Praggnanandhaa, Amruta, from Pragg's expression, it feels he's relaxed.
Yeah.
But I don't know why he's so relaxed. he should be worried. For sure, he should be worried. No?
No, it's like when COVID was going to happen in March and December se we started all getting some news. Jan, Feb, everybody was relaxed until it was a lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, but then it was danger, right? So Pragg needs to, I think, here is a moment,
Pragg has a cure already in this game.
possibly. I mean, for me, for him, the best move here is Queen D1, hitting the pawn on A4.
Are you saying that Pragg has to play Queen D1 here?
Sort of, yes.
My goodness. Oh my god. And he has 27 minutes. This time 8 moves. So time is there quite a lot.
Okay, people ask
Imang
you,
says, remember Korchna's famous blueberry yogurt scandal against Karpov.
what? I have never heard of blueberry scandal.
I have heard of it.
What is it?
No, I can't tell you, but I think it's not something which was never heard of. I'm sure you would know. No? Better not to say.
Okay, by the way, guys, in Rook G2, Gukesh has managed to press till a point where he's a pawn up. But I'm wondering if he can go like tuck, 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 tuck and pick up this pawn with his king, Amruta. Because if he does that, he will have two passers. However,
Yeah.
the problem is that after king d5, rook g3, king c5. Actually, why should I go king c5? Now I can take on a4 because this is not hanging. And if you try to win this pawn, I have rook b4 and you can't take it because then this pawn just queens.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why after rook g3, rook a4,
Oh, you can never take on G3. Oh my god, Nikhil Roshan has gifted 20 memberships.
Whoa. Nikhil Roshan ji, thank you so much for that. Very kind of you. And the people who have got memberships are Suhas, Shashwat Parida, Mohit Singh, Abhishek Gupta, Tech with Ram, Akash TM, Sairam Balakrishnan, Sushil Netam, Birat Banstola, JOC, Shubham Gandhi, Vikas Jha, Ansh Noticewala, Mabemo Nezung, Kushnava Naha, Shubhankar Mirda, Harshit Goel, Atishay Ajmera.
Oh, Atishay.
I've played with him before.
If he's
Who
the
did
one,
the
I also
part?
played with him.
Right,
The
right, he was-
Jaipur tournament which
correct,
we were
correct.
talking about. I think he was playing really well over there.
And Amruta, here, if we see after rook a4, here this position, there's one move that black must do here. Guys, can you find it? If you were black, what would you play? You have to create play for yourself. So black to move. Meanwhile, Amruta, it's a huge super chat sent to us by Manan
Oh.
Ved.
बार बार दिन ये आए, बार बार दिल ये गाए, तुम जियो हजारों साल, ये मेरी है आरज़ू. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Aha. Happy birthday to you, Sagar Bhai. Thank you and Amrita for bringing chess coverage to mainstream media. Request to sing in tone. अरे ये request to sing in tone chat में आना चाहिए था. But yes, really thank you so much. That's a huge one. And बार बार दिन ये गाए.
Thank you so much for this wonderful super chat and
Super
Manan.
song.
Thank
Yeah.
you. By the way, Amruta, the move and our chat is amazing. They have found it. H5.
Shazmanu, Sauraditya, Kunal, Dhruv, Vaibhav, Lakshwant, Vishwas, Mohit, Himnisa, and Sarvendran.
And the point here, guys, is that after H5, Black starts his own play, and that's the reason why this is. But this endgame, Amruta, is far from clear. You just cannot write off.
But Levon will try to go into such creative endgames
I
because
know.
he is also the person who doesn't want simplicity.
But Gukesh has great chances here. He can, but I don't think he should take here because after rook b2 he loses his key pawn. But just bring your king like this, and the moment he takes here, he has to be super accurate with h5. Let's see. We will see a great endgame here.
Absolutely.
So for now, oh, Anish and Jordan also in progress. Before we go
Let's see what they're saying. In the meantime, Arish says, Sagar bhai, I started playing chess because of a girl. Now I don't know about the girl, but I definitely love chess.
Ah,
Sagar doesn't know what to say and what to react, so he's keeping his mouth shut.
yeah, I think you have something that will last with you for a lifetime. That's very important.
Yeah. What is Anish?
Anish is, I think, still under control, but I feel like it's also a complex endgame. You can't say this is a dead draw. It's equal as per the evaluation, but it can go anyway. As Amruta mentioned, a pawn is strong. White has this strong pawns here. Rook d5 check could be an idea. Many things happening here. Coming back to the game that all of you have been very excited for, and Praggnanandhaa has found the move Queen d1. Well,
nice.
You can bank on Pragg to find these moves. Yeah, well done by Pragg. Queen d1 was the best move there. I don't know if this is good enough for draw or not, but it is a good move. I mean, it's a great move because you are looking at a4.
Nice.
Now, Magnus Carlsen has 48 minutes. And Praggnanandhaa comes back, he goes away. Pragg also wants to relax a bit.
By the way, Kramnik student says Korshna asked for a yogurt and Karpov said it was a signal from his helpers to offer a draw.
Oh, that way. Oh, that way. That he asked for a yogurt, and if they give blueberry yogurt, it's a draw. If they give some other yogurt, then play for a win. Oh my god. That match was just insanely crazy because I think it was that match in which it was said that there are something inside his chair and the chair was dismantled and all of that had happened.
Yeah, Sushant says Victor had blamed Karpov teammates are sending some information through blueberry yogurt during play. Yes.
Correct.
Yes. Very interesting. Karthik Narayan says Sagar Shah, chess master and guide. Through the game's complexities, he will glide. With keen eye and sharp mind, he will lead you through tactics refined. Nice one.
Oh, thank you. That's very cool. Very nice.
That was really nice. JE aspirant says I am at 700. In which order should I watch your tutorial playlists? Firstly, you should study in the morning for JE. Then you will have maybe only 30 minutes. Okay, which order, Sagar? 700.
1 second. I want to come back to that question because Magnus has made a huge decision here of pushing his pawn to a5.
Oh, that's committal. Completely committal. So, Sagar, when he was going for b5, ab, we were all looking at the b passer. And over here, it's going towards a passer.
No, Amrita, and the thing is, here you can't play b5. Because if you were to play b5,
here exactly, yes. Queen
actually
a4,
you can play. Because if you take here, the problem is check.
King g7.
And now b6.
Oh.
And this pawn becomes very strong. So actually he could have played b5. For sure. He could have played it. And then Pragg would have to take, and then find some accurate moves here.
This is the question, Sagar. If you are given a choice, would you want the b pawn to be a passer or a pawn?
I think what Magnus wants with a5 is both his pawns to be a passer. So let's say if you go queen c2 check, he wants to go king b6, and if you chop this pawn, he wants to perhaps take king here a6. And then say I have two passers.
So
But
he wants to go for a race.
yes, he wants
So
to go for a race, and then g4, let's say b5, g3. But I think in this race, black's pawn is faster. So I mean, white may have to give perpetual. That's
yeah,
what I mean.
yeah,
So let's say after a5, Pragg goes queen c2 or queen g1, either of them, and to take this pawn on g2.
yeah. Suppose he doesn't care about the g2 pawn and he tries to save his a6 pawn.
Like queen f1 maybe,
Okay.
But then king b6.
Yeah, king b6 and queen.
And then queen check and try to win this way something.
Yeah. You will have to go for g2 because if
I-
you don't, then you kind of go into more towards a passive position.
Exactly.
And you can't do that. You will have to defend actively.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Check. I think here, instead of king a6, which is slightly slower, Amruta, again, it's all about time, guys. Time is the currency. You will realize more and more in life and on the chessboard that more you try to move upwards, in anything you do, the most important resource of your life will be time. And this is exactly the case here. Pawn is like money, or you can say a fixed resource here. But the thing is that you do not want to win the pawn because your pawns will be still behind. What you do is you give up a pawn. And if he takes here, what you have managed to do is you have been able to gain time and race towards the queening square, which you can also start with queen e8 check and a6. So very important here for Pragg to actually find, Amruta, the only move here. And I think it's a very key idea to give a check from g1. And can anyone tell me why it's important to give a check from g1 and not from c2? Anyone?
Suraj Zex super chat says, Sagar sir, happy birthday. Amrita Di looking beautiful.
Thank you.
Alex Darry, Sagar, are you a GM?
No.
Arey, you wasted your super chat, yeah, because he has a video. Why he did not become a GM? Do watch that, it's a good
I
one.
mean, I am. But the thing is, you guys are absolutely right. You don't want him to go to b6. And that's why you give this check. And after king c6, queen g2, king b6, you will realize that you have managed to gain one important move. One tempo, because in the last variation, it was white to move here and he would play b5, while because you gave this check, it's actually black to move now. And for that, you can just push your pawn, and after b5, you can ignore it, play g3, and after b takes a6, queen f3, a7, g2. Amruta, can you believe it? There could be another another pawns promoting here, like queen.
Or queens. I think these guys will squeeze in all the 7 hours, whichever and whatever seconds they can play and make as many queens as possible.
We already have seen only one queen though, still. But this might not happen.
Oh, but crazy. Nobody teaches says, hello Sagar bhai, I have ELO 1200. How can I improve my chess and rating? And please recommend any sort of online courses I can take. By the way, happy birthday.
Thank you. Okay, by the way, that question from 700 player, I would strongly recommend you to first of all solve a lot of tactics. There are a lot of good websites there. I think much better than what we have managed to do on our channel yet related to tactics. So firstly, watch Amruta's series of 4 videos on opening principles. It's very good. Chess principles for beginners. Then you can come to chess opening traps that I have made around 60 odd. They are very fun, 5 minutes each, so you can watch 2 or 3 every day. And then you can go for imbalance theory or improve your chess with Sagar. These are some a little bit positional but also help you understand chess very deeply. I think these are the few things which I can highly recommend. Meanwhile, a very good book could be Silman's Endgame course. It's a very nice book to learn endgames. Meanwhile, Amruta,
Yeah.
Pragg has only 20 minutes, and Carlsen has 47 minutes.
Oh, actually, in Queen Endgame, if it goes to a race, it means it is going to be highly complex and time will play a role.
Yeah,
Magnus is somehow managing that.
yeah.
And right now it's not understood for anybody else, but he knows it at that point of time. I mean, of course, after playing so many world championships, you know the importance of that. By the way, Himang says there were 2 to 3 lawsuits after the match for good measure. A lot of people are very interested in the blueberry yogurt scandal. Travel with Nikhil Roshan says Chess with India सागर भाई आज का न्यूज़लेटर और उसके 33% फॉर ऑन 3033 वाला फॉर्मेट मज़ेदार था सब 33 आज.
Yes, that was an idea of Amruta, Supriya, Himank, Aditya. They all worked together and came up with this. It was very cool.
Nishit Nair, super chats and asks, happy birthday Sagar bhai. I wanted to ask you how you deal with difficult situations in life.
I'm very I'm finding it quite tough these days to deal with difficult situations, but I think one of the things which really helps is to I think this is something which Amruta and I have been discussing, is to be grateful for what is going well in life. And I think that helps you from being not completely sad or completely hopeless at any point, because there's always something good that's going on. And what Amruta always suggests, and I think that's been given in some books, is to find few things at the end of the day which you can be grateful about and to write, make it a habit, because any situation can be looked at in a positive way.
I'm recently trying another thing, Sagar, which is like direct gratitude is one thing, but one more thing is to just write 2 worst things which could have happened today.
Okay. Two worst
Could have
things.
happened today.
Okay. Don't you think it will create more anxiety for you?
No. But it didn't happen.
Yes.
The gratitude actually increases further than just gratitude.
Interesting.
That was interesting. Yeah, it could. So I'm not advising it for people as such, but
Let's
just experimenting.
Very good point here. Amruta always finding new ways to bring certain things to light. What is Gukesh doing? He's right now at this. Oh, this happened.
H5.
No,
See,
no.
Aronian,
This happened. Rook G3.
Yeah.
Rook A4. H5 has happened. But
Aronian played this.
yes. No, he had to, Amruta. There was no other way.
Yeah, it was
So now
forced.
what Gukesh is thinking is that should he give a check on A6? Because if he gives a check, then after King G7, GH5, Rook B3, he loses the pawn. But if he plays directly, he takes, and he took it, by the way, then his opponent cannot go Rook B3 because of Rook B4, saving the pawn. So that's the reason why here Levon Aronian thinking hard about what to do. And Amruta, there might be only one good move here, which is King takes F5, which is simple, but still.
But still, whenever there is a position where you have to make only move, you have to be careful.
Starts to get tricky. So this is one place where Levon Aronian must find King F5, and then again the beauty is, Amruta, that here if I play a move like B4, then you have to again find the only move check.
Ooh.
Because if you go G3, G4,
G4 was my question earlier.
Rook 8, and now if you give a check, I'll go King C4. While if you play check before G4, King C4, then you can capture the last rank, which is very important here. So not letting white capture the last rank. So these are little points which change the evaluation from a draw to win in such endgames, which is why these endgames are very tricky even for a world-class GM like Levon. Let's see if he manages to hold here, but Gukesh is definitely pressing, and you can see there Gukesh really focusing hard. And Amruta, it can be a huge victory for Gukesh if he manages to do that. He would have scored 4 points in the last 5 rounds if he manages to win this.
Ah, amazing.
And Anish versus Jordan.
C6. Oh, this game looks like, just when you look at it, it feels so complex.
Yeah, it's very complex. Very,
Whenever
very.
you look at it. Okay, C6 is played. Is he threatening rook D7? No, not yet, because takes and rook D3 is a check.
Yeah,
So King E3 and rook D7, he might be predicting.
correct. I agree.
So Black has to attack the C6, but he cannot. Can he go rook D1?
Don't you feel like it's tougher to play as black? Like A5 maybe, suppose
Let's start with A5.
King E3,
Rook D1.
but then rook D5
Seven,
check
no?
or rook D7? Yeah,
Rook
check.
D7, King F6, I thought.
King here,
E5.
and
yeah?
now I win this pawn. So
Simple tactic.
somehow
A5 though it was not coming only. That's the big problem. Why?
it's not so easy to understand how Anish should play. Like maybe
Both
he has
the
to
rooks
go
are
rook D1, but then you have check, king here, and then I go
E5.
king E3.
Acha, not E5, yeah?
E5,
Oh,
rook
sorry,
E5.
King F4.
Oh, he's playing A5. Oh, blunders!
Are baapre!
No, it's not a blunder, Amruta.
You said rook D5.
No, but the main thing is if rook D5 takes, then the D3 is hanging. So I said this, but the main point is not to go rook D1, it's rook A2. And I save this pawn. But still, it looks so risky. He played king E3. And now very important for Anish to go rook A2 or rook G2. Rook G2 or rook A2.
He'll play rook A2.
No, not rook D1. No way, Anish.
No, rook A2 he is going to play.
Rook G2, which is also fine.
So what is the idea now, Sagar? If rook D5 check, and if you take on A5,
Either check or I can directly take. And then you at least have gotten rid of one pawn. You're moving closer to sort of a draw.
in fact, you may have the H pawn.
Yes.
Yeah, this looks like a less complex.
Going back to Praggnanandhaa versus Carlsen, Pragg does give queen g1 check and he's waiting for Magnus to arrive. That is a very impressive move by Pragg. But guys, notice how much time is Pragg taking for every move. So for example, this move took away his 13 minutes. Before that, his move took away 4, 3, all so much time. And then what will happen is eventually Magnus will take him down to a minute on the clock. Queen d4 blocks it. And now Pragg must take on g2. I think Pragg should speed up with certain moves. Like here, yeah, just take on g2 pretty quickly. Because time is really critical. He will have to make further important decisions throughout the game.
He's about to play.
Yes.
It seems. Sachin Ranade Super Chats, happy birthday, Sagar. If you could ask for one thing today, realistic or not, then what would it be? Going to Mars?
I just want to ask one thing, that I don't want to be greedy about anything.
Nice.
Just be happy with what I have and keep on working, but don't be like too greedy or anything. Just keep working.
Very interesting question. Rajkumar asks, hello Sagar, I saw that you were predicting Magnus moves correctly. If you get a chance to play against Magnus, how much confident you are winning against him?
I think if we play around 1,000 games, very unlikely that I'll get even one win. Queen g2. One of the reasons why I can guess their moves is because I use engine for my commentary, which is not a secret. I have been very open about it, and that helps me to commentate. Otherwise, I have no chance of guessing the moves of these great players. Okay, by the way, b5 played, Amruta, by Praggnanandhaa, by Magnus.
Okay, you take it. The good part here is it is a pawn, and I believe a pawn has makes it difficult for Magnus to get rid of the perpetual. Right?
Yes. But Amruta.
Yeah. that way.
What do you do as
You have
black?
to take, right? Suppose I take most natural move say I like to start.
A6.
Queen A8. Can I go passive? Maybe this is passive.
King.
B6. Queen B8. Queen.
It's amazing that you are now 3 pawns down.
Yeah. True.
Check.
Queen B6 you will play.
No, but Queen
either.
C3.
Ah, okay. Then check. Okay, you're
By the way,
30,
people
7.
are saying Gukesh is winning. Levon has blundered.
Oh,
So
let's
meanwhile,
go, let's go
while
check.
while Pragg deals with how to meet B5, let's see if our other young gem Gukesh is about to create something.
Oh, amazing. What really happened?
No, so what happened was
H5.
he took here H5, he played here King F5, Rook A7, and now it was important to go back perhaps to King F6 to protect this, but he pushed G4, King Rook F7, King G5. It's still not winning perhaps.
But of course, great chances for Gukesh, no? Again,
It's
in
such,
comparison.
you know, Amruta, this is such a similar game because Pragg, okay, but Gukesh is pressing while Pragg is defending, but in both sides, there Pragg is 2-3 pawns up. Here Gukesh is 2 pawns up.
But how should he play right now? What's the move?
I don't know, like if you play and try to defend this pawn like this, then Rook G1 with the idea of G3, G2 is very strong.
Okay.
So the
Suppose
right
you
move,
start B4.
no, right, B4
no,
A3 is hanging.
Suppose you start
Go Rook F1 is
okay,
the
maybe
right
you
move.
want to stop Rook G1, but what if
Rook here B3 maybe.
Okay.
Rook B3, Rook. Either you can go Rook H1 first.
With the idea of H6, yeah?
Push the pawn.
G3?
So no, G3 H6.
G2.
G2 Rook G1. Then I have H pawn queening. So here you must maybe go King H6, but then I go Rook B1.
Yeah, it's
You go
bad.
G3. I go King C4. I get your king out and I start pushing my pawn.
Right. He goes King G5, by the way. That's
Yes.
happened
No,
before. And
Rook F1 has to be found.
Gukesh.
For Gukesh, I think
Let's see. if
would
he
be
is
or
able.
King C4 maybe, but
Oh,
then Rook G1.
By the way, in 10 minutes, Gukesh has to find 10,
Yeah.
make 10 moves. 9
Not
moves.
easy.
Okay.
Let's quickly go and check what Pragg has done.
He played G4.
Pragg said B5. I don't care, Magnus, about your pawns. My only thing is, look, Amruta, think about it this way. Pragg
my
wins a
God.
pawn, but Magnus gets
One
pawn
move.
closer to
Yeah,
the
one
queen.
move.
But here, instead of taking there, he goes G4. He gets his pawn closer to queenie.
So he's allowing BA6.
Yeah.
So if BA6, is he planning to go G3? Does this work? A7. The good part is you're under control.
You have to play Queen A8.
Okay, I mean Queen 8 is the natural
King
move.
B6. King
King
B6.
B6 and now G2.
So
So
now,
whenever the queen will try to come to B7, the problem is you take queen.
Yeah.
He queens. So another queen versus this pawn.
Yes, that would
That's
also
the
be
race
tough.
which is gonna happen actually.
But it's not easy to bring your queen to B7 anymore because G1 will queen with a check. So overall,
this is a true thing. G1 पे actually G1 मिल रहा है.
wow, nice.
Oh, this is interesting. By the way, Joy Datta super chats, big super chat. Happy birthday, Sagar. Keep rocking.
Joy, another amazing person on our channel. Thank you for all the support and always has been supporting right since maybe over 2 years now already.
Yes, very much since the beginning. Supported a lot of super chats.
Joy also has super chatted asking for some book recommendations. I believe not chess book recommendations, Joy, just normal book recommendations. Yes, please let me know after this game ends. Would be happy to talk about it.
This is interesting. Manish Evans has sent a chess commentator with a sharp mind. You make the game come alive with your insights. We are grateful for your expert touch. Wishing you all the best on your special day. A chat GPT open AI poem for you. That's what it does. Kya chat GPT?
You know, chat GPT can do anything. So the thing is,
Oh.
Amruta, tomorrow, if I need to write a romantic poem for you, I just need to give it the right inputs. I'll say Amruta Mokal, an independent girl,
But that's
an
not fair
open.
because when you wrote a poem for some other girl, which
Yeah,
I really like,
yeah.
imagine it is created by AI.
Yes, that's
And then
what
I
the
like
that's what
appreciate, oh, what a
that's what
wonderful
future is
poem.
going to be. You won't know whether you're talking to a human or you're talking to a bot. AI is so smart. So that's what Chat
Oh,
GPT is going to do. Like
that's
I
not
if I
nice.
make the right inputs, if I say Amruta Mokal loves blueberries, loves
Yogurt.
yogurt, frozen yogurt, it'll come with this nice poem, and then I can give you, and then you will be like, wow, Sagar, you are so amazing. You must have spent at least 5 hours writing this, and I'll be like, no,
Oh,
I
I mean,
spent 5 minutes.
next generation is going to get into a lot of tough situations because in a way they have to be like a crime branch, no? They always have to be like detectives. What was true or not. Kanchan says, I like it's your birthday and instead of partying and going out, you're providing us a full review of the chess tournament. Nice. Hmm.
Yes, no, I think for me it was clear since a long time when they announced
Also,
Tata
he has
Steel and
zero skill in partying.
pairings of this tournament that I quickly checked what was happening on 28th, and it was Pragg Magnus. So that was just epic. And also Vishy Anand joined us today. It
Yeah.
was great fun. We also asked him a few questions about his games against um
Also, he went to the chess club and had a nice cake cutting there with a lot of people.
yeah.
जॉय से हाँ अच्छा यही पढ़ा था क्या तुमने
Yeah, normal books, yes. So maybe after the stream, Joy, after the games are done, would love to talk. Look at how Magnus is thinking, Amruta. Ye dekho.
That's a nice photo for Leonard.
It's a nice photo, but imagine if someone takes a screenshot of this, then it's like we are looking.
Oh, that's a nice one. Additional.
But you know, Amruta, like
It
for
look
for us
Hmm.
commentators and viewers, it's a lot about like, oh, the bar is saying equal, everything is under control. For Magnus, it's like this is my chance. If I can spot a win, and to spot a win in this position is like to search for a needle in haystack. You know, you have to go through little variations and come to that exact one which wins, but it may not even exist, or it may exist in amidst all this uncertainty. You have to play well. That's what makes chess so tough. Like, you don't even know that there is a pin in the haystack. It's not only about searching for it.
Absolutely. Nice. Pin in the haystack. Naya hai.
Yeah.
First time. By the
I'll
way,
get some water.
yes. There is water here.
Is there?
No, it's not there. Please get some water. Okay, in Gukesh's game. Oh, by the way, Gukesh has not played that after g4, rook f7, king g5. He played king c4. At this point, we were talking about rook f1, which was an important move to controlling this rank, yeah, for the rook. So rook g1 it stops. King c4 he played. Okay, no, it's not a mistake actually. In fact, it's a good move. I think his pawns are going to start rolling. King takes h5 and a4. Maybe a4 again. Yes, pretty good. In a way, pretty good. What is the Aronian going to do? Because if Aronian really wants to be in the game, he needs to make this move rook f3. Let's say if he makes some random move like rook g2. Okay, rook g2 is allowing b4 Sagar. But if you play something else like rook h3, then this pawn just starts rolling.
No, rook f3 is very natural, Amruta. We can't even.
Oh, not
We cannot even get doubt that Aronian doesn't find that.
Acha.
Yeah, rook f3 is for sure.
So rook f3 is going to happen, and then rook h7 ko king g5.
No, not king g5. Play king g6 because you need to gain that tempo.
Acha.
Rook h8. Now g3.
Now g3,
A5.
a5.
Now you can't play g2 because of check and you lose the pawn.
Yeah.
So you must play rook f4 check.
And then you want to go rook g4 here,
king b5.
or yeah.
Yeah, rook f3 played. And then rook.
No, you can't play rook g4 because it's lost again. No,
Why?
no, it's not lost. If you play rook g4,
You rook
oh, it
h1.
is lost because I come here, I stop this, and then this pawn starts rolling again. Man, Aronian has to be careful, but it's in control. So the best move, guys, to find, it's pretty important. One is that you can keep giving checks here, wherever the king goes, the side checks, right?
King
You can't
a4.
really get saved from them.
No, Amruta, I think this game is going to witness many ups and downs because again, look here, the only move to hold is king f7.
Oh, it's hard.
It's not
It's
at all
very hard.
easy. So the point here is that it's very tough, but Aronian has definitely navigated the first move with rook f3, and Gukesh has gone for the right move again with rook h7. Good move by Gukesh. King g6, again the right move. And again, I believe Gukesh must go rook h8, because if you go rook h1 with the idea and hoping that the rook will stop the g pawn and your two other pawns will help you win, yeah, I believe this might be better, because check, king here to b5, check, king here to c6 or king b4, I thought, check, and I go king a3. And perhaps now that the checks have stopped, black starts coming in here, rook g1, king e4, and a5. And already here, this does seem like a very strong position for white. So Amruta, I think Gukesh has two good moves here, rook h8 and rook h1. Both seem like giving him great chances to press for a win.
Nice.
Meanwhile,
and he has 6 minutes.
let's
Meanwhile,
go
we also
to
have some
Magnus.
super chats as well. So I gotta just check if anything has happened. No, not yet. But Manoj Samudra has super chatted 1000 rupees and sent a sticker. Thank you so much, Manoj Samudra. By the way, my mom's surname before getting married was Samudra.
And also Amruta, he is the one whom we just I met at the chess club last time, and I had told you, right, he wants to spread chess in rural, in agricultural
Chess and
areas,
farms.
chess in agriculture areas.
Okay.
And the aim is to help in some years to find strong players from a farming background.
Beautiful vision. Yeah, that's amazing. All the best, Manoj. Aditya007 has super chatted. Happy birthday, Sagar. Your commentary is a fresh take on chess. Fluent but still exciting. Cheers.
Thank you.
That's cool. Moon Earth says, Happy birthday, bhai. Abhi thodi kadki hai. To sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for just, it's amazing that you guys are supporting so much through different ways.
Another super chat. Ask Bal sends a thank you sticker with
Thank you.
dollars.
Thank you, Asbal. Okay, Amruta,
Yes.
the question is, what is Magnus calculating here? Is he thinking of pushing the pawn? Is he thinking about taking the pawn? Is he thinking about giving a check? Because for Pragg, it's clear he has to push his pawn to g3. Next move, he must remove the queen somehow with a check and push it to g2. If he can achieve that, he's out of the woods. So Magnus is looking for ways in order to prevent it. So the first natural question is to take.
Which we actually saw. So I also like your question of b6. Is he thinking of pushing the pawn?
We saw this BA.
Yeah, BA we were seeing, right?
I thought we saw AB, A6, G4, A7, that variation.
Okay, right.
But
Let's
okay,
see BA.
let's look at B6 first. G3, the main problem is you don't get B7 because I just take it.
But what are you going to do now? You want to get the queen to C7. Okay, queen check. Sounds really good actually. What are you going to do?
If I go king F8, you queen give C8. A check, king here
B7.
And B7. But now I go check here. You need to move the king, let's say king C6. And I was thinking, if I can push, you push, I push. Or you push, I give a check. So sorry, G2, you make a queen.
Yeah.
Instead of queen, there is queen G4 check first.
Why? What? 1 second. What's happening?
Then you make a queen. Because if you make a queen directly first,
Huh?
then I go check here, king moves wherever, let's say king here, I'll take, oh, there's a check, sorry, I can't make it.
Only one
So-
move which had to go wrong.
So here I take this, and then you take, and I make a queen, and it's a draw. But if you
Yeah, if I
get
get
your
it-
queen out with a check before making a queen, then in such a position, you are lost because now I will
Queen.
mate you.
Ah, okay. Mate is the problem. Oh, nice.
But Amruta, the thing is, we were looking at this G3 check. Why to go to F8 and allow this? Let's go to H7 anyway. Because after check King G7, I think the only way for Magnus is to give. So B6, I don't think is going to work.
No,
because he
your
has to-
why still question is suppose I go Queen D7.
No, I have Queen F2 and G2. It's I'm way faster.
You way faster. That's an amazing move.
That's why Praggnanandha's move G4 was very, very
Hmm.
important. And we can see how Magnus is now, it's these different phases of a player. First, you think there is hope, then you calculate, then you find no real way to make progress, then you start getting a bit upset, then you are like, okay, I want a win, but it's not easy. Then you start thinking about the tournament situation, and it's never so simple like sitting in an AC room next to your wife with an engine on and bar and with 5,300 people watching and commentating. At the board, it's a lonely, lonely fight there for the world champion. It's very tough. Not at all easy.
That's really very well imagined.
Yeah.
Sagar. What if he is thinking about B takes A6? Because I
I
think
think that
B6
makes
you
a
have
lot of
cleared.
sense.
Yeah.
No, B6. Anyway, I go
You've
G3.
cleared.
I want to go G3,
Yeah, now we know
A7.
Black's plan.
No, let's
very
first
nice.
give if I give a check, problem is you go Queen F2 later and G2. So let
And
me.
here with A7,
Yeah.
this is another issue.
So let me play A7 first.
Here,
Yes, A7.
Queen.
And now only move is Queen A8 because my threat is Queen D8 and
Yeah.
Queen.
Yeah. So Queen A8 only move. I mean, should it be this?
No, but Queen D8.
D8 check. Okay, Queen 8 stops Queen D8. Now you really want to go Queen D8 stills, but that is 2 moves.
No, and now you want to go Queen G4 check perhaps, but your
then King
problem
H-
is your A7 is hanging.
Right.
So if play King H7,
And now if I go King B6 here.
if you go King B6, I have G2,
Correct.
and my
But if
Queen
I-
defends G2,
Right, but you cannot threaten anything.
and you
Oh.
also can't threaten anything.
I can go A6.
Yeah, but I can wait King, maybe King H8.
Another problem is I can't keep the king on B6 because even if I try to get the queen to B7, just hypothetically, you have this as a check.
Yeah.
So that's a problem. So it doesn't help in any way. So it's clear.
Actually, it's very tough for Magnus to even find a way to make progress. And which is why I'm very interested to see what is the move that he comes up with. Because whenever Magnus finds a move, it has the most amount of landmines in it. And I like how Magnus selects couple of pieces to play with, like right now a pawn and a rook, and then tries to calculate, then suddenly puts them away, then takes some other pieces. Very interesting. We have a member, by the way, Mohit Mangnani. Thank you, Mohit, for becoming a member. Also, Vimal Avistiji, thank you so much for your super chat. Vatsal Makol, happy birthday, Sagar, in Gujarat for ICI Nationals.
Oh, that's nice.
Is there ICI Nationals?
That's huge.
Wow, I didn't know. That's amazing to know that the CA Institute has nationals.
Very nice.
He plays a move.
Magnus plays.
He took the pawn, I think. Yeah, he takes the pawn. B6 has been played. And now Praggnanandhaa, I believe Praggnanandha's job is clear. Yeah, just push the pawn. It's not so tough, complicated defense, because the farther your pawn is, the better your chances of fighting for a draw.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
G3.
Sir, Mihir Hasabnis asks, how impressive would it be for Nodirbek to win a super tournament? In history, not many 18-year-olds have achieved this.
No, I clearly, I think it would be huge. One guy who has achieved it before, I think when he was 18, is Magnus Carlsen himself. Because by the age Magnus was 19, he was already world number one. So, I think Nodirbek just winning this at such a young age can only be compared to someone like Magnus. So otherwise, it's just insane, yeah, what he's achieved. And also the thing is, he has held his own. It's very different to win a super tournament from behind. Like let's say you are trailing the pack, then you win like three games and then you win. It's different. But
Right.
if you're leading from like round number 5 and you've been maintained the lead for like 8 rounds, Amruta, that already shows your nerves, because when you're leading, many times you make the wrong decisions, you choose safe openings, you do all these things, and Nodirbek has managed to keep his control through all that.
Totally. G3. It's happened on the board. By the way, very quickly, if we
Yeah.
have to check
For sure. Let's go.
Gukesh's game.
Oh, Gukesh did play Rook H1. That happened, Amruta.
Yes, he played Rook H1.
He played Rook H1 here, and I think that was a good move.
Yeah.
Check, Rook F5, and I think
Oh,
in
but
order
now
to
he'll
survive the checks, he had to go to A3. And now it's not so simple for...
Why? What changed after Rook H1?
No,
Because
Amruta,
Rook H1 was always...
No, it's still, I think the
Acha,
engine doesn't
oh.
understand it so well. I mean, this our weak engine on the browser. So here, what I feel is that it's not easy for black to play. Like let's say my plan is A5, correct? B4, use my pawns to shield the king, use my rook to defend against this pawn, also to shift it to B1 at some point.
But I'll just go G3 right now.
G3? Okay, I go rook G1.
Rook F3 check.
Rook F3. Okay, I go B3.
King F5.
King F5. A5.
King King
G4. Okay, King A4. Let's see who's faster.
King H3.
King H3. A6 or maybe B4.
I'm very fast. King H2.
King H2. Rook A1.
G2.
G2.
Acha, you are trying to play with 2 pawns versus rook, yeah?
Yeah.
Rook
and
F1.
If rook
No,
F1,
no.
rook A2.
Acha. King H1.
King H1, take.
Oh, shit.
Actually, I have A7, which wins, unfortunately. Because queen, I also queen. So King H3
first
maybe.
I need to go G1 queen here.
No, but if you go G1, you're losing, right, Amruta? Take. And now I go B5. And my 2 pawns are stronger than your rook.
Interesting. So, a lot of practical chances for Gukesh.
Exactly. This is huge.
Amazing,
The huge
amazing.
chances, and Levon has to be careful. Going back to the game of Praggnanandhaa versus Magnus. A7. A7 played by Magnus, Amruta.
Yeah.
And now only move for Praggnanandhaa, by the way, guys, is Queen A8. And I have no doubt that he will find it, because Magnus's threat is Queen D8 check and queening.
Today, don't you think we have like the most amazing endgames happening on all the boards?
Yes.
Magnus Pragg,
It's
Gukesh
fantastic.
Levon, and Jordan Anish.
Finds it.
Pragg
Good move.
Doesn't miss it at
Good
all.
move, Pragg. Queen A8. I really like this move, Amruta, because now you are attacking the A7 pawn, and also next move you want to push G2.
No, I heard next to you.
We have actually, Amruta, the day has ended.
Oh, your birthday
has
Maybe
ended
in some
with-
country it will be going on.
In the US.
Started.
Manoj Samudraji, thank you so much for becoming the pillar of Indian chess. It's very kind of you.
Kunal Sharma, Sagar bhai, according to you, which young player will be more successful if you had to pick one? Ali Reza or Nodirbek?
I think Ali Reza is at a different level, right? Once you play the candidates, you become world number 2. You definitely are in a different league. But maybe 2-3 years down the line, I believe Nodirbek will also join him there. What is amazing to see is how Nodirbek has created a fan following for himself through his performances. You know, Amruta, like, he's just not at, he's just 18. He became the world rapid champion at 17. He won the Gashimov Memorial, which had players like Mamedyarov,
Yeah.
Gukesh, so many strong
Even
players.
Olympiad
Rapport.
he played.
Yeah, he helped Uzbekistan win gold by playing on board 1 for the Olympiad team. Now he's winning the Wijk tournament. What a guy. What a guy he is. And you remember we were in this Tata Steel Chess India on the final day.
Yeah.
On the final day, we saw him, Nodirbek, just being a little relaxed at the sort of this party that was there.
Ah.
And I think it was one of those rare moments when I could see him sort of lower his guard, because generally, like during the tournament, even at the dinner table, he and his mother would come, they would order something, they would eat, he would go back to his room, and I guess he was preparing and so on. But I think that was the first time where he was a little relaxed, we could talk. But in general, he feels like a guy with huge ambitions for chess, and maybe at some point it would be nice to get to know him more better about his personal life and so on. But okay, we'll
But
see.
one more time he was very relaxed. In rapid games in Tata Steel against Maksudlu, when the games used to end, they were laughing.
Yeah, they are good friends. Oh, what is this move, Amruta? I just didn't get this move. King d6. It's
Yeah, I
crazy.
understand.
What? Tell, please explain.
No, that you don't get this move if Magnus is played.
But please explain.
No, I didn't say I understand the move.
You mean that way.
I
Okay.
understand that you don't get this.
But imagine, okay, look at
Yes.
this, Amruta. G2, okay. What happened?
G2.
King C7, okay. You go King H, let's say you go H5, just as a move.
I like that better.
I give a check. You take. I take. You make a queen. I make a queen. And now what is this position?
This is what they're going to fight. But I think, is it going to somehow land in Pragg becoming a pawn? But you never know. Honestly, no.
No, this might. So, okay. One thing which could happen here is that instead of going H5, I can go King H7. So that if you go Queen D8, I can pick up your pawn. There's no check.
Right. What happened?
Ujjal Dalakoti says, watching from Everest Base Camp, Nepal. If this is true, that is amazing.
Oh no, and even
true?
Suman said he is from Antarctica Research Station. No? No? Why? In fact, in space and all, they can play chess. No, they really get bored. No.
I mean, it's just too much to think that at Everest Base Camp or at Antarctica.
Whoever is in Antarctica, if you really are in Antarctica, please take a photo and send us of your
Send it
not
to
Antarctica
chessbaseindia@gmail.com.
Yeah, a video. Yeah, that would be approved. Oh, by the way, we had Sandeep Single in the chat.
Hi Sandeep. I think Pragg is today going to hold Magnus, which means that two of the youngsters, the Waka boys, have already held Magnus to a draw then. Gukesh and Pragg. Then tomorrow is Arjun's turn. Let's see. But for now, Pragg is just few moves away.
Yeah, I mean, this game and the Endgame is so exciting that we have so many viewers who are at like remote places but giving up their work and watching this game. It's amazing. And also because today is your birthday.
Yeah.
Maybe on the special day they may think of, leaving their work and watching.
That is true. But that people are watching from all across India and world, but the two places which you mentioned were, I don't think,
Antarctica.
very
Okay,
likely.
got it.
Okay, so G2, guys, King C7, and I was talking about King H7 here, because with this move Queen D8 doesn't come with a check. Then we need to think what is the way in which Magnus can still fight on. So
If you look at Pragg,
yeah,
I think Magnus at some point is going to actually give perpetual.
no, but Amruta, what should you do? Like, for example, Pragg is down to 5 minutes. He must figure out a way. I don't know what is he wondering about, because he needs to push his pawn, right? Is he thinking that he can give some check? Amruta, he's thinking, why don't I get greedy, give you a check here? You need to save your queen, right? So either you will go here or here. Let's say you go to e5. I'll then chop this pawn off. Now you can't block here because I'll take your another pawn. So let's say he goes here, and now I will go g2, and I have improved my position. Rather than being passive here, I have come active here, become active with the queen. Don't you think?
Yes, I agree.
By the way, people saying that Gukesh is winning very quickly.
Oh,
Should we switch?
yes.
Very quickly, let's check what happened in Gukesh's game. So he went king a3, g3 did happen as we thought. Rook g1 also played, and now Levon, instead of playing rook f3 check, which looked logical, he's gone rook g4.
Oh, this is what we were looking at, but then the plan is clear for white. He just starts pushing the
F5,
pawns.
king f7, but no,
B4.
Levon is going here, Amruta. What Levon's plan is, push the pawn to g2, then bring your king here and hold it that
So
way.
right now if you go b4, just quickly.
b4,
b4, king e7.
king e6,
Uh,
king a4,
yeah, king a4. You need
king
a
d6,
king b5,
king
king
b5,
c7,
king c7,
king a6,
yeah,
king b8, because you can't take on b4.
b5.
Oh, no, you can take on b4 here.
Yeah, but also let's say this is a draw, because g2, b6, you can't make progress. This is just a draw. So this is what Levon wants, and this is
So
where
he's
Gukesh
holding
has
actually.
to find.
He's holding.
Yeah, if he can somehow stop this, it's not going to be easy. I think it's a draw.
What about Anish? Very quickly.
Anish Giri versus Jordan Van Forest. Oh, look at Anish's pawn. It's
Crazy,
gone
crazy.
all the way to a2, but it can't queen because the pawn defends it.
They didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this looks still a draw, but Amruta, what a game this has been between these two Dutch players. Brilliant chess. And Praggnanandhaa versus Magnus. Pragg still not making, he goes g2. He says, let me not experiment with queen d8 business. Let me go g2. And now, can Magnus Carlsen have that will to win even here and find a way? Because guys, for us mere mortals, the easy way to play here seems like, give some checks, draw the game. But Magnus has been keeping this game going for nearly 2 hours. He goes king e5. Whoa,
He
Amruta.
doesn't have. No,
Amruta.
can I say that or no?
This is amazing.
What, fortress?
No, he is going with his king this way, and then he wants to take this pawn, and then he wants to come here and win this. Did you
Oh
even
my
think of that
goodness.
plan?
No.
I was thinking that
never.
the king needed to be here in order to win, but Magnus is like, look, my queen stops your pawn, my queen defends my pawn, and I'm just coming this way.
Oh my god, this is just a whole new perspective
Yeah.
of life, what Magnus has found. So after king e5,
Not life.
I mean, if we relate this game with life, if king h7, let's
By
just
the way, Rakshit asks, what if Pragg plays queen f3 to stop the king going further in? Like
no.
queen
The
f3.
first question is, what if you do nothing? Does it even matter?
Of course
the
it
first question.
matters.
No, I mean,
Of course it matters. Well, Pragg is going queen f3, Amruta. He's going to stop the king from going
yeah,
back.
this matters.
And the point is, after queen f3, you stop the king from going there, which he's going to play. Then queen d8 check. Yeah, he does it. Good move. Queen d8 check, let's say. You go king g7 or h7, wherever. a8 queen. Queen takes a8. Queen takes a8. g1 queen. And now this endgame again, you
Yeah,
start
this
from...
is
This might be very close to
this
this is very close to a draw, because now the king is like out in the open.
yeah, and here I think Magnus will have to give checks because let's say if he plays a move like a6,
No, that's perpetual. I mean, queen
ah,
g5.
Praggnanandhaa only will have to give checks because he cannot start with another pawn. It will be too slow.
But also, I love how Praggnanandhaa is matching move
Mm.
for move with Magnus, finding queen f3. Like, Magnus comes up with one idea, like let's do this, and Praggnanandhaa stops his plan. Then Magnus again thinks hard. Like here, you can see him really trying to use all his brain power to come up with new idea, and then Praggnanandhaa with all his ability tries to stop it. But in doing so, there is a new factor which gets always introduced, which is the time. But the beauty of this tournament in Wijk is that after every few moves you get an increment in time. And Amruta, good news for Praggnanandhaa fans is that Pragg has gotten to move 60, which means he has another 15 minutes added. It's not 2 minutes, he has 15 more minutes on clock.
Is it like two tournaments, Sagar? It's like Tata Steel tournament as a whole, and it's like one tournament which is one game with Magnus.
Yeah,
Like if you beat in that game, it's like it's okay. However, the tournament is still.
absolutely.
So it's like two tournaments.
Exactly, you're right. I think for every young player, the game with Magnus is like an important moment, and that too when you play him when he is extremely motivated like this. It's just another game. It's just another level of game, because Magnus having white really motivated, because if he wins he gets closer to tournament victory, and you're facing him is a great learning experience.
Yeah, this game was amazing. What Pragg got. By the way, we have a new member, Shrikant Bharadwaj.
Thank you for becoming pillar of Indian chess, Shrikant. That's very kind of you.
Today we had the highest number of people watching the
Well,
game
it's
too,
it's
because it was so
almost
exciting.
12:30, Amruta,
Yeah.
in India, and we have 6,200 people watching this. Guys, do like the stream, and do subscribe if you haven't to Chess Base India. We are closing in on 1 million, 1.1 million
Amazing.
subs. So
By the way, many of the people said that your birthday is still on because they are in US, Frankfurt, yeah, waha. So because of the streams, you get to have your birthday not 24 hours, but
how much
many
time?
many hours.
How much time is let's say, I don't know how to put this thing, but how many hours can a birthday last technically in this
in the
world?
world? That's a very good question.
Maybe someone in our chat will have the right answer to it.
33 hours maybe?
There is a clear answer. There is nothing to guess. There must be.
But
It
Pragg
goes
plays
king
king at 7.
h7. People are saying 48 hours. Oh,
Always. Oh my god. Like people know it.
yeah. Queen. Oh, he queens.
So
That's
he's
interesting.
playing.
That's interesting decision.
Because is he having perpetual anyway or no?
No, now Pragg should take, right? Or Amruta, can Pragg
Has
go for
No. That would be very risky, man.
yeah, risky man. Let's
Just
take.
try.
Let's take.
Just try. Try a check.
Pragg, take it, man. Don't.
Pragg, if you do a risky draw, it will be remembered for.
No, Amruta. There's no need to be remembered for this. Let's just simply take, And the question remains that will Magnus then agree to a draw here, or will he still push?
Good question.
No,
Oh, Pragg
Amruta
is
is
gonna
not
go queen
taking.
c3
He
or
is
what?
not taking.
Why does it seem like that from his body language?
Yeah, with the way he
Pragg,
was going
come
to touch
on
the
for the
queen.
risky draw.
No,
Oh
oh!
my god, Pragg, I'm so proud of you.
Okay,
So proud of you.
crazy chess. Oh, Amruta, do you see what he saw? Do you see
How will
what he
I see
saw?
what he saw?
No,
I don't have his
look.
eyes.
If you play king f4,
Huh?
you make a queen here. This queen,
Magnus got chopped, first of all.
yeah.
For a moment. I mean, he was not expecting
No,
this.
and because this is now Pragg trying for a win, it seems. Because now you control this, you control this.
Oh man. This is tremendous. There is no mate.
Yeah, no, but there is a
सोचा ही
check,
नहीं.
and there is definitely a queen trade that will happen.
But in this case, white's pawn is closer
Yeah,
to queening, right?
it is an improved version because it's black to move here. While if you had taken directly and played this, it would have been white to move here. So somehow it seems like Pragg, by taking this small risk of letting two queens exist and making another queen, has gotten slightly better chances.
No, but see, one more question I had was after queen c3, I thought there is perpetual. Just perpetual. You don't even need to do g1 queen. But that's not true, yeah?
No, there's no perpetual, Amruta, because he'll give you check somewhere and trade.
Then why did you find queen c3 risky? Because to have two
No,
queens on the board.
I didn't see that these two squares are controlled like this.
Ah,
I thought these two queens will just mate somehow.
got it. इधर इतना सब चल रहा है और उधर अर्णव शाह is writing German man set a world record on August 4th where he traveled for 46 hours यहाँ से वहाँ to have his by flying from Auckland to Brisbane to Australia to Honolulu, Hawaii, where his wife was waiting to greet him. 46 hours birthday.
Nice, Amruta.
No, not me. I don't know.
Nice bit of thing. By the way, Levon is doing what we just saw, and maybe
So it
that's
is a
the
draw.
reason why this rook g1 idea, this rook h1, rook g1 was not the best.
Oh, actually, we didn't really understand. Rook h8, was it?
Maybe
Nothing,
not.
nothing will work here.
Yeah.
It is a draw.
A6. I think what
at
Gukesh
him,
is
so
trying,
cool.
Gukesh is trying is to move faster than the king. So let's say king d7. He wants to go a7. So now you can't bring your king in because I'll queen. So you have to go back with your rook. And now he is planning to take on. No, if he takes, it's a check. Oof. That's the problem. Otherwise, I would have taken and made a queen, but it comes with a check. And if I go king a4, then king c7, and now if you take on g3, I can even play just rook f8. And even though you have two pawns here, this is a draw. Check. Very interesting, Amruta. This is a draw, by the way.
Yeah.
Because after
Check, rook f1.
rook f7, it's a draw here. Very nice move. If you take, it's a stalemate. If you give a check, I'll take here.
What happened to Pragg? By the way, that was also ending in a draw then?
Let's go to Pragg.
Acha, no, he's thinking. I thought it is about to finish.
So,
And Anish is also playing yet.
no, Amruta, queen c3. Magnus did go queen d4. They traded.
Oh, some moves happened. We missed it.
Yes. And then g1 queen, king d3 has happened. Okay, time to.
Magnus came
Do you think,
on the
Amruta?
board.
Now I think it's Pragg's decision.
Oh, will they do like queen f1, king d4, queen f2? No. Wait.
Okay, Pragg. I think Pragg.
Maybe they're
Do
about
you
to...
think, Amruta, Pragg now will just accept a draw by perpetual, or will he? Because Magnus never going to offer a draw.
Yeah, no, they'll play very quickly. The way body language for Magnus right now, it seems like...
Body language of Magnus right now feels like if you give queen e1, king d3, queen d1, queen e3, I'm happy with a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, check. Now I think Pragg is also happy with the draw because Pragg realizes that here the main advantage is that he can just play a queen. 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 Main thing in not in his favor is that the a pawn is closer to queening than his h pawn. So even though he has an extra pawn, it doesn't really matter.
They're gonna repeat. Maybe whatever.
Guys, draw incoming very soon. Maybe just king e3.
They're also tired. Such a complex game. Look at Pragg. He's
Pragg-
looking at
Draw there. Pragg. Small sigh of relief for sure. He has held Magnus Carlsen with a. and you know, Magnus, I think, put his king on d5, I guess.
Oh,
Or something like that. But then
right.
Pragg just smiled and put it back. Just, I mean, you know. And they're now analyzing. I think Magnus is very tired, but he's still analyzing. Nice smile. I really enjoy how Magnus always takes out time to discuss the game nicely with youngsters. But if it is someone of his generation, like not his generation, but with someone whom he has played many games, he generally does not take out that much time. Technically, Magnus still has a chance tomorrow. If Jordan beats Nodirbek and Magnus beats Arjun Erigaisi, then they tie for the same score. By the way, today they don't. I don't think Pragg asks Magnus for analysis outside. I mean, after
game.
6 hours of fight, I don't think Magnus wants to analyze. But I think definitely Magnus would be upset because he had such a great position, Amrita. He had a position which was very close to huge advantage. And he's actually...
Yeah, definitely. I think. I mean, in
this,
the game itself,
no, this moment, Amrita, this was the moment
in some way.
where things changed totally. Where he had to take on b6 with the rook, but he went and took with the knight.
So neatly he's folding the score sheet, actually. Like, if you look at how Pragg folded the score sheet, it was normally. Magnus actually joining the ends of the score. Very surprised to see
Guys,
that.
big news for Indian chess as well as for Praggnanandhaa. He holds Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. This makes it, Amrita, 2 Indian youngsters holding Magnus with black. First Gukesh, second Pragg. But look at this endgame. Gukesh has managed to get an extra pawn, 2 extra pawns, but unfortunately is unable to win this, mainly because he cannot make progress. He will lose one of the pawns.
Amazing.
Great defense by Levon, I would say.
Yeah, and he was playing very calmly, confidently. I doubt that Levon ever had a doubt about his position.
Yeah.
In that rook end game. With his experience.
For sure. I think Levon had seen the fortress way before we did.
Yeah. By the way, definitely, I mean, Pragg OP, we have to, because it was such a long game. Plus, he was on the defending side. Plus, once he started defending, he did it very accurately.
Yeah.
And through a lot of complexity. So amazing. Vinayak Vaidya super chats. Good night. आता सुकून होऊन झोपायला जातो.
We also had a super chat by Virendra Sawant who said 333.33 rupees. Happy birthday, Sagar Bhai. Thanks for bringing me into this beautiful game of chess and your contribution to Indian chess. Happy that I saw your newsletter just in time. Thank you, Virendra. It's very kind of you. And guys, all those who haven't subscribed to ChessBase India newsletter, please do so. It's in the pinned message here. Just subscribe. It's, you'll get a newsletter on every Saturday, which will help you to stay in touch with the game, with what important things are happening, with some fun messages and stuff that I would send you. The reason why Gukesh is not winning here is because he continuously checks, and the time when checks stop here, let's say Amruta this, then checks have stopped. Now the rook goes back, and you can't promote it to a queen, so you need to bring your king back. Now you can again start checking, but this time you can already go to a8 and you can win this pawn, because in the resulting endgame this is a draw. For this pawn, the key squares are here, and the black king is not letting white king come on any of these three key squares.
This one, important game. By the way, we have another super chat by Vinayak. Arey, sorry, Sagar bhai, wishing you a very happy birthday.
Arey Vinayak, no
Keep
need to send
spreading
super
chess
chat.
and always be this loving person. अरे विनायक birthday खत्म हो गया ना कल 12 o'clock को. That's
Vinayak,
why.
just to tell you guys, he was in Kolkata at the Tata Steel Chess India, and he helped us tremendously on the last couple of days to bring forth the heart rate, and also the coverage to all of you. So thank you, Vinayak.
Magic Bunny, member for 9 months, backer of Indian chess. You are the cupid for me and chess. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Magic Bunny, and also keep up your great work for the channel that you do for your own YouTube channel.
Rook at 7. Nice little move there.
I mean, okay, he just goes rook G here, and I don't see how he continues.
But Gukesh is unbeaten since he beat
Last 5 rounds.
Yep. Amazing. I mean, it's very difficult, to be even for 5 rounds unbeaten.
In this tournament for sure. Yeah. He's made a very solid comeback. Yeah. And tomorrow, Amruta, Gukesh will face... he will face Vincent.
Okay. That's another important game. By the way, what's happening to Anish?
Oh, yes.
Let's quickly,
that
because
could
that
be
was complicated. So let's have a look at that. If you want to wait here, I think they're going to end.
Seems like Jordan has made progress, Amruta. But not really. Maybe they both are just repeating perhaps, or not. I don't know. Like e6, rook f2, king g3, rook e2. Yeah, I think Anish is ready for a draw, but Jordan might want to press a bit more. But this is a very important game for Anish. If magically he manages to win this, he joins Nodirbek at the pole position. Actually, tomorrow Nodirbek versus Jordan is such an important game, because if Jordan manages to beat Nodirbek tomorrow, then Anish is facing tomorrow Richard Rapport. It's going to be an important game. But I'm very excitedly looking forward to Arjun Erigaisi ending the tournament on a bang tomorrow, because just think about it. Arjun started with 6 draws. After that, he has, in the next 6 rounds, he has lost a total of 4 games. He lost to Nodirbek, he lost to Rapport, he lost to Jordan, and he lost to Parham. It's very interesting that he actually drew against all the top rated players like Anish, Wesley, Levon, Caruana, but he lost to all the people like Nodirbek, Van Forest, So somewhere I feel like Arjun, when he tries to press a bit too much, perhaps, or he tries to play for a win, is when he is at his sort of weakest. But Gukesh drew his game against Levon, so that's how it is. And meanwhile, Adiban is winning. So let's quickly check that. Adiban is playing against Erwin Lamy and playing with the black pieces. Adiban has a clearly dominating knight and an extra, not an extra, yeah, extra pawn here as black. So clearly better. And Adiban Bhaskaran with this win will definitely move towards the top 3 spots. Vaishali meanwhile did lose to Max Warmerdam, so a tough event for Vaishali. She needs to make a good end tomorrow. We are going to stay with the game of Anish Giri and Jordan Van Forest. So very important game, and I think it requires Anish to be very careful because Jordan is playing for a win. No, Gukesh drew, guys. Gukesh drew. There's no way he was winning that. Yeah, I think Pragg also lost to Richard, Gukesh, and Parham. True. I think they got their strategies right against the world class GMs, but perhaps against players whom they considered their equals, they took a bit too much risk, which happens. Sukanta Mondal, thank you so much for this. Adipan, we do not have his cam somehow here because they generally have to shift it, but they haven't. Maybe I can ask them. They can shift it. And now Rapport is in great form in this event, says Himak. Yeah, he beat Ding. Wow, he beat Ding. So Rapport actually moves on to 6.5 today, which means he's right there in top. Yeah, he's doing well. He's doing well. So Anish, by the way, now with just 2 minutes, this is the final time. Like they don't have any additional time. If he moves in with his king here, Jordan, Anish has to figure out what is the way in which he continues. I think king g7 is a good move here, but then how do you give up this pawn with a check? Because then you want to come to f6. Not easy. Oh, he goes king g7. Brilliant. Brilliant. Anish defending like a pro here. He knows that he may not be able to win today. Puts his put what? What? He took the knight and put it in his pocket. What was the logic behind it? Arca, I think they wear trousers and shirt, which is kind of the dress code. Maybe not a compulsory dress code in this event, but still, I don't think it's uncomfortable. Ding has lost 22.8 elo, says Maharashire. Oof, that's brutal. He was 2811 and he's now down to 279, 2788 or something, 89. Yeah, we can see Adivan there from this angle. That's nice. for Jordan, I believe he wants to take this pawn with a check. King f6. Now I can give this check. Yeah, I think I should give a check. King g5 and then come back. The problem is now you have two pawns here and here. Nepo is now world number 2, Vignesh says. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Before their world championship match, I think Ding's confidence would be really impacted. King e5. Rook check. King e4. Rook check. Maybe not this way. Maybe this side. King c5. Rook c2. King b6. This is getting nasty. This is getting nasty. Bishop king c7 or c7. How do we do it? I don't know. Here. Not so sure. Chaitanya says, I have class 10 pre-board social exam 21 chapters and I have sat here for 3 hours. Time ran so fast. I need to study. All the best, Chaitanya. Do well. Don't worry. Just relax. Like Pragg did under time pressure and just find the best moves. That's what you can do. Jordan working so hard, Amruda. He has only 3 minutes left. And now there is no...
Does people know that? No, I'm not tired. Does people know that Jordan's family, I mean his siblings, everybody used to play chess, or they, not used to, they play chess.
Yeah. In fact, his brother is well known. He's a grandmaster, Lucas. But he also has a sister. I think her name is Machteld, if I'm not wrong.
Rushang says, I played chess in my college IIT Nagpur Sports Fest today, beat my opponent and made my team CSE win. Hooray. Sohan says, even I am watching stream even though I have exams on Monday.
Amruda, although chess is an individual sport, the biggest thrill you can get is if you win for your team in a must-win game in a team event. So let's say if there are 4 players in one team and 3 games are over, score is 1.5, and you manage to win that game, I can tell you that is an amazing feeling for any chess player.
Then isn't it the opposite as well? Like when the team loses because of your loss, the guiltiest feeling.
That's a really bad feeling.
Yeah.
Anish has additional 15 minutes after this. Are you sure? Could be because... they both have additional 15 minutes still left to be added, yeah?
Really? No?
Because they never went to 0. Interesting. That's why they are so relaxed. That's why Jordan is letting his time come down to 1 minute.
So suppose you analyzed Rook C7? Yeah, you analyzed. That was the main move. Interesting.
You know, there's this amazing video online. You should search it. Rook c7 check. Okay, that's very natural. It is Azerbaijan playing against Spain in the European Team Championship, and Vugar Gashimov, who is now no more, very amazing player by the way, was playing for his team Azerbaijan, and he was playing against Salgado Lopez. Score was, I think, 1.5 at that point, and the entire Azeri team is standing there, and Gashimov is trying to win that game, and it's a draw. But then I think Salgado blunders, and Azerbaijan wins, and with that they win the gold medal in that European Team Championship. And the way in which they just hug him, and I think he was even kissed by one of his teammates. It's a moment which, even after 10 years today, I think Gashimov passed away in 2014, I think. So even 8 years later, it still gives me goosebumps to see that video. It's an amazing one. You can check it. I think we have an article on ChessBase India about it. No, he gave a check. That's a good move by Anish.
You तो had analyzed everything. क्या बात है?
Yeah.
This also.
I think the main reason why I thought king e5 is not right is because he gives a check like this, and then the king has no squares here, has to come back, and then I give check again, then also has to come back, then I give check again, and then you are forced to sort of here it can
What's
get
the
very.
blunder, by the way? Why is it a blunder? King g3.
Yeah, and now I think you can go rook. You lose this important bishop. So you must play king e2 instead of king f2. King e2, check,
Stopping
and I think
e2.
it's a draw. So that's why I feel that if Jordan wants to win, he must go king c5.
He wants to try. He will, no? He's that kind of. I mean, his play has been like that he wants to win. Shreyashkar asks, it's a equal game, Sagar, but who is pushing?
Jordan, clearly. White is pushing here. Check. King b6. And here I think we analyzed king f6 back. King c7 and rook e8. Somehow it's not so easy to progress. Your bishop is not coming into the game.
How much time they have been playing? It started at 6:45, right? For us, so 6 hours. No,
Yeah.
they played intense 6 hours because
Chris
it was a very
Keynes,
complex.
Amruta says Gukesh missed b4 on move 60.
Yeah, a lot
It
of
was a
people are
winning.
saying 60th move he was winning. Is it true? Like,
We can just quickly check here.
Let's. Why is Ani smiling? Go back once. Oh my god, what happened?
I think he's seeing that only he and AD are left. And no, there's also Abhimanyu playing there. Okay. So rook g4. And that a5 was the blunder, huh? But I don't know. I mean, let's say if he employs the same
B4.
strategy.
King
How is this?
f7, b5.
b5, king here. b5 is just bad, right? It cuts your king off.
Yeah, b6, rook g6,
No,
b7.
what rook g6? Why not here?
Oops. Oh, why not rook d? What, rook c1?
Rook c1.
You're cutting. b7, queen. Sorry, a5. So what was the difference if you started with a5 and still went rook c1 there? Like instead of b5 move.
एक मिनट अमृता, king
Okay.
d6.
Rook c1. Important is the key move. Rook c1. Now a5. a6 takes. No, this a7 ko you have rook a1 check, no? a7. No, you don't have rook a1 check.
No, this
b7. Even if you go rook a1 check, I think there is king b2. I'm attacking this and then b7. But my question
Amrita,
is...
wait 1 minute. So what is the draw here? What? Rook b1.
Oh, there's a draw? I thought it's winning.
Queen you can't make because of check.
And b7 takes queen. Why you can't do b7 by the way? Because you're winning, no? You can't take on b7.
Amrita, this endgame,
Oh.
do you think this is a draw?
No.
No, it's not.
Don't believe it, that guy. Let's go back. Why can't I go b7? Why do I need to play king a2? b7 is finish.
Yeah. That's also winning. Queen. Maybe it was true
So-
that b4 gave the best chance, but I'm still not convinced that it's winning.
No, what I'm actually surprised is a5. Or what was the problem? Because you have the same technique, right? For a5 as well. King f7, you go a6, let's say, or b4. Now you go a6, king d7. Now rook c1 here. Suppose you go rook c1. What is the difference? Difference is...
Check. So if you go a7, I queen. And now when you take, the b pawn was queening. But here if you queen the a pawn, it's a check and you lose the queen.
So that's why you had to start with the b pawn. That was one critical thing, that it had to be b pawn. And then the second critical thing was you had to cut the king whenever it would come to any of these squares. If you do that, then this is winning. Because what else does black have? Like if it doesn't go b2,
Yeah.
g2. Wow. Oh my god. How much time did he have, by the way, when he played a5? Oh, that was 60th move. I don't think he had time.
Yeah, he was low on
You
time.
needed time for this.
Meanwhile, rook c7, king f6, rook f7, king g5, rook a7, rook d8, king c3, rook f2, bishop e4, rook e2.
Where we don't have the video.
Sorry.
Maybe we can make them bigger. Why is Anish looking at him?
I don't know.
Why is Anish so short? Like, somehow it seems a little...
Yeah. I think rook d6 is the reason why he got shocked. Because rook d6,
c7 first.
c7, rook c6, and you lose this bishop, right?
And if e7...
Rook check.
But e7 there is no threat. King f6 is also there. Rook
Also, I
d6
can take,
check.
no, Amrita, because queen.
Check. Yeah.
So rook a2, rook c6, and I think black moves one step closer to a draw now. Also can give Anish some hope of winning, right? Because, okay.
How Anish can ever hope for anything here?
Like, let's say here, you take, I take, you come here, I go rook g2. And if I am able to win this pawn, then my h pawn. Oops, sorry. What just happened there? Yeah. Then my h pawn is a very strong pawn. No, I don't know. It's just being very...
They both look very decent on energy, right? In comparison.
Yeah, they both are, there are some players, Amrita, who after a 6-hour game look like as if they have fought a war. Like their hair is completely
Yeah,
disturbed.
their eyes
Their
are red.
their eyes are red. They have removed their shirt from, like they have untucked their shirt.
I
Everything.
agree completely.
Well, there are some like Anish is one of them. His hairstyle is still impeccable. He's worn like
He looks
it's
the
as if he
same.
just came to the game.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I used to wonder, like even at World Rapid, like in between the rounds also he was able to talk and talk to
Yeah.
people and he was looking so fresh. Rook A2 has happened on the board, by the way.
Now rook takes c6. How is Adiban doing? Just very quickly glimpsing at his game. I think he
Diwan is
should be able
winning.
to win this with e5 at the right moment, maybe.
He's a pawn up. अभी के लिए double है, but it's an investment. Oh well.
Okay, takes the pawn. King d3 forced.
Vignesh says if Anish wins, that changes everything.
Yeah, I agree.
For sure.
I agree. But I don't think he can win.
Quite zero chance. Ronak Sodani says suggestion, let's play a game. If you had to give each chess player a name based on a popular web series, what would it be? I start with Anish Giri as the family man. Family Man series भी है क्या?
है ना वो मनोज बाजपेयी का.
अच्छा. Like somebody.
Oh, he goes rook h2, Amrita. I'm surprised he didn't go to g2. He went h2.
Maybe it just doesn't make any sense. इधर जाओ, इधर चला, मैं उधर चला. That वाला.
Yeah, this is the last 15 minutes they have, Sahil. Magnus Carlsen says Deval Patel Breaking Bad. Yeah, maybe. Or maybe The Crown for Magnus. Yeah, I also thought he should have gone rook g2, Amrita, instead of rook h2.
But is there any loss here?
There is not any loss, but I mean, I don't understand why he did not play rook g2 because he could have won a pawn, right?
He's anyway winning, right? King g4, say? Or no?
Maybe, yeah. But
Takes. Anyway, if you go rook h2, let's say, now what are you going to do? Bishop b1. Oh, by the way, what is this endgame? Suppose I take here, it's still in control.
yeah, draw.
But
Because the
you can't
pawns
take
are
here,
on
of
light
course.
square.
I guess this would be lost after f6. This is defended. So
Just play king
but
f6 or just play f5, I think. No.
can you play h5,
No,
g5,
h5,
king
g8.
f5?
No, h5, g5, king f5, e7.
Yeah, this also. No?
It's a wrong pawn. Like rook c8, bishop f7. He played e7, Amrita.
This is the only one.
I think Anish would come as Big Bang Theory. Because,
Anish,
yeah,
how?
Anish very similar to Sheldon, no? In some ways.
Not at all.
No?
Maybe How I Met Your Mother.
Vignesh says no, he has great sense of humor. Yes,
So
but
maybe two and a half. Okay, it's a very hard game.
actually, in some
Hmm?
okay, E7 played.
Yeah, he went rook c8 also.
Okay, rook E8, Mamrata, maybe. Next is the plan.
So 1, 2, 3. But you can't take here, no? Ah. Yeah, you can take here.
Can take.
Can't go there. The other option is bishop b3, but as we analyzed, it will convert into h5 anyway. It's a plain, simple draw now. Maybe I can see this. सुशांत से चलता हूँ सागर भाई, अभी खाना भी बनाना है. Once again, thank you.
हाँ
खाना भी बनाना.
हाँ सुशांत, all the best. खाना अच्छे से बनाना. Rook A6. Oh, Amrita, look, he's given. And now Anish has to calculate. He can take this way, or he can take even this way, Amrita. Look. If I take this way, either you make a queen or you give a check, right? Let's say you make a queen. I give you a check. You go here. I give you a check. Come here first.
This was the question. Hey, video where?
Huh?
Huh?
I don't know where the video went. Maybe everyone got tired, yeah? All videos went.
Oh.
But
Oh.
Amrita, the thing is that here, this one is a dropped queen. Check.
King d3, huh? You are showing. Rook takes c8. King takes c2.
Oh, you want to take? Ah, okay, maybe you can also.
No.
Yeah, this is just a draw.
He played rook a6 here.
Yeah.
Acha, he's played rook a6 already. So
I mean, he can take with both ways.
yeah, anything
because
is possible.
Because if rook hc2, your piece down as white, so you must make a queen, and then again rook e8, king c2, king g4.
All the cameras went, ke Sagar?
Yes. They are asking us to sleep.
Yeah. Good save if Giri holds this. That's what.
No, he will. There's no doubt.
Shubham asks Samradham where you meet Sagar sir first time. Where?
Rook c2.
He played. Sagar, rook c2, e8 queen. Oh, we're missing the last moment.
He's not even taking the queen. I think he'll just keep checking.
Sai Charan says Magnus very emotional and frustrated in post-game interview.
Ah, really? It's already out, huh? Now it's a draw. I think I have to tell about which book I'm reading to Joy. I don't know if he's awake, but one book which I've started reading is this one. I'll bring.
Yeah. First time we spoke was in Delhi, but we would have met before. We have seen each other before. And that goes with a big argument where I say that I have beaten him when he was young, but the memories are all vague, and he says it was not him. So, oh, by the way, wait, let me not miss the moves. Check, he's gone rook d2 check. Sorry, he didn't take the queen. King e3, rook e2, and game is over. It's drawn.
Draw.
We don't have the final moments, but it was a great fight by everybody today.
Yeah. Very.
Yeah.
Very cool.
It was like as if everyone gave you a birthday gift. Amazing endgames, amazing
Thank you, guys.
complexities.
Thank you.
Playing for 6-7 hours.
I will analyze these games tomorrow.
Yes. Also need to get some rest.
Okay. So, Shubham Gaitonde asked something.
Sir, where did we first meet? So I asked you, so you didn't reply. So he's saying maybe you
No,
forgot.
it's like saying, where did we first meet? I saw her first in 2005 when I was just 15 years old.
2004.
4, 5. But yeah, as she said, the first time we spoke to each other was in Delhi in 2007. But this book is something which I'm reading right now. It is a book on Steve Jobs by Walter Isaacson. Very interesting book on how Steve Jobs, I mean, it's on the life of Steve Jobs. I want to know more about it.
It's like how many pages?
It's very big.
Goodness.
It has not so many, 600 or something. But
So
somehow
two parts would have been better, or one book? No, one thick book is better. Yeah.
Yeah. And also, this was a good book that I read recently, like a lot of pages I read. Deep Work by
You also read similar this and Hyperfocus, no?
Hyperfocus and Deep Work. And there's this one book which was recommended to me, not me, but it was recommended in this talk with Vidit and the CE and the chairman of Persistent Group, which is called What Every CEO Should Know. What every CEO wants, actually, or needs to know, wants you to know. It is a book by Ram Charan, and it was suggested by Anand Deshpande, the chairman of Persistent Group. So maybe you want to read that. Another book, he recommended 2 books, and this was one, and the other one was, he's built a huge company and very successful person, so definitely something to watch out for. The other one was Designing Your Life by Bill Burnett and Dave Evans. Okay, so these are the few books, and I think Amruta, just we would leave it with pairings for tomorrow and standings.
Yes.
So that if people do check this stream tomorrow or something, they should know what they can expect on the final day. Oh, by the way, I forgot to make a huge announcement today on my birthday,
Which is?
which is that we were going to launch something, but I forgot.
How did you forget then?
I prepared it also, but I forgot.
So want to launch it now?
Should we launch it today or tomorrow? Would be better.
Launch it, like show it to at least those people who are here.
Okay, and then maybe tomorrow I will do it on stream again.
Yep.
I don't know, the game was so interesting that I forgot.
Yeah, even after 40 moves, when the time increased, there was not a moment, without
Yeah,
analyzing. It was so intense.
because there
It
were
was
many
so
games going on, and in fact,
deep.
Arjun versus Parham looked so crazy. I think if we we could give more time.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a very interesting game. I mean, in terms of complications to analyze, those would be Anish versus Jordan
No,
and
yeah,
Arjun
sure.
versus.
All of them were very. So, by the way, guys, these are the standings. Abdusattorov still leading. Tomorrow he will face Jordan Van Forest and Anish will take on Richard Rapport. Magnus, Wesley, both on 7. Wesley will take on Pragg. That's a big game, Amruta, tomorrow. Wesley versus Pragg.
Yeah.
And Magnus will take on Arjun. That's also a big game. And Gukesh, 5 out of 12, will take on tomorrow Vincent. So these are the pairings, by the way. I think I'm excited for Anish Rapport, of course, Nodirbek Van Forest, Pragg Wesley, Arjun Magnus, and Gukesh Vincent. So
And all.
almost all the games. And also Ding Caruana is nice. If tomorrow Abdusattorov loses, Magnus wins, Anish draws, and Wesley wins, then all will be on 8 points. Yeah, true. Then there will be tiebreakers, I think, if they're on same points. So the thing which we wanted to launch today, and maybe for only the 1300 of you here, 1200 now, is रौनक is like इतनी देर रुक के कुछ तो फायदा होना चाहिए, is that we want to launch the second season of India's Got Chess Talent.
जिसमें सागर बहुत ही पतला हो गया है somehow. Congrats.
You know, we launched it last year on my birthday, the first edition, and 700 plus people had sent in their entries, and out of which we selected 32, and then 4 world class trainers trained 8 players each, and it was a very successful program. A lot of people benefited from it, and this time we want to take it to the next level. We want to improve it, so we are going to launch season 2. So that's how there will be a form that will come. You need to fill it with your games, and very important to put in your games, analyze, and so on. So we'll announce those regulations either tomorrow or day after, and then we will launch it. Like launch it in a couple of days, but we want to go ahead with this. So maybe every year
Yes.
on my birthday I can launch
That's
the next
cool.
season.
Sumit asks how to enter and is there any age limit?
Yeah, I just said like you will have to fill a form. No age limit. No age limit. Open to all.
Hope this news reaches Okinawa. There are 100-year-olds.
Okay, guys, take care. Bye. See you all tomorrow. The amazing thing about Tata Steel is that tomorrow also the last round they don't start early. They start on 2
Acha.
at 6:30 only. So we'll be there at 6:30. Thank you, Tirth. Sumit says, what is the selection criteria? You will have a lot of questions like what's your aim in chess? What do you want to achieve? What do you think are your weaknesses? Attach your game. So based on many factors, parameters we will select. That's how it was last time.
Rahul Mukherjee says movie dekh lo, Jobs करके. Ignacio says W streams Sagar and Amrita, I appreciate your hard work.
W मतलब Good streamer. पता नहीं. Amita
Sagar,
Ayush says, when is video of GM Aditya Mittal coming? I think tomorrow or so. Abhyudaya is working on it and maybe we'll put it out soon. Okay, guys, see you. And people are saying check Adiban's game. I think we just saw he's winning, so he should be able to win this. Or is he any? Yeah, he's winning.
Vedant says, Sagar, I am TNMC and Nair Hospital student. Can we have any Simon in college event?
I'm not sure, but yeah, I will try. Like, you can write to us at chessbaseindia@gmail.com, or you can come and meet us at the club on Saturday. That would be great.
Oh, Karan Upal says, as per schedule on the official website, I was planning to go watch it live at Wijk. Wow.
Why not, Karan? Go there tomorrow.
Awesome.
Great
Nice.
day. Okay, see you all.
Okay, guys. See you.
Bye bye. Good night.
Thank you
Take
for
care.
staying till the end. Bye bye.
And thank
Have
you
a
all
great day.
for super chats, for making my birthday special, for all the wishes, for
Yes.
everything.
So many wishes. Have a great, happy day.
See you.